terror doesn't even try to hide it. 34-year-old Hasan Piker not only hates America, he's hinting at a civil war.
A noted far-left influencer is declaring the Republican Party the biggest terrorist on earth.
Brett, good evening. Hasan Piker is unapologetic for his controversial comments on a range of issues.
An anti-American far-left commentator who is named Hasan Piker. Now that he's being highlighted, Democrats are flocking to him.
She's not out there on Hasan Piker's show, right? For example, right?
The man to his left is a very controversial guy. Hasan Piker insults just about everyone. Where if you go back and listen to some of the things that he says, Carl, this guy's not going to wear well.
Their so-called Joe Rogan of the left, Hasan Piker, is back in the headlines, this time for calling Republicans terrorists.
Piker has a controversial history, and we've been showing you this all week.
You don't give somebody like Hasan Piker this kind of attention, this kind of platform. It only rewards the kind of rhetoric that I just described.
Hundreds of students lined up and packed into these rallies, and they ate up the anti-war, anti-capitalist, and anti-establishment messages.
That's him, Hasan Piker. They should stay away from him.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from not so sunny, but as a matter of fact, mostly cloudy California, Los Angeles, 61 degrees, and mostly cloudy here in California. Folks, we're live, we're alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Saturday, folks. That's right. It's Saturday. It's April 25th. I cannot believe that we are already going through the motions, and the month of April is already over. It's this year has been slamming by. It's Saturday Fun Day today, but we got some serious news to cover as well as some fun stuff. Coming to you live from stolen Tongva land. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the start streaming button and press the stop streaming button. So help me God, that is what I'ma do. There's a clavicular update. Okay, we'll take a look at the clavicular update as well. Just want to see, what he's up to. I always want to know. But in any case, Druku, thank you for the blast off memes as always. Fantastic stuff. Yeah, the biggest train station in the world is now open. Let me guess, it's in China. Okay, of course it is. Anyway, folks, what to say about La Goat? I mean, look. Makes it a lot harder for me to criticize the GOAT when he's doing GOAT things. When GOAT is doing GOAT talk, when GOAT is doing GOAT things, it makes it fairly difficult to call him LeBron James, Bronny got 5 points, bro. Yeah, dude. Exactly. With one assist from his dad. That is, first of all, Bronny getting 5 points is already you got to give credit to LeBron for that. Okay? Bronny getting 5 points means like LeBron worked really hard to make sure Cummies got those 5 points, okay? In the playoffs. How many points have you gotten in the playoffs? Anyway. But yeah, there's a lot going on that we got to talk about today, but personal news-wise, I'm a chud-ass loser as always. Literally nothing happening. Nothing happening in the universe. I went to bed last night. and I Woke up early, and I worked out. That's it, and I feel pretty decent, pretty good. Hemi Neutron Piker, yeah, definitely not, definitely not. That's not. I don't feel like I'm him at all lately, or I did feel like I was him, but no longer do I feel like I'm him. If that makes sense. But I'm a little sleepy. I'm a little eepy. I'm an eepy boy. Perhaps it's because my day doesn't start at 2 p.m. because I'm not mog maxing. It could be one of those things if we're being real. I'm not, operating on the same wavelength as some of these fools, right? So that's probably what it is. I should be climaxing. Perhaps that is the way to do it here, but I haven't done so. I haven't climaxed, for example. I've only climaxed, if you know what I mean. Speaking of which, speaking of climaxing, Trump cancels U.S. Islamabad trip. It's Saturday Fun Day. White House Correspondents dinner weekend is upon us, so there's a lot of drama there. ARAGCHI to Islamabad, and also Trita Parsi will be on later to talk next steps. With Iran, Fun Reacts Gaming, get in now. You like that segue? You like that segue, dude? That's what you get. That's what you get here on the HasanAbi broadcast. Okay. Why is that Chinese flag flowing behind you? You're not Chinese. That flag should be stationary. What? Why are you complaining? First of all, I am Chinese. I'm white Chinese. Okay? I'm white Chinese. Secondly, I am getting more... we're doing Bilibili reacts. Chinese netizens are my only defenders on the internet. So you're a sand person? Okay. I mean, there's sand in China. I can't tell if that guy was being racist or not, but whatever. People, please speak like Patrick Bet-David. Bro, when that guy at Yale said that mouth quote in Chinese, he cooked you all. Bro came back from 8 weeks ago at this point. Automod caught a slur already. Just ban them. Of course. Oh, you mean to tell me to the guy who the guy who came in here hard as hell? Yeah, maybe he meant like Dan Clancy should be hung, as in like I hope Dan Clancy should have a very large penis. That's what he meant. That's how I'm choosing to assume what his intentions were. Okay, good. I was thinking you should have more suits made by them. Thanks. Thank you, Annie Code Musablo. As long as you're on board. Thank you. Oh my God. Oh my God. The glaze. Oh my God. You will enjoy this. Me giving a pep talk to Netanyahu's cancer cells.
This is just a short time ago.
Dude, so I've been Googling, okay? I haven't ChatGPT'd it yet, but like, what does it mean if you get a prostate, like if you get your prostate cancer checked out and like can it come back? What's the deal there? You know, I'm just asking for a friend. I'm asking for a friend. I'm not, for no reason. I've been Googling a lot about like how fast can a prostate cancer kill you? What does it mean if you have recovered from the was it benign? Because like when someone says diagnosed and treated, what does that mean? Does that mean there's a relapse opportunity, for example? Once again, just for personal interest, prostate cancer is a very low concern, especially for rich people. Fuck. God damn it. Okay. I guess that's a good thing for all the older men, myself included. But for one particular guy, that's kind of lame. That's not great, you know? Wait, what is this? You made a website for tracking articles? I made a tracking and archiving website for articles made about you? New York Post has written about Hasan Piker 20 times. Oh my God. Fox News has written about Hasan Piker 11 times. Washington Examiner 12 times. New York Times written 3 times. That's not true. Chatter, the New York Times has written about me over what time period? Like a lot more than this. Is this since the fuck Hasan stuff started? This is an incredibly cool website, by the way. Wow. You know what we need to do? We low credentially, we need to make a website like this for like all the comment, all of the this is just from when the site was made. Oh. We need to do like a Hasan derangement syndrome website for like all the most common insanities, and then like and aggregate all of the retaliations of the smears. What's your plans for St. Louis, Unc? I'm a leftist from the Nazi part of Southeast Missouri. I'm gonna be hanging out with Cori Bush in Missouri. Top tier moment, gaming moment from yesterday.
The train?
So like when dudes see this, they're like, oh my God, this is going to make women want to have children with me. Is that what is going on here? Because I've seen this so many times. Bro, this is AI art. I don't fuck with this. I'm sorry, okay? I'm sorry for having principles. That's AI art, okay? Many of you love talking shit. Hasan, why do you use AI art? Well, oh, you like it when the fucking AI makes the art itself? Really? Oh, cooked, actually cooked. I'm based like that. I'm principled. I'm based. I don't fuck with AI art. You jinxed yourself from 1 year ago in the Fear Am pod regarding mainstream media coverage.
So excited. You got on CNN. Wait, is that good or bad? What's the bad one again? Fox News.
Fox News.
Yeah, that one's...
I got on Fox News as well.
Well,
That's I think he likes all attention now.
Yeah. I
does
as
sound
long
like
as they
it.
don't like misconstrue my points, I don't really care.
Okay.
Or misattribute quotes or anything like that, and I'm happy. I think my commentary stands on its own. Yeah, no, you're right. My W of the week is weak. I'm sorry. I got on CNN and they did a, this guy, we wanted him to be the Joe Rogan of the left, but he says he doesn't want that. They did like a piece on that.
You're the Joe.
Playlist for later. Fetterman mentioned you at 4:15. Butt fell sell. He wants to come to your house to see if it has locks. I will have. Okay, I like that. Yeah, Buttfelt, get over here, little man. Come check me out. The fuck's he gonna do? He's like 4'11". In any case, yeah. My wishes, my biggest fears have become reality. Not only am I getting a lot of mainstream media press, a lot of press in the legacy papers, legacy publishers, but on top of that, it's all fucking quotes out of context. Oh my Lord, it sucks. But yeah. In any case, folks, we're live. We're alive. We'll do the Chinese netizen update. I already told you guys I got multiple Zhongshan suits that I'm getting. But here it is. We'll do Saturday Fun Day as well. There was someone in the chat that was saying who's got a tummy ache. I got a tummy ache. I'm a tummy ache girly myself today. I don't know what that's about, but I'm a tummy ache girly too. My stomach hurt? Yeah, my tummy hurts a little bit. Video for later, boss man. Ben Hoerman. The rise of online cruelty. Oh, I loved it. This guy's great. Yeah. Yeah, we'll watch it. We'll check this shit out. Dude, I swear to God, if you are even remotely to the left, YouTube will bury you, okay? YouTube will be like, YouTube basically is like, oh, you made a thoughtful, long YouTube video essay about like how right-wing cruelty is on the rise. Well, guess what? You should kill yourself. That's basically what the YouTube algo thinks of anything that is ostensibly leftist. On the other hand, if you were to do like the 17 millionth, apolitical drama slop, YouTube will be like, here is 7 million views for you. Please give me the dumbest commentary that has ever existed. Please do so. Okay. Anyway, yeah, this guy's living my dream.
This has been wacky. What happened at the end of regulation and what we're seeing now here in OT, LeBron James.
The only thing you can hope if you're the Rockets coming out of this.
I mean, that's like, that's crazy. The GOAT throwing it back like that. The GOAT bouncing on it. I mean, that's crazy. Yeah, he's grabbing the jersey too. Like, it's disrespectful. Will you still love him after he does a comp trip to Israel? No. He would never do that. Come on, stop. That was a momentary lapse of judgment. Okay, y'all are too harsh. You made it up. He's not like that. He actually told me he don't fuck with Israel like that. He told me in private in a dream that I was dreaming where we were hanging out and playing baseball. Yeah, he was throwing a baseball back and forth because he's like, yo, Hasan, you have a father figure in your life and you love your father, but like honestly, he's Turkish, so he probably never plays baseball with you. And I was like, yeah, that's right. I've never actually tossed a baseball around with a father figure because like we're Turkish. So he's like, I can be that guy for you. And he's like, hey, also, guess what? I don't actually fuck with Israel. I just kind of said that. Anyway, Raina Jen, thank you for the 5 gifted. And Bula Jr., thank you for the 25 gifted. Cool. And time for some news. What the fuck? What? Yeah. He was like, yeah, I talked to Kyrie. And he was like, don't do that. And I was like, you know what, Kyrie, I respect you. That's what happened. Iran is, dude, the F5, the F5 fighter jet. I know. It's pretty crazy. What city is your tailor in? In China? In Shanghai. I went to his place, if you remember. That's the one who made my Zhongshan suit. But yeah, we'll talk about the damage to the American bases. We'll talk about like the work, the Belt to Ass Initiative, as they're calling it. You know how there's the One Belt, One Road, Chinese style? Then there's also the Belt to Ass Initiative, which is what the IRGC implemented against American bases in the region. We'll get to that in a second, yeah. Video from Wired, Harvard professor answers Iranian government questions. Okay. Oh, my God. Holy moly. All right, Hasan, let's look at Chinese netizens. When talking about China's poverty alleviation, you always say it's the credit of capitalism. Then why don't you learn from Chinese-style capitalism? The biggest problem with capitalism is indeed its inability to be logically consistent, just like resources only gather upwards, eventually making survival impossible for the lower levels. How to stop this? Rely on the morality of capital? The West often becomes overly anti-communist, leading to situations where solutions are available but cannot be implemented because it's too communist. Such self-defeating videos always bring a smile to one's face. The difference between means and ends must be clarified. When the U.S. talks about poverty, do they automatically ignore the homeless? Do they not consider the homeless as human beings? Poverty in China and the U.S. are completely different. In the U.S., poverty means homelessness, silently dying years later. China has no homeless people. Even the lowest strata are covered by household enjoying 5 guarantees policy, ensuring safe housing, free healthcare, free education, food and clothing, and funeral services. Orphans receive education support. Additionally, there are state subsidies by 2025. Basic living allowances in some areas will be around 500 to 1,000 yuan a month, not lower than the local villager's average standard. Yeah, this was me reading the Vox.com article about the welfare structure that doesn't exist in China. And this guy was saying, like, I don't understand. Why are you not pointing to, like, the Nordic countries as far as, like, the best standards and practice that we can apply here? First of all, I have no issue with that, right? I have no issue with the Nordic countries. Let's move in that direction because they're demonstrably further along. If you're looking at socialism or any kind of alleviation of poverty or any kind of improvement in the material conditions of the working class in this country, if it's a spectrum, right, which I think it is, right? Yes, social democracies like Scandinavian social democracies are absolutely further along on that trajectory. Some might say that the welfare structure is actually a lifeline for capitalism to continue, and I understand that concept. I, however, don't think that it's bad to help people, you know? I think it's good. In any case, yeah, there's a reason why the Chinese trajectory is positive and the American trajectory is not. So just remember that. This website is beautifully made, by the way, chatter. So thank you for making it. I don't know. I hope you're not mad at me for saying, oh, you didn't put all the articles in here. It's incredible work. Thank you so much. Uh-oh, I can't click out of this. Organizaciones y miembros de M4 ya pueden hacer uso de nuestras fotos en. I don't know what's going on there. Oh, shit. It took me to a different... Okay. One more dad moment. Chatter gave you a virus? No, the X wasn't working. Okay. He was bouncing on it. Oh, yeah, we got clavicular updates as well. He's giving Charlie Kirk, who is... Oh. That's crazy.
We are Charlie Kirk. We carry the flame. We'll fight for the gospel. We'll honor his name.
Prage. All right, clavicular updates. Ladies and gentlemen, I know you come in here for the Strait of Hormuz or, you know, what's going on in the world of politics, international relations. Are we offensive? Are we doing offensive realism? Are we instead believers in the immortal science of Marxist-Leninism? What are we? What are we doing? What kind of international relations school of thought are we on board with? Well, the only thing we actually cover here is the clavicular updates. This is a clavicular updates page. Clavicular broke down in tears after finding out his girlfriend he met 10 days ago is pregante, leaving him overwhelmed and in shock after becoming a father at just 20 years old. The updates on this guy read like those weird cartoon iPhone games where terrible things are happening to a woman and you have to give her a makeover. True. I hope to God this changes him. You're out of your fucking mind. And I also don't believe this because he's famously infertile. So that is not his child. Okay? He is he's very famously infertile. And the reason for why is because he's been abusing steroids like a lot. Also, the timeline on this doesn't add up. They met 10 days ago and she's already pregnant. That's not how this works. So I don't believe in anything. On principle, I don't believe anything that these accounts actually post, for the record. But I do think clavicular becoming a dad redemption arc is a very funny thing to think. This community can be very funny at times. This is one of those moments. She can tell off vibes. Clav is promoted and created by Peter Thiel, and this is his perma bottom. 1010 Music. The baby's also mature maxing because she's been pregante for almost 10 days and they know already. Yeah. Mr. Beast is what Marx warned us about.
It's the year 1866.
What the fuck? This has 4 million views. Geographane? Who the fuck is this? Commodity fetishism, human alienation, exchange value, capital accumulation to reserve army. Wait, what? What? How is there a video like this on the YouTube timelines for what? A month now, and I have not even encountered it. Everything that my YouTube timeline is like, oh, you want to hear what Michael Hudson's take is on the Strait of Hormuz? Do you want to hear the 700th video on Mersheimer? I mean, I guess YouTube knows me very well, but that's my algorithm. My algorithm is Mersheimer, the GOAT, Michael Hudson, also a GOAT, and Jeffrey Sachs. That's all. My algorithm is just that. Okay, they're all talking about American hegemony. Jeffrey Sachs is talking about how American hegemony was a lie. There was no unipolarity, and that unipolarity was just a lie we told ourselves. And in the process of this belief that we have I do think Jeffrey Sachs is a little bit of a Russophile. By the way, I do get that vibe. I know I'm not on some like pro NATO shit when I say this, but like the way he sometimes talks about Russia makes me feel like he's a little bit of a Russophile, because he's like he was talking about how like emerging powers and emerging employers like Russia, and then Michael Hudson is a cutie patootie. Our M HUD or the Economist M HUD? Your reacts to these kinds of videos used to get 1 to 2 million views, by the way. I know. YouTube purposely hides content like this, getting more obvious by the day. Some freaky shit. Buddy, this has 4 million views. I don't think YouTube did a good job hiding this content. Maybe it hid the content from me. I'm a Turkophile. I get really excited to celebrate Thanksgiving. Maybe it's remorse for having participated in the dire state of the Russian Federation now. It would have 4 billion views if it wasn't hidden. I agree. Sachs is trying to atone for his sins in Russia and Eastern Europe. All those views are bought by China. Xi Jinping is using soft power to manipulate American youths. Bro, I wish that was the case. Give me a boost, Mr. Xi. Give me a boost, please. Give me a leg up. I've been fighting reactionary forces damn near on my own, non-fucking stop. And now I have to do it for the mainstream media too. Like, at least with mainstream media, the adults were a little bit more intelligent than the average drama slop tuber. And since they got the billionaire boss call and the Israel boss call, Fox News and some even on CNN and whatnot have been behaving in an identical manner to like the drama slop tubers, being like, Hasan is a bad guy. It's unfucking believable. Anyway, things are devastatingly bad in the United States of America, regardless of what people choose to focus on. Here's one update. U.S. consumer sentiment at lowest level ever recorded. Worse than 2008 and worse than 2020, according to University of Michigan. Now, hold on. Guys. Once you hit rock bottom, there's only one way, okay? And that's up. Do you understand? So it's gonna be good, okay? I'm personally fucking tired of winning. I'm tired in general, but I'm certainly tired of winning. Okay? It was bad in 08. This was way worse. I had to get a second job to pay bills and eat. Trump can pass out whatever he is zooted on to help us out. When is Morandi coming on? Okay, man. Probably not anytime soon. You are a victim of your own success like Conquest? What? Hasan Minhaj, the better Hasan mirrors your take in this recent interview?
UK is a dead empire. And the United States is it's an Instagram country. I told you this, that you live in an Instagram country. So there's like Instagram countries where you bring your girlfriend, you pull up with photos, you take photos, you whisper in castles, and you keep it moving. It's an Instagram country. You know, France is an Instagram country, Hungary is an Instagram country.
Do you think why isn't America an Instagram country?
I mean,
just out of interest, like with the yellow taxis, and they're like, I'm walking around today going like, when is like Rachel and Ross gonna like pop out of the next?
Okay, first of all, America doesn't really have a lot of Instagrammable locations. Like his assessment is just New York City, which is the only city in America. If we're being real, like I know there's other cities in this country. I certainly don't live in one. I live in Los Angeles, not a real city. You know, Philadelphia is kind of a city. You know, like the the northeastern territories where people initially settled have city-like qualities. And then the further out you go, Chicago is like the last point. And then past the point of Chicago, it's like not real cities. San Francisco tries to be one, right? And it has city-like qualities, but it almost feels alien. There's no other way to explain it to you guys. I know you're going to get mad. This is a take that people will get upset at. San Francisco is like desperately trying to hold on to the notion of being a city. But as far as like cosmopolitan, like global cities, New York City is probably the only one that meets that standard. San Francisco is drawing a city from memory. Yes. It's beautiful, by the way. A lot of these places are beautiful. You don't have to be a city. I'm just saying that, like, I've been all around the world, okay? I've been all around the world, and the reality of the matter is, like, the United States of America has cities, but they're not, like, it's not, I don't know how to explain it. Like, it's just not a real, not a fully fleshed out city. It's very American. There's an American vibe associated with it that turns it into not a city kind of. You're sleeping on Dallas? Brother, if you are a holding ground for like 11 exurbs, you are not a city. You're a parking lot, okay? This is what I'm talking about. Like, that's unbelievable. That's an unbelievable statement to make. At least with like San Francisco, you can make the argument because there's like workable public transit. It's walkable. There's a sense of community associated with it. Whereas most other cities in the United States of America is like Dallas. I was joking. Don't worry. Oh, okay. None of this is bad, by the way. It's just, it's beautiful in different ways, right? To each their own. I mean, I live in a dog shit city myself. I live in Los Angeles, and I fucking love this place. In any case, my point was he's in New York, and he's like, well, that's Instagrammable. Well, it doesn't, that doesn't translate to other places in this country.
No, there's too many potholes.
It just looks like
there's too many potholes. It's too shitty here. Yeah, it's not aesthetically pleasing. But we are, so you come from a dead empire. This is a dying empire.
Yeah.
The United States, we're here, we're on our deathbed, we're coding, we're about to die of cardiac arrest. As someone who is living in the future and has lived through the future, what do we have to look forward to as we see the light?
What you have to look forward to is a lot of people.
You never think about nature. It's infuriating. Oh my God, here we go. Communist Wyomingite. Yeah, I wonder why a motherfucker from Wyoming would be like, you never think about nature. Yeah, I don't think about the cows either, which happen to be your only neighbors. Okay? It's crazy. We're talking about cities right now. This is city slicker shit, okay? This is city slicker shit.
People claiming that they can bring the empire back to life by doing increasingly stupid stuff, like Brexit. So, like, the fantasy.
HasanAbi, you talk big shit when the only real city in Turkey was just stolen from the Greeks. True. But it's the Turks now. It belongs to the Turks now, bitch. So.
Of empire doesn't leave just because the reality of it has left. Yeah. It's that mythology is so intoxicating and powerful. And honestly, the idea of like we once were great and we're gonna.
You're sleeping on Salt Lake City. Okay, now people are trying to get me to shit on their hometowns, okay? Salt Lake City is unbelievable because I don't think it should legally be called a city. Here's why. Salt Lake City is the modern version of like what you see in Westerns when you roll up with your horse and there's like one strip where the saloon and the barber shop is like across from one another. That's literally Salt Lake City. It is literally what Salt Lake City is one strip. It's like 3 blocks long. I'm not even joking, bro. It's unbelievable when people were like, oh, you got to come to Salt Lake City. And by people, I mean Cutie Cinderella. I could not believe it. It is literally a Red Dead Redemption 2 town that was modernized. They basically went, all right, let's modernize this one strip. It's actually unbelievable. I've never seen anything like it. I mean, it's nice. The nature is nice, but if you don't fuck with nature, like I don't really fuck with nature. It's just not like that. It doesn't make any sense. You go there and you're like, what would they call this a city? Where's the city? It looks like they forgot to load the rest of the city, bro. It's literally 3 blocks. I'm not even, you think I'm joking? I'm not joking, okay? It is straight up 3 blocks long, okay? You walk from one end of the city to the other end and you're like, where's the rest of the city? Why haven't the rest of the buildings loaded? Anyway. Literally, the streets were engineered to be able to turn around a team of oxen. It feels strange.
Get back there again. It's kind of something that has haunted so many civilizations again and again. You know, like the periods of the Roman Empire about trying to get back to where we were before, or you know, this kind of like revivalism.
I love this jacket. It's dope.
I think is like a big part of the politics of denial. You know, so I kind of think that the reality of empire arguably is dying, arguably may already be dead. The more forceful you have to be to control your empire, the more shaky your control is over it, probably, right? So I kind of think that actually the narrative of empire will remain and may actually become even more strident. And so the actions to try and shore that empire up, it's like, you know, the smallest kid in the like it's the small guy outside the club at 3 a.m. you got to be worried about, right? It's like that kind of overcompensatory thing. Yeah. So I think we're going to see more bombing of more countries, and I think we're going to see more of this kind of like beating of the war drum, more posturing.
Brown men have legit swag. Yes. They've been having legitimate swag.
More grandiose narratives, the more the reality is.
This interview sucks. Riz doesn't say Pakistan Zindabad even once. That's crazy. Pakistan Zindabad has become basically my Am Israel high chant in the morning. I wake up, in my mind, I'm thinking Islamabad is the table. Pakistan is at the table. And I say to myself, Pakistan Zindabad. And then I move on with my day. It gives me the energy necessary. My life for Pakistan. Okay. Okay, communist Wyomingite. Remember when you apologized for being crazy literally 2 days ago? That was, or maybe it might have even been last night, actually. Look. No, it was 4 days ago. Last time you were gaming, I was being insufferable and a psychotic chanter, and I wanted to say I'm sorry, and I've grown. I want to see that growth. Okay? I want to experience the growth. I want to see the growth. I want you to hold yourself to account. I believe in you. Okay? It seems like some tensions are bubbling up inside of you once again, because you feel like maybe it's your favorite state that you're from is under attack. It's not under attack. Okay, you got me again. I'm sorry, I'm being insane again. It's fine. It's a beautiful state. One day I will visit and I will see it with my own 2 eyes. Okay. I understand being sensitive and being a little crazy. If you are literally the only communist in Wyoming, yeah, it probably feels lonely at times. Okay. Turkey is not and will never again be the table. Get used to it, buddy. Don't even bring this up, bro. Turkey is not only no longer the table, Turkey is about to get fucking invaded by Israel, okay? It's the opposite of being the table or at the table. Turkey is close to being Israel's next target, or rather, Turkey is close to being 3 minutes away from developing nuclear arms, if you will. Yeah, Turkey's no longer at the table. Turkey's being served as a whole ass meal, okay? Come to Little Majaristan, Cleveland, Ohio. All right. Anyway, we'll do all of this. We'll get to it. Rooted out. Fetterman says key issue should be 100% bipartisan.
For Medicare and Medicaid services, Dr. Oz is putting governors on the clock to clean up the fraud in their states.
Governors, I'm calling on you to act now. Fraudsters and other bad actors are draining Medicaid funds. Within 10
He means Armenians. He means Armenians. I'm not even kidding. He literally is like, yeah, they're doing Armenian style schemes. Okay. I went to Glendale. I saw with my own 2 eyes. They're doing Medicare fraud Armenian style. We must put an end to it. Okay. If you got an Armenian in your neighborhood, ask them about what kind of medical fraud they're engaging in.
The American people need to know, will you move forward with making sure that providers are revalidated and can be trusted with the care of our most vulnerable citizens? And in 30 days, they need to know what's your timeline and what's your scope.
So will governors step up and protect Medicaid in their states? Let's bring in Senator John Fetterman.
Why are you asking John Fetterman that? What the fuck does John Fetterman know about anything? He doesn't have the talking points downloaded for this. Oh my God, they let him out of his cave, dude. They let the ogre out. He's no longer in the prison that he was in. This is I assume his Senate office. Wow. Big boy's in DC. He's no longer in the bunker.
And Senator Fetterman, always great to see you. I know Dr. Oz was your former opponent. You beat him. You were the senator from Pennsylvania. But I'm wondering what you think of his effort and the government's effort to clean up fraud in these states.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think it's a good thing overall. Absolutely. I mean, rooting out all the fraud, that should be absolutely bipartisan. I don't care if it's in a red state, blue state, wherever that is, root it out. I mean, that's all American taxpayer money. And the more money that you can root out in fraud, that means you can provide more resources for the vulnerable Americans that really actually use that service right now. Absolutely. That should be 100% kind of support thing, regardless of the party.
Absolutely. Another thing that is befuddling me, really, is I was reading this Punchbowl article, and it's about Democrats, some congressional, many of whom probably would love to be a senator rather than a congressman, coming around and not saying whether they will support you in your bid for re-election, potentially.
Why? Why is, first of all, number one, why is Fox News talking about the re-election of a Democratic senator? Interesting. Number two, I will give him credit. He actually said full sentences there. Okay. That was a big day for him. This is a big day for him. He's doing great. He's doing great. He's able to belt out full sentences. So congratulations. There was at least one full sentence in there. Yeah, they put him on the Biden drugs. That's what happened. They put him on the baby spinal fluid. Get yourself out of office, then ogre, stenchy, farting fraudster. Ew. Yeah, there is 0% chance, maybe Chuck Schumer, but aside from that, I don't see many Democrats rushing to endorse John Fetterman's reelection. He is genuinely brain dead. I mean, he is the clearest example of conservatism born out of your mental faculties diminishing. Like, he got hit with a stroke, he stroked out, and he became conservative. And it happened in real time. It happened in front of people's, in front of people's eyes. Like, people saw it. We observed it. Like, he is the first case of political CTE, conservative trauma. As soon as his mental faculties diminished, he became conservative. He became more reactionary. What more do you want to see?
In 2028. But I saw this Pew poll, and it was in a great article written about you by Celine Zito in the Washington Post. And this Pew poll said that 67% of Republicans, 72% of Democrats said that their parties should be accepting of members who agree with the other side on some issues. So I'm wondering if you see a disconnect between maybe Democrat elected officials and what Democrat voters are actually saying, you as a maverick who really just calls the shots as you see them.
Well, I mean, for example, I'm going to follow what I think is the moral clarity, or that's the right side of history. Upcoming week, there's going to be about 60 days for epic fury. I'll remain to be the only Democrat to fully support this. Now, I know that it's very, very toxic as a Democrat to support that, because that's also married to Trump. That's a double stack of very difficult as a Democrat to support it. I've seen the polls. It's about 4% of Democrats support that, but I'm proud to support what's the right thing, and that's where I'm going to remain. I'm going to tell my constituents in Pennsylvania that, hey, I am a Democrat, but I think that doesn't mean that the other side is always wrong, or that they're terrible people, or they're trying to destroy our democracy, because they're your neighbors, they're your friends, they're your family members as well too. So that's where I'm at. I would rather be truthful and be on the right side, especially something like Iran and Israel. That's much, much more important than my career and my standing with my colleagues in the House, definitely.
Senator, when I look at your voting record, you and I are very much opposites. I mean, I'm pro.
Are you guys? Why would you be opposites? What is the last progressive legislation John Fetterman has voted on? And I mean that seriously. Maybe there's some stuff that is just like some stuff that he's doing that I'm not seeing. But like, what are you talking about? He has been unbelievably conservative. He's been so conservative that he's more conservative than the average Republican senator, especially in the way that he communicates on the issue of Israel and Iran. I'm not even joking when I say this. Republican senators are at times more restrained than John fucking Fetterman is. He is literally out meeting Lindsey Graham. Okay? There are very few Republicans that speak this much about being openly and flagrantly Israel first. The last progressive legislation was allowing to buy hot rotisserie chicken with food stamps. Yeah, I mean, there's not a lot of progressive legislation anyway, but like I'm just saying, there's like messaging bills and stuff. He votes against them. So he's switching parties after the midterms 100%. Dem Senate math is cooked. No, he's going to get, he needs to get primaried out. He is unironically 44 to 47 when it comes to the most conservative Senate members. Oh my God. Wait, shut the fuck up. Oh my God. I guess he was a sponsor of Raise the Wage Act, so that's cool. Is that it? Is that the only thing? He's not sponsoring Medicare for all, no college for all, no block the bombs, discharge war powers resolution, DHS, including ICE appropriations, yes. Oh my God, he's literally, wait. What the fuck? By the way, wonderful that Maggie Hasan is here as well. Bro misclicked. Maggie Hasan is number 46 on this list, which also is very cool. Bro isn't a progressive. He's just P. I mean, he's not a progressive. The world's his oyster. What's next for Fetterman? Is he going to flee to Israel and live in a forest cave and terrorize the Smurfs? Senator John Fetterman receives no support for re-election from Pennsylvania House Democrats. Yeah, he's probably going to move to Israel, I guess. What else can he do? He doesn't love this country. He genuinely, I don't think he even loves Israel. I think he's just being kept alive by the latest Israeli tech to be a reliable vote in support of Israel, or maybe even being kept alive by the latest Republican tech in general. But it's over.
Pro-life conservative, you vote like a Democrat. I mean, all the way down. I was looking this week.
Okay, people are saying he's going to be a podcaster. He's going to be on Fox News. Buddy, if you think anyone will give a single solitary shit about what this fucking ogre has to say after he's out of Senate, after he's no longer a Democrat, you're out of your mind. Okay, this is the Joe Manchin conundrum. I kept repeatedly explaining to people over and over again back in the day. Joe Manchin was only relevant and only was able to get tremendous amounts of fundraising dollars because he was a Democratic spoiler. If he was the regular Republican vote from the state of West Virginia, no one would give a shit about him. Okay? No one would care about Joe Manchin, and no one would care about John Fetterman if he was unremarkable, if he was just a regular unremarkable Republican senator from the state of Pennsylvania. So it's the same principle. He's only relevant because he is a Democratic spoiler. Okay? And it's really funny when people talk about how, maybe one day he could become a podcaster or a Fox News host or whatever. He can't, because he can't talk. He can't fucking talk. So how is he supposed to do this for a living? He can't lobby. Everybody hates him. Again, he can barely communicate. The only reason why they keep putting this ogre man baby on television is because he's a Democrat who keeps talking like Lindsey Graham. That's it.
And then I look at people like Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, who he used to support closing the border. He used to support Republican nominees on the other side of the aisle. I know it's changed. Partisan politics has changed that on both sides. But it seems to me that you...
Do you see Ilhan Omar shut down her whiner because she's guilty of fraud? What? Guilty of fraud? Ilhan Omar does not have a winery. I assume that's Ilhan Omar's husband. She's being investigated, Also, let Ilhan Omar do fraud. Okay? That's my take. Put that shit on Fox News if you want. She's allowed. As a treat, Ilhan Omar is allowed to do fraud now. Okay? That's it. That's the socialist fatwa that I have delivered as the woke Ayatollah, the woke Ayatollah, the woke Marxism Ayatollah. I'm saying, let Ilhan Omar do fraud, okay? Give her a Gundam, let her do some fraud. She should at least be allowed to beat the shit out of someone who is not even allowed to fight back once a year, okay? Those are my allowances for Ilhan Omar. The most galling thing is that Connor Lamb ran with Joe Manchin and Fetterman spent the primary pretending he'd be the bane of the right wing. I know. But this is a unique case. Everybody knows this is a unique case. This is not even a replicable thing unless there is literally a CIA stroke gun that makes you more conservative, right?
You are the same kind of Democrat that existed 10 years ago, but the party has taken a different direction. Maybe you could say the same of the Republican Party. I don't know. But do you feel you have remained in this line and maybe Schumer and others have gone in a different direction?
Well, what I'm saying is that the Democratic Party is definitely changing. Well, when I was asked what's the leader in the party, I said, yeah, that's easy. That's the TDS. You know, absolutely. You know, our beliefs are going the exact opposite of what Trump really supports for this things. And now, for example, like the Democrats love the New York Times, and now the New York Times love Hasan Piker, and Hasan Piker loves Hamas. I mean, you know, they just platform him all the time. And now they're celebrating, you know, shoplifting, and even here saying, well, maybe they have a point to gun innocent COOs down in cold blood. So that's kinds of the parts of bizarre mutation and beliefs within my party. You know, Israel, now that's very, very punishing as a Democrat to stand with Israel now. I'm never going to betray Israel.
Damn, dude. Is still on his mind? Yeah, it's not. Nothing is on his mind. His mind is nothing. There's nothing in there. These are just talking points.
80% of Democrats view
These are just talking points that they give him every day when they're like, all right, John, time to go on Fox News again. Time to go on Fox News. It's your daily Fox News time. He has to be getting mind tortured. No, I think in many respects, he might be at peace a little bit, because I feel like he was way more depressed back in the day, probably. Like he wanted to kill himself. But maybe as his mental faculties have deteriorated, I assume that he no longer has even like the self-awareness. So he doesn't want to kill himself any longer because he has no thoughts, right? Because in some respects, I'm saying he might be too stupid. Genuinely. Ignorance is bliss, and I think that's where he's at this point. He went from Hasan Piker to Israel. He's getting talking points. He's a one-issue politician. Yeah. Hell no. Once he had the stroke, AIPAC stuck his brain with a USB stick.
Israel in a negative light. So
no, he still wants to kill himself according to his staff. I don't know about that, man. I can't believe the New York Crimes platforms you. I know. I can't believe the New York Times is pro-Hamas now. It's crazy. The New York Times, okay? Maggie Habababa wrote a report that said Benjamin Netanyahu is controlling Trump, and that's a good thing. Why is the New York Times saying that bad? Benjamin Netanyahu control me, and I love it. He is such a good lover. He is selfless. He even gave me extra dog treat after this communication on Fox. He gave me extra dog treat today, and he gave me my favorite chew toy that I can play with afterwards, because he said I keep ripping apart the plushy ones, so I want the Kong one, and he gave me the Kong chew toy today. Thank you, Fox News, and thank you, Benjamin Netanyahu.
Oh, you know, for me, the problem isn't with me. I think the problem is with me that part of the party's just turning their back on the moral clarities.
You know, when I look back in your big 2022 victory, I was looking at some of the numbers. I mean, you absolutely smoked through the primary. I believe you won by 30%. It was an enormous victory. Then you move forward to the...
Yeah, I don't think that's happening again, big dog. Summer Lee for Senate. Abdul's been saying it. I'm saying it too. Summer Lee for Senate.
General, you win that. Democrats have this big pickup in Pennsylvania. They haven't had much success in the Senate after your election from 2022 on. But as we approach the midterms, has anyone come to you, the DNC, anyone saying, like, how do we fix this? How do we recreate what you've done? Or is TDS just that controlling of an ideology?
TDS.
All I know is
Okay. First of all, can I just say something? Like, I know I've been talking about Hassan derangement syndrome a lot lately, and people will be like, wow, that's just like Trump. It's like a derangement has to imply that you are insanely hyper fixated in a way that is inconsistent with the severity of the situation. You can't say TDS when the motherfucker is the president, okay? Like, being deranged about the president or hyperfixating on the things that the president does is not a derangement. It's just politics, okay? it's so insane. Oh, wow. What are we doing again? I guess the Democrats are criticizing the Republican president again. Like, that's not a derangement. That's just normal politics. What is a derangement, on the other hand, is doing 8 news stories a day about a fucking Twitch streamer as Donald Trump is waging war against Iran at the behest of Israel and nuking the global energy markets. That's a derangement. It's happening right now. You got a fucking ogre that only cares about Israel, who can't even fucking talk on your news broadcast, talking about a motherfucking Twitch streamer. That is the real derangement. You can't just say, oh, wow, the Democrats are obsessed with my president. First of all, John Fetterman being the Democrat himself here. Yeah, this is a derangement, okay? This is a derangement. This is the actual derangement. What is this, true and real?
Today's top story. Hasan Piker. Hasan Piker is the worst kind of racist. Anti-white. Hasan Piker makes me uncomfortable about my sexuality. Hasan Piker is Chinese? Mao Zedong. Armenian genocide. He's anti he's sexist, which is like, I think, which is bad now. He paints his nails. What's that, like fucking gay? A little Chinese for him, Hasan. It's me, Fox News, and I really sincerely care about the direction of, I'm so sincere in my care for, I would never call Democrats bad if not for Hasan. Hasan Piker kind of sounds like Osama bin Laden, if you like. Hasana bin Laden. Hasan Peter Parker, Spider-Man. Today's top story.
I mean, I wish this was a joke. It's not. I wish this was a fucking joke. I never thought that like whole ass adults would behave in the same way as like internet drama slop tubers who are right-wing in their politics, but at least have the decency not to reveal that. So they'll just do like drama slop and it's a, algorithm backed. It's crazy. Jay Caspian Kang says, if an alien came down to Earth and you explained football and politics to them and then showed them this site, they would assume Diana Rossini was the quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys and Hasan Piker was the president of the United States. At some point, the media has to get a little bit less self-obsessed. Everything can't be a media narrative when media is dying, There's a world out there. I know. They banned politics from LSF, so they had to outsource the mainstream news. It's just, it doesn't even work. So I don't even know why they're fucking doing it. Like, there is no real goal here, unless you're trying to get me killed, at which point, I guess that's it. I guess that's the only goal that I can identify here with what all of these articles are supposed to do. Because, like, this kind of drama isn't necessarily a bad thing. There's a lot of negative polarization that has already taken place with mainstream outlets in general. So it's not going to work as far as like getting people to be like, wow, I really fucking hate this guy who says billionaires are responsible for the issues that we're experiencing. Instead of what? Oh, wow, I really hate this guy who said Israel is evil. I certainly didn't think that way. Or better yet, I did think that way. I used to think that way. But now that you said this guy is bad for thinking that way, I no longer think that way. I think Israel's good now. It should get all of our tax dollars, as a matter of fact. You're being Corbyned. I know, but it doesn't work because Corbynism, like the Corbynization only works if the environment has like positive opinions about Israel in general, associates any kind of criticism of Israel with anti-Semitism. Corbynism only works in 2016, 2017, 2018, maybe even in 2022. Corbynism doesn't, you can't Corbynify someone. You can't Corbynize someone in 2026. It doesn't fucking work that way. It literally only ends up boosting their fucking profile. Also, here's the other part of the story. I'm not running for office. I'm not running for office. I'm a fucking Twitch streamer. Oh my God. It's unbelievable. These motherfuckers are making it seem like I'm not only running for office, I'm already the president of the Democratic Party, okay? There's a shadow presidency here, and it's me. I'm running the show. I'm running the Democratic Party. I'm the real president of the country. The shadow president. You were my write-in? Okay, I got one vote, dude. I got one write-in vote. One. That's it. 80 million more to go.
It can be just one voice and be a voice of reason and standing with the things that all Democrats should, like secure a border, deport all the criminals, stand with Israel, critical ally. And now remind everybody, every single Democrat has said, Iran can never have a nuclear bomb. Here we are now, we're at the cusp. Why are we able to just walk away from that? A lot of Democrats, that could be a win for Netanyahu or Trump. So I'm proud to be on the right side. And now I know that's very, very, very toxic as a Democrat to do that. That shouldn't have been toxic for a Democrat. In fact, that used to be a lot of things that our Democrats happen to believe.
Yeah, I think you have a key attribute in politics that is hard to find. It's authenticity. I encourage everyone to read that piece by Selena Zito. I enjoyed reading about how you enjoy a hot dog, your big glass of water, your cucumbers, and I even saw in Braddock someone has a flag that says Fetterman for president. So I look forward to following your career, Senator Fetterman.
Be sure to like it.
Oh my God. Oh, here we fucking go. All right. The world's, the greatest name in late night comedy, okay? The best name in late night comedy, Greg Buttfelt. Okay? Apparently, in this one, the Buttster, the Buttmeister himself, actually talks about potentially coming to my house and testing out my locks, he says, which is incredible.
Stupid, pampered douchebags defend looting.
Would you steal from Whole Foods?
You want to go first?
Yes, and I have under very specific circumstances. I think that
I feel so bad for Gia, bro, because she just got caught in the fucking crossfire. No one, and I mean no one, experiences this level of scrutiny, this level of heightened scrutiny. When I say that, I mean it sincerely. I know in this community, we catch this stuff all the time. So you're you are aware of how insane people get. But the average person, even if they have a profile, even if they have because Gia is a writer, right? So she has somewhat of a profile in mainstream media. She's gotten mainstream attention before. She has never received this level of hatred. She has never received this level of hatred before, just by virtue of sitting across from me on a New York Times podcast. I feel so fucking bad.
Stealing from a big box store. I'll just state my platform.
Mm-hmm.
It's neither very significant as a moral wrong, nor is it significant in any way as protest or direct action. But I did steal from Whole Foods on several occasions.
I'm pro stealing from big corporations because, they steal quite a bit more from their own workers.
But what about the argument that if everyone just starts stealing wantonly from these self-checkout machines, Whole Foods will eventually raise the prices?
Yeah, chaos, full chaos. Let's go.
Yeah, that's a great answer. Great answer. Corporations don't have locks on their doors. I bet those people do. And I would like to check on that and see if they do dig in. What do you make of this micro looting from these flippant, trust fund babies? I think all of them there are well off.
I want to talk about the
twit chick.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yo, that shit is fire, bro. Yo, I love laughter. I love comedy.
showing up at her Brooklyn townhouse with my Sawzall, and I'm cutting a portal right in her front door.
It is true that I challenged Hasan to a debate years ago. I did it publicly on my podcast. This is verifiable. Yeah, I didn't see it, Dave. The fuck? I don't remember this at all. It is also true that Hasan much more recently sent me a message giving me props and I didn't respond. There's zero contradiction here. Now stop stealing. I'm so confused. This motherfucker's like doing drama with me and I don't even have any beef with him. It's so strange. Dave Smith lying on Hasan. Comic Dave Smith says he challenged Hasan the Hun to a debate a few times and Hasan just ended up running. Hasan claims that not to be true, citing a DM he sent Dave Smith giving him props and Dave never responded to it. He's like, it's weird because like, I guess he's shadowboxing me, but also it's not even a fight. Like, I want to have a tickle party and this motherfucker shadowboxing me instead. And I didn't even know he was shadowboxing me. So why is he coming out like this? It's very strange. Very strange behavior. Bro has been talking to someone completely random, pretending to be you. Yeah, maybe he's talking to one of those like bots who was like, Dave Smith, do you want to see my titties? Dave Smith, I'm Hasan Piker. Please click on crypto wallet and I will do debate with you. I'm Hasan Piker. Do you want to see my titties? Please click on crypto wallet link. Ooh, I'm horny for debate, Dave Smith. He saw your actual DM though, so he had a chance to challenge you by responding to your DM and he did it. Yeah, I'm so confused by all of this. You know you can respond to me via DM, right? I don't know what this one-sided shadow boxing thing you're doing is. We can talk about whatever you want to talk about, man. Good faith question. I'm not in the podcast sphere, but I'm a fan of yours. Is it fair to say you challenged him to debate publicly on your podcast, but he wasn't interested? Is it possible he wasn't aware of the challenge? Great shows this week. See you in Louisville soon. Yes, that's all possible, and thank you. So you said on your podcast to debate you, he responds and you run. Am I getting this wrong? You sure are. No, I didn't know that he was challenging me to a debate. What the fuck is going on here? Why are his fans like twisting themselves into a goddamn pretzel to be like, Dave, we really like you, but this sounds kind of strange. Why are you openly admitting that he DM'd you and you never respond? If you wanted to debate him, why don't you fucking debate him then? Yeah, I'm sorry. I wasn't watching the latest fucking Dave Smith podcast, you know? I don't watch the Dave Smith podcast. I have seen Dave Smith appearances. Mostly around the issue of Israel, which I gave him props for, ironically enough. He's trying to get up off a crumb of your clout in the current media scrum. I know, but it's so dumb to do that in this way. I know he has to like position himself as this like independent thinker on the right. And obviously if you're anywhere ostensibly on the right, you have to say Hasan sucks. I get that. But you could just as easily be like, I'm a free thinker. Okay. I'm a free thinker. And as a free thinker, I will have a normal conversation with Hasan or something. I don't know. Bro, respond to why you haven't replied to the challenge to you. I did outside my house in the rainstorm last night. Bro, respond to why you haven't replied. to challenge, replied to my challenge to you I did outside of my own house in the rainstorm last night. I know I yelled loud enough for you to hear me over the wind. Why are you so scared? Yeah. Respond to me. I issued a challenge to you in my living room yesterday. I know you might not have heard it. I am 4,000 miles away from you right now, and I was speaking to a group of friends, and I said I would destroy this guy in the marketplace of ideas, and you didn't fucking reply. You must be a pussy. I don't know why he's still going on with this. Like, I don't know what the fuck this is about. Like, I don't remember. I don't remember this at all. Yes, you do. Okay. I don't recall. Like, I do not recall this at all. But also, why would he just not respond to my DM then? To be like, hey, let's have a fucking debate about some of our disagreements or something. You know what I mean? It just like doesn't make any sense. The problem with a lot of these people is they know a lot of the manufactured outrage around me when I don't know anything about their worldview at all. So they could just like totally get away in a conversation that we have. They could just totally get away by lying, right? They could just make it seem like they don't believe certain things, or they can make it seem like they've never actually took on certain positions. So they already have that tremendous advantage. Anyone I talk to, they have a laundry list of things that they can pull, that they can lean into to not have a productive conversation, but instead one that is like shit smearing, right? They can just be like, you did this, you did this, you did this. And then it's all, it's just me turning around and being like, that's not true. This is what happened instead. Right? So they already have this massive advantage. Why not accept this debate challenge now? What do you mean? I'm saying we can do it. What? Hello? Ball's in his court, buddy. What the fuck are you talking about? I just said, you know, we can talk about whatever you want to talk about. Check Hoscord Comrade Board stat. What happened? What is going on? Oh, here we go. What is it? Where the fuck is Comrade Board? I don't even know where it is. Oh. You're fucking such a liar, dude. Get the fuck out of here. Did he DM HasanAbi Productions? Is that what it is? No, he's lying, right? He's lying. There's no shot. Because HasanAbi Productions would have fucking informed us. He is 100%. He's 100% trying to fucking farm. He is trying to farm Comrade Board points. He's trying to farm smugs. I don't even know if people do smugs anymore. It doesn't seem like it. Yeah, he's trying to farm kick W's and sobs on the Comrade Board. And you guys are giving it to him. You guys are giving it to him. Don't give him what he wants.
And I'm going in because I did look up who she's married to. And I'm going to go in and I'm just going to take some of her children's juice boxes every now and then. And I will.
Dude, what's wrong with these people? Bro, Republicans are so strange. Like, you'll be like, hey, the real problem is the systematic looting that takes place against the working class in this country. So I don't give a shit if like a poor person is stealing a loaf of bread from Whole Foods. Who gives a fuck, right? And they go, oh, yeah? Well, I'm going to rape and kill you. I'm going to come to your house with a gun, and I'm going to murder you. I'm going to steal your shit. I'm going to fucking kill you dead with a gun. I'm going to shoot you in front of your family. I'm going to horrify everybody. It's like, what are you saying? What are you saying? This is not how normal conversations take place. This is not like owning someone in the fucking marketplace of ideas. Why are you so fucking deranged? Why? Why are you so deranged, dude? She literally said, I'm going to steal your children's juice boxes, bro. Are you fucking all right? Is your brain okay? What the fuck's going on? Yeah, moral panic about people with zero societal power shoplifting at Whole Foods while billionaires and corporations raise human civilization into the ground amid U.S.-funded genocide. Like, are you not embarrassed? No. I don't give a fuck about shoplifting because it doesn't harm anyone. Wealth hoarding and the commodification of basic human needs harms unsaid numbers of people and is actively violent, but is seen as acceptable behavior because punching down is the system at work while punching up is a crime, which is ironically the point I was making as well. What a fucking crazy world we live in. What's worse is that there are a lot of people, I think, that have that conservative demon in their minds, right? There's a lot of wonderful people in general, all around the world, people that you know, people that you might even love, who hear this and go, you know what, that's a fine point. There is this attitude that some Americans have, I call it peasant mentality, right? Where they're like, oh no, I will defend the systems unconditionally. I'm its most loyal servant. I'm its most loyal vanguard. I am the vanguard that will defend the billionaires and the millionaires and the big corporations, even when they steal from me, even when they fuck me over, even when they poison my water supply. I don't give a shit. I'll defend it. And it doesn't make sense. I don't understand it, dude. Just like think. When someone tries to explain to you that like the reason why you feel the economic struggle on a day-to-day basis is because this system is designed this way. The system is designed in a way where it fucks you over. And it also it's also designed in a way where you never think about it. The moment of thinking about it shouldn't be met with immediate resistance to be like, no! How dare you say this system is designed in a way that fucks me over? I think it's the immigrants. Excuse me. I think it is the immigrants, actually. It's not the billionaires and the mega corporations. They would never harm me. They're good.
Show back up with my reciprocating saw just after you've had your door fixed. Because that's what they're talking about.
Yeah.
And people who work in retail or who have to work jobs when they're teenagers actually understand the downside of theft, because if you work in a store that has too much shrink, your store gets closed.
Yes.
If it's a chain, and people lose their job.
And they're always in like neighborhoods that actually needed the drugstores.
Right.
Those are the ones that close. Those don't know that. Excuse my language. Kennedy. I want to point to another elitist lefty douche. He's the lead singer of the Strokes, Julian Casablancas. Remember, his dad was like,
king of late night comedy, baby. He's real mad. Julian Casablancas. I hate that guy. Why? Because he said American Zionists are constantly portraying themselves as fucking victims while they're actively trying to defend a genocide when the real victims are the Palestinians. Okay? American Zionists present themselves as victims, and not only just victims, but also they present themselves as victims akin to black people living under slavery, while their ultimate goal is to defend the state of Israel when the real victims are the Palestinians. That's what he said. It was incredible.
John Casablancas.
Yes. Wasn't he charged with like rape and stuff? He was a really bad perv anyway. We won't talk about.
You're Greg Butfeld. What are you talking about? You've dedicated First of all, I have no idea what the fuck happened with Julian Casablancas, whatever. You're Greg Buttfeld. You're Mr. Me Too is fake. What are you talking about? The president that you defend is a rapist. The guy who threatened you got banned. Now he's definitely going to try and kill me. I mean, even the fact that he goes rape and stuff, the fact that he says rape and stuff undermines the argument that he's trying to even fucking present.
About that, but they were all socialites. Now they're socialists and anti-Semites.
King of late night, Greg Buttfeld, Omega woke. When did this happen? Dude. Oh, Julian's dad is French Epstein? Yeah, I'm not doing sins of the father here. Trump was friends with John Casablancas and they ran modeling agencies together. Casablancas was friends with Donald Trump and elite model management, represented his daughter Ivanka when she became a fashion model at the age of... Oh my God. Wait. Are you telling me that they're shitting on another Epstein affiliate who happens to be his father? They're shitting on an Epstein affiliate while defending the Epstein affiliate that's the president? Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? They're doing the San Francisco Chronicle article. They're literally doing the thing that the San Francisco Chronicle did. Where they were like, oh, you speak out about Israel? Well, guess what? You might have been a victim of Jeffrey Epstein at a certain point. Ha ha! How dare you? Here's some accountability. Here's some accountability, Julian. What the fuck? None of this makes sense. Julian is estranged from his father since he was 8. Okay, but here's the thing. That still doesn't make sense. Because if in your moral system, you're saying Epstein is bad and all of his affiliates are demonic, which I agree with. That's what I believe, okay? You can't defend the fucking president who's the main Epstein affiliate, okay? I believe that, Greg. You don't. What are you talking about? And it obviously doesn't make sense when you're talking about a dude who was like fucking 8 years old. Tariq. 87 months. Holy moly. Eyvallah, Tariq.
What is another take? Give me another one. These are really good.
You want the most controversial one? American Zionists get the benefits of, white privileged people, but talk like they are black people during slavery.
100% agree. I've never seen something so shocking where they're like, I'm so
oppressed.
I'm an oppressed person. I'm like, you are going to a wedding in Tel Aviv right now when there are 80,000 dead people and more, 80,000 plus dead people, including women and children, half a mile away.
Kennedy. So, the Jews aren't really targeted by Hamas or anything because they're
the
just
far
white.
right, the far left.
Yeah.
Oh, pretty much everyone
Yeah.
who's not a rational person, kind of.
Why? Okay, let me ask you. So you see that other dude, I can't remember, Hasan, whatever his face is, and then you got this guy. It's like, what is behind? They live they live completely differently than the way they speak. They don't want chaos.
No, absolutely not. And
no, we don't. We don't want chaos. No, I don't want chaos. I'm saying chaos is already here. Okay, chaos is not happening in your neighborhood, Greg Buttfeld. Okay, but chaos is happening to many Americans. Many Americans, many ordinary Americans in their lives is filled with chaos. Chaos born out of living under the system that is deliberately designed to fuck them over. Chaos exists for them in a permanent basis, and that's precisely the reason why sometimes people flip in that chaos and do decentralized acts of violence, which I don't think is productive or good. That's it. That's the argument that I'm making. I'm saying chaos is already happening. It's just not happening to you. So you literally don't see it, or you're tasked with refusing to see it. You're tasked, you get paid to make it seem like all this chaos that's happening to the poor people is happening on their own volition because of their own moral failing.
Casablancas, he's the lead singer of The Strokes. His band has sucked for a long time. They had a pretty good record in 2020, but you know, everything like the 10 years before, and I'm sure the 10 years after, will be pretty much garbage because he is a Nepo baby who has lost the muse.
Yeah.
And now he's trying to find relevance by going to the most extreme progressive talking points that, you know, he probably cribs from Hasan Piker, who was the guy in the first video that you showed. And the people they're trying to appeal to, like the radicals, they're already there, and they are one hot take away from completely turning their backs on these people.
Yeah.
Because like the audience that they're going for is incredibly fickle. But also, you know, back to the point about shoplifting. So they interviewed a bunch of people who were on food stamps, you know, who do occasionally go to Whole Foods and take advantage of the sales and, you know, trying to find healthy food. And they're like, if we tried to do that, one woman's like, I'm a black single mom, I would get arrested.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, no shit. And my point was that shouldn't happen. Okay. My point is, and I mentioned this, but I don't think it made it into the final cut. One of the more egregious aspects of this also is the fact, and I don't know, maybe it was in the video. It's obviously not clipped though. Was one of the more egregious parts about this process is that in the United States of America, you literally have to throw the food out at the end of the day, like bakeries, pastries, baked goods, things that are perishable, they get thrown out instead of being delivered to the people that desperately need it. In other countries, like France, for example, this is illegal. Okay? It's illegal not to utilize the food at the end of the day. And the only reason for why that exists is because we have to keep food prices stable. It's for profit. Okay? It's yet another glaringly obvious example of American corporations running the system and putting profits over the interests of people. No, it's not fucking liability reasons. That's bullshit. That is a bullshit. That is a bullshit ass reason that corporations have designed the system claim is the reason why they can't give the food out. No, it's to keep prices stable. Because if people know that you can just get free food at the end of the, if you get free food at the end of the day, it's definitely liability reasons. I was on a suit for that a few years ago. Not the only reason. Brother. One, you can literally make it illegal, or you can volunteer. You can revoke your liability. Okay, you can volunteer away your liability if you want to get this fucking food. But once again, is there no liability in France? Why the fuck do they already have this in the law in a place like France, for example, where at the end of the day, your perishable goods are distributed? I'm telling you right now, the whole liability law is designed so they have a good reason to throw the food out instead of giving it away. Not exactly right about France. Someone recently got a sentence to pay a fee because they pick up food from dumpsters and distribute them back to the poor. It's an ongoing evolution, but sure, better than the U.S., absolutely. That liability law exists so you can point to it to have plausible deniability as a corporation. Okay? Yeah. Bill Emerson Good Samaritan Act of 1996. We have protections as well, but companies still throw away the food.
You're telling me to go into Whole Foods and steal? And, you know, to Dagan's point, the Fancy Pants lives in a $2.5 million brownstone in Brooklyn. Like, they are rich people who are completely out of touch. And what this guy is saying is also so out of touch because you're talking about a group of people who are subjected to a genocide.
Yeah.
Who, in this day and age, in this city, are subjected to talk of genocide constantly. Like, they're worried about genocide. They don't have to compare themselves to anyone.
Yeah.
They have their own unique problems that these guys very convenient.
Are you saying that those who are pro-Israel in the United States of America, I think she's trying to say like Jews, right? She's doing a substitute for American Zionists as like American Jews, right? She just like jumped over that point immediately. But the initial claim being made is those living in the United States of America that are pro-Israel, that are Zionists in the United States of America, it doesn't matter if they're Jews or Christian or even Muslim, right? Like, it doesn't matter what their background is, are presenting themselves as though they are the main victims here because people dunk on them and yell at them for being pro-Israel as Israel's continuing to do a genocide. She's saying the real problem here is that, you know, I'll entertain her argument. I think she's trying to say American Jews are constantly a threat of genocide. Okay? That's an insane argument to make. I'm sorry. That's an insane argument to make. Okay? Even if that is the argument that you're trying to present here, that's a psychotic argument to make. It's fucking delusional. Why are we taking this seriously? Okay? That is just leaning into the hysteria of folks. And guess what? There is real systemic racism that black people face in the current criminal justice system, in the current American design. And if a black person were to come out and say, oh, there's a real genocide happening towards black people, you guys would talk about it endlessly. You would make fun of them. You'd make fun of them endlessly. As a matter of fact, it's probably not that difficult to find Greg Gutfeld doing just that. If I were to search Greg Gutfeld, black victimhood or something like that, I'd probably find a million different clips of Greg talking about how, like, black people, they have the greatest, they're in a profoundly privileged position by simply being here. They should be thankful that, like, white people brought them over here so they can live in the lap of luxury in modernity and Western civilization. All this fucking gross white supremacist bullshit. Meanwhile, you have the audacity to be like, if your argument is American Jews, okay, if that's the argument you're making, you're saying American Jews living in New York, okay, or American Jews living in the United States of America are at any moment, be victim to a genocide, an anti-Jewish genocide? Are you out of your fucking mind? What are we doing? This is literally DEI anti-DEI except for Jewish people. Like, from their perspective, from their framework, they're saying like DEI is all fake, gay, wrong, bullshit, except you unironically have to do this comical version of DEI that Republicans present as the Republican framing of DEI, but like sincerely for American Jews. It's unbelievable.
Just turn their back on and will never acknowledge what Hamas has done to Palestine.
Yeah. You know, Tyrus, when you walk into a Walgreens or a CVS, everything is locked up. You know, that's not chaos. That's just the hyper security you get.
Well, I'm relieved because I thought that was just a Tyrus thing.
Yeah.
Oh my God. This guy's off the juice. Holy shit. He looks like he dropped 100 pounds, bro. What the hell? Tyrus used to be brawling. What the fuck happened?
Here he comes. Quick. I just have one question. Who watches this?
Yeah.
My God, like, for real, like, the whatever the first thing was.
Yeah.
Was the host the big one?
I couldn't tell.
Because you can't host if you are out of breath when you talk.
Yeah.
She didn't get through the sentence. Did y'all not see that? She acted like she was on a Stairmaster that somebody accidentally put on 10 because she was like, "Do you guys ever? And then went in right into Star.
It's awesome. Yeah, Kratos, how dare you? That's not Kratos. Don't ever compare Kratos, the dad of war, to fucking this guy who very famously was like, "Oh, can I squeeze your titties? Can I squeeze your titties, please?" to his co-host.
Starbucks voice, when we steal,
He's the
I don't
chud
think
of
anyone's
war.
watching this, but it's an echo chamber. I don't think no one's like, yo, let's watch the pudgy girl run out of breath while she talks about the dude who thinks he's Matt Walsh and the other chick who can't make up or whatever she did to her face. Is she a clown? What?
The dude who thinks he's Matt Walsh, fucking gross, dude. Oh my God, ew. Ew, you have to be living on a totally separate planet if you think that being compared to Matt Walsh is anything positive.
What the hell happened to her cheeks?
Yeah.
Is that her pregame ritual? I steal. She looks like an angry squirrel.
Yeah, she's.
No, she's Canadian.
Oh, Charlie, Tyrus makes a good point that, like, probably we amplify this more than we probably get more viewers for them.
But I mean, how do you resist? It's so fun. These people are so ridiculous, and it's so fun to make fun of them. I don't think any serious person is listening to any of this crap. And these guys.
Yeah, if you're talking about the Greg Buttfeld show, then yes, no serious person is listening to that except for us. Now we're listening to it.
On the subway, they're just like mugging for TikTok. They've heard something and they want to sound smart. They want to sound dangerous, so they say stupid stuff. You can have all kinds of reasonable conversations about Israel and the war and all that kind of stuff. But this is just, the idea that somehow they're all Israelis are slavers is ridiculous. I also love if that lady, what did you call her? The TikTok lady, the twit gal, the twit chick. If she heard Dagan threatening to come to her, the only thing she would say is, "What's a sawzall?"
I would say that.
All right, thanks. Damn, dude, that's peak comedy, baby. You already know. That's peak comedy. All right, let's get to some serious news. I know we do mostly fuck Hasan coverage around these parts. Obviously, it's the most important, most consequential news story of all time. We're gonna get to situation monitoring. We're gonna get to Iran. Honestly, also Jeet here had this final take. Honestly, if you want to marginalize Piker, the smart play would be to ignore him. We're in such a fractured media environment that he'd remain prominent in his niche, but not have wider visibility. But the reactionary centrists and right-wing liberals can't help themselves. They have an itch, and that they need to keep scratching that itch, so they're elevating Piker by denunciation. It's a strange dynamic. Yeah. I have consistently said over and over again that I don't have this level of emotion that you guys are issuing to me. I don't know why you perceive me as such a major threat, but I'll take it. But they're Streisanding me into oblivion currently. Are you seeing your numbers up since these attacks? Not necessarily. I think, to a certain degree, it has gone up for sure. But I don't really care about my numbers going up regardless. What I do care about is the direction that American politics is heading, right? And there is definitely a little bit of room for excitement there. We have, for the first time ever, a positive trajectory, a positive outlook. You have guys like Abdullah Sayed, Chris Robb, Cori Bush, people that I'm going to be leaning into that have more representative politics, that have a real likelihood of winning their elections, changing the American Democratic Party for the first time into a party that is more responsive to class first politics, more responsive to the politics that revolves around the majority, the real majority, the American working class. So that is, oh no, Clay Thompson, oh no. Megan Thee Stallion said, cheating had me around your whole family playing house, got Kofi holding you down through all your horrible mood swings and treatment towards me during your basketball season. Now you don't know if you can be monogamous. Bitch, I need a real break after this one. Bye, y'all. Oh my God, that is a generational fumble. Are you fucking serious? Are you fucking serious? Klay Thompson, this was the best thing that has ever happened to you in your damn life, dude. How? How is that possible? That's Megan Thee Stallion. Are you fucking serious? How the fuck? Bro, this is more important. This is more important than this is the one ring you should be paying attention to, not the motherfucking NBA rings, okay? That was the ring. How the fuck do you fumble Megan Thee Stallion, bro? That is crazy. That is crazy. That I don't even know what to say. Words escape me, okay? If this is real, this is one of the worst things I've ever seen anybody do, okay? That's like fumbling Dua Lipa, okay? That's like fumbling Dua Lipa. It's like Megan Thee Stallion is in the anime, has like all of the unique interests. She's dope. She's super successful. It just doesn't make any sense. Trevor Noah nachos. Oh my God, I forgot. Bro had her cooking for his family. Yeah. That's crazy. She twerked on the She-Hulk show on Disney. Okay, that's not that relevant. Ben Sport, he named his boat after her. He named his boat after her. That is the fumble of the century, straight up. That's how you know he doesn't have ultra instinct. He can't lock in. Okay, I'm sorry. Must have gotten carried the entire way. Okay. Take his rings away. Those are Mickey Mouse rings. He was carried. I'll say it. He was carried. Okay? He was. That's the real Mickey Mouse rings. Yeah, without Steph Curry, he's washed. True. Because you had the opportunity to focus on the one ring. The one true ring, Lord of the Rings style, okay? The real ring. And you fucked it up. Imagine telling someone in a vacuum which one of these two cheated on the other. True, literally. I will see Klay Thompson in hell. Meg is so bad, I must respect it. Don't you dare, Hasan, get some clutch threes in the playoffs. Yeah, buddy. Sometimes it's the 1-3 that you do miss that matters the most. Have you thought about that? Have you thought about that? Because obviously, if he was a fucking real W-Mans, if he was a real clutch shooter, he wouldn't have fucking missed on this. This is the real buzzer beater. This is the buzzer beater of life, dude. What the fuck are you talking about? This is the one that he had. Like, the craziest thing is, this was already a lock. Okay? This was already a lock for him, and he fumbled it. That's crazy. Where's your ring, old man? Don't even get me started. Too much of a shooter. He was shooting somewhere else. Yeah, but it's like, bro, you know what this is like? This is like playing ones in your fucking local outdoors court if you're like a professional NBA player, okay? There is no reason to do that. Okay, that's what he was doing. That's what he was doing. It's like being in the fucking playoffs and being like, oh, I gotta go, I gotta go play some one-on-ones on concrete outdoors against dudes who are gonna throw elbows in my face and put their fucking feet under me as I'm taking 3-point shots. Okay, that doesn't make any sense. This is the type of greed they wrote about in the Bible. What are you doing? What are you doing? All right, we're moving on. I'm getting pissed off. They also recently bought a house together. He had a 10, but he wanted 10 plus plus. There's no such thing. There's no such thing. You just, that's in your own imagination. That doesn't exist. It's not a real design. Clay has a history of cheating, and honestly, sometimes you get bored of the same person / sex. I get where Clay is coming from. What the fucking hell are you talking about? What is this fucking mentality? What are you... Bro, be an adult. Be an adult. Be an adult. Be a normal person, please. Be a normal person. I get where Klay Thompson's coming from. Chatter is sitting in his crusty fucking boxers that he hasn't changed out of. I'm joking. I'm kidding, Lamau. Yeah, dude, if I was dating Megan Thee Stallion, I'd probably fuck around too, bro. That's so funny. Yeah, sorry. This is more serious than anything that we've talked about. So no jokes allowed here.
Legalize comedy.
No jokes allowed. No jokes allowed on this one, okay? Dude, that is, everyone's going to make fun of him, right? Like, that's one of those things where everyone's going to be like, what the fuck were you thinking, dumbass? Like, what an insane thing to do. What an unbelievable, spectacular flub. Greatest flub of all time. Megan Thee Stallion was sitting courtside with Clay's mother. Oh my God. Oh.
No.
That's crazy. He went from, oh, you're that basketball player to, oh, you're the guy who cheated on Megan Thee Stallion. Oof. You know Clay's mother is on her side too? Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Klay Thompson's mom is like, I should have whooped your ass. I should have whooped your fucking ass when you were growing up. That is crazy. What are you doing? 5 fa salute for Megan. Bro, here's a solution for you, okay? Just kirk it. Like, what are you doing? Just hit the fucking, just kirk your shit once a night. What are you doing? I know you're like 80 games. You're fucking flying around all the time, okay? Just fucking kirk your shit twice for good measure. What the fuck is wrong with you, man? If you're not going to DM her, I will. Okay, good luck, Comrade Ray. I believe in you. All light skins cheat. That's crazy. That's. Oh man. All right. That's colorism. We don't do that around these parts. Okay. Bruh. That's colorism. Not even once. Okay. Not even once. No, take me off. Nope, too late, baby Jenna. You already said what you said. Stop talking about Klay Thompson, bro, for real. What do you mean? This is beyond sports. Okay? That was reverse colorism. Oh my God. Oh, that's how you know it's over. I knew Klay had that dog in him, says DJ Academics. Ain't no rapper finna turn my boy into a cuck. Ain't nobody bigger than the program. He started cheating day one. Real shit. That is how you know you failed. Okay, this is confirmation. I mean, we already knew, right? We already knew that this was a generational fumble, but I think that confirms it, right? When you have DJ Academics on your side, that's how you know you made the worst decision of all time. He's gonna have all those losers on Twitter riding his meat, bro. Oh God, again, worse. It just gets worse. It just gets worse and worse. This guy cheated on Megan. Yeah, that's how you know you fucked up. You got the ARC cosign. Anyway. You see the guy that Thompson sent a cease and desist to for making Klay Thompson gay edits? What? That's crazy. Maybe that's what did it. He was like, I'm not gay. I'm not gay. I want to have even more sex. I'm having extra sex. I'm not gay. Fuck you. All right. Let's get to it. Speaking of generational fumbles, Donald Trump and the United States of America, who has participated in the generational fumble. So, Donald Trump did the classic thing that you do when you have all the leverage, okay? When you have all the leverage in the world and you decide to be like, I didn't even want to do that. I didn't even want to do this deal. I didn't even want to negotiate. Shut up. The foreign minister of Iran was on a trip to Islamabad, okay? And a lot of people were speculating, oh, does this mean that the talks are back on? But the Iranian government very clearly stated, no, this trip is just for bilateral talks between Iran and Pakistan, right? And Donald Trump has already done this. Donald Trump has already done this. You can't fire me. I quit bullshit like 15 times so far. And he chose to do it again. Since ARAGCHI was going to Islamabad, Donald Trump said, all right, fuck it. We're sending Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff to Islamabad as well because Pakistan is at the table. Pakistan is the table, right? Amidst claiming that we have won and we've destroyed their Navy, we've destroyed their Air Force, we've destroyed Iran, and we're going to destroy it even harder over and over again for like the past 50 plus days at this point. Donald Trump was like, all right, I guess we'll send our envoys. We'll send our envoys to Iran. And then he straight up turned around and said, here's Trump an hour ago, literally saying what he tweeted, law. Yeah. Trump now says he's not sending Witkoff and Kushner to Pakistan after Foreign Minister ARAGCHI leaves. This has happened repeatedly. Trump claims the Iranians are begging for talks. Iran says it is false. The U.S. says Iran is lying, and then it becomes clear Iran meant what it said. And this has happened over and over again. And the media also plays a role in this, for sure. The media also absolutely reports on whatever the fuck Trump is saying as though it's real. No, Trump is right. The U.S. is refusing talks with Iran like I'm refusing to be best friends with LeBron. Yeah, he keeps hitting me up. He's like, Hasan, let's be besties. I'm like, no, I don't want to do that. I don't have time for you right now, LeBron. You should focus on, playing games, right? Winning. You should focus on winning. You got the playoffs. Like, don't worry about it. I can't deal with it. I have too much on my timeline right now. I have too much work that I have to focus on. It's fine. Like, it's similar, like he's always hitting me up. I'm like, nah, it's fine, dude. Shangun, on the other hand, Alperan, hit me up. We can be homies. Kind of feels like you got more time now. So Shangun. LeBron up 3-0, by the way. I'm just saying, it's Shangun is a disgusting player, bruv. Yeah, I chill out. Okay, cool on that shit. Chill out. Well, you and LeBron do like to wear similar outfits. Probably like to go to the same parties too. Okay. Shangun finna be in Cancun soon. Okay, calm down. Bro, they said Shangun runs like he's got titties. Yo, everybody, cool. Okay, chill. Okay, the Turks have already taken too much damage. Pakistan is now the table. It's no longer Turkey. That's already a big hit. And now you're going to come after Alperen Şengün. Even me, I'm getting my ass eat on camera every day by fucking Fox News and shit. Not a good time for Turks internationally. We are not doing all right, okay? Israel's talking about how Erdogan is developing nukes. It's not a good time. 2026 has not been a good year for the Turks. Eric Adams, ever since Eric Adams was kicked out for being too cool and just wanting to do trips to Turkey, everything's gone downhill, man.
You probably heard that we canceled the trip. We have all the cards. We're not going to spend 15 hours in airplanes all the time going back and forth to be giving a document that was not good enough. And so we'll deal by telephone, and they can call us anytime they want.
Oh, my God. He's doing the same thing he did with Xi Jinping. Oh, my God. Chat, remember when he was like, I'm doing Xi, he wants to call me so bad. He just lost my number. He wants to call me so bad because I'm doing tariffs. He's doing the same shit. Remember, he would go on television and be like, call me, Xi. Call me by your name. I will be your twink. I will be your young twink friend, Xi. Call me. Call me, Xi. Why won't he call me? He's gonna call me. He just doesn't have my number. He's lost it.
Again, we have all the cards. They have no military left, practically. They have no leaders left. We don't know who the leaders are. Nobody knows who the leader. I don't think they know who the leaders are very.
He never said that, by the way. Yes, he did. He said all those things. Spiritually. It is very funny. This has happened now 3 times and probably will continue happening. This is spiritually in line with the, why won't she call me? I bet he'll call me anytime now. And also it reminds me of him going, Vladimir, no. Remember when the Ukraine talks were supposed to happen and he's like, day one, I'll fix it. And then he started talking to Vladimir Putin and he's like, Vladimir Putin kept, entertaining the prospect of a ceasefire while using that as an opportunity to keep pummeling fucking Ukraine. And he was like, Vladimir, Vladipo, why are you doing this? Come on, this isn't you, Putin. This isn't you. We're such good friends.
So you saw that. You probably.
I cannot believe how fucking motionless we are. It is unbelievable. Trump needs to fix this shit before the Xi Jinping summit, okay? It's supposed to happen in May, All right. It's coming. It's coming up in like a couple weeks, like 3 weeks from now. And he needs to fucking nip this shit in the bud before he goes to Beijing. If he still has this problem when he's going to Beijing, it's fucking over, right? It's done. It's cooked. I don't know. I don't know what to say about this. I mean, it's a hilarious situation. But yeah, here is his truth video and some analysis. I got to pee real
US
quick.
President Donald Trump has just posted on social media, on his Truth Social account, saying, "I just cancelled the trip of my representatives going Islamabad, I think it means to Islamabad, Pakistan, to meet with the Iranians. Too much time wasted on traveling, too much work. Besides which, there is tremendous infighting and confusion within their leadership. Nobody knows who is in charge, including them. Also, we have all the cards. They have none. If they want to talk, all they have to do is call." Let's go to Osama bin Javaid. He's live for us from the Pakistani capital, Islamabad. So looking at that latest Truth Social, where does that leave the mediation effort by Pakistan that one assumes they were trying to arrange some kind of meeting between the two sides?
Yes, Amy, we've just read it together, as you mentioned it on the air, that President Donald Trump has essentially cancelled the trip that the White House had just advertised about 24 hours ago, in reaction to which the Iranians had said there is no request that they have made. They're not going to talk to the Americans, and they will only speak to them once the blockade is lifted, as per the conditions which were set in the first round. Remember how the first round ended? Well, J.D. Vance, who was supposed to carry on with the negotiations, in the middle of them, after 21 hours, got up and left and said, "This is our best and final offer," and the Iranians take it or leave it. And then you saw all that happened in the background. So now this statement coming from the US president essentially, again, just pours cold water on all of the hope that there is a diplomatic way out of this. As we've been reporting in the last week, there's been a multitude of efforts that have been made by various parties, spearheaded by Pakistan, where these talks were supposed to happen. Again, we heard from the Iranian visiting delegation that the Iranians are going to stand by the rules that they have set for these negotiations, the 10 points that were agreed upon between them and the United States, and they're willing to come back to the table if the United States abides by them. And then there's the sticking point. Why did we get here? Well, in the last week, when the ceasefire was extended by the US government, the Iranians opened the Strait of Hormuz, but the Americans insisted they do not want to lift the blockade of the Strait of Hormuz that they have implemented. And the US president said, again, that they have all the cards. So it appears that diplomacy, which had so much hope, is again taking a backseat. What does this actually mean? Well, we'll have to wait and see, because this has just come now. I was speaking to some of the reporters who've been texting and calling President Donald Trump, and some of them who the president had said should stay in Islamabad have been told to come home.
What are you hearing, Osama, from Pakistani mediators? What's the bottom line here? Does this mean that at least the current round of efforts to try and arrange another face-to-face meeting are now, for now, at a dead end?
Well, it is still very early, because this has all happened in the last few minutes. So we'll have to wait and see. But officials, including diplomats, security officials, politicians, and bureaucrats that I've been speaking to, I don't think that they will see this as the end of the tunnel, because you see, if you've been dealing with the presidency of US President Donald J. Trump, you expect there are going to be some grenades waiting for you in the diplomatic track. So I imagine, and I will have to wait and see what they say, that they will try to reestablish some contact. As we've been told, that diplomacy is best done behind closed doors. None of the details that have been discussed between them, the Pakistanis, the Americans, and the Iranians have not been made public. We also know that the Pakistani Chinese are not alone in this. They've got the backing of Saudi Arabia, the Egyptians, the Turks. This Quad has been spearheading efforts. We also know that in the last 24 hours, the Emir of Qatar has made calls to the US president, urging him to stick to whatever their deal is about a ceasefire and not going towards open conflict. But on the same coin, you've been hearing from the Iranians wary and warning about the US's track record, because the last two times, whether it was in Geneva or Oman, when they were in negotiations, the US and Israel have attacked them. And it was through various Iranian officials that you were hearing.
What will he do about the 1973 War Powers Act? Ignore it? Brother, when's the last time an American president cared about that shit? Come on, dude. Of course he's going to ignore it. I mean, he ignores things. He ignores the Constitution in ways that previous presidents haven't. So, of course, he's going to continue ignoring this in ways that previous presidents have also ignored. Rules, regulations, legislation, the Constitution, these are all concepts that we now know only matter if there is an institution that is willing to hold the president to account. Okay? If there's no accountability, then these things are just niceties that you can choose not to abide by. And Donald Trump has openly shown that there's not really any mechanism in place that will hold him to account. I guess like there's one aspect of this, you know, winning the House of Representatives, winning the Senate, so you can at least have a little bit more leverage over the administration. But at the end of the day, even then you'll have a slim majority at best, and plenty of corporate Democrats who will always find enough votes to fuck over the goal of creating an environment of accountability against this president. So it's just not, you know, social contract is violated over and over again. The notion of a competent government is gone. Everything is fucked.
That they do not trust the United States. The trust deficit is huge. And this is something that the negotiators and the mediators were trying to pull them through, that this sea of trust that exists between them builds some bridges. And I've been told that they were able to build some bridges. That is why you were seeing all of those movements. Again, the US president has just said that he's calling it off. Does that mean diplomacy is dead? Does that mean that the Americans are pulling out? Well, we'll have to wait and see, because the US president makes a lot of statements that have a lot of clarifications coming after it from the White House.
Okay, so Osama bin Javaid updating us from Islamabad in Pakistan.
And breaking right now, President Trump just moments ago exclusively telling me over the phone that he has unilaterally canceled Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner's trip to Pakistan to meet with the Iranians. The president says it's not worth his people making the 18-hour flight when he says we have all the cards. He also told me the Iranians can call by phone anytime they want. Our Matt Finn is live in Dubai right now with much more on this breaking new information that sort of changes everything that we thought was going to happen. Matt?
Yeah, here we are again, Aisha. Our team just returned from Pakistan, where we were waiting for the second round of peace talks that never manifested. Our understanding was earlier in the week the vice president was ready and willing to fly to Pakistan.
And then we hear from Fox News, like, this is an endless cycle, right? Donald Trump lies. Even normal media outlets, like the supposedly unbiased, like liberal media outlets, will cover that lie as though it's serious, as though it's real. And then you'll go to Fox News, and Fox News will be like, this is incredible. It's brave, really. It shows how mighty America is. Like, there's just a range of different news coverage that we see every day. Donald Trump lies about something. CNN covers it with a little bit of skepticism. They'll have a panel that's like filled to the brim with the Scott Jennings of the world, who will still offer defenses for Donald Trump. And then we'll turn to Fox News, and Fox News will be like, Donald Trump showed exceptional bravery and strength by claiming that peace talks were on the table when there was no indication that they were from the Iranian side, and now that he realizes that ARAGCHI has already left Pakistan, then it would look embarrassing for Trump to send his envoys to Islamabad after ARAGCHI left, the foreign minister. So he chose to pull back as though there was any sort of ceasefire talks on the table. It's very obvious that Iran is not going to play ball until America abides by some of the initial demands that Iran had made, and the American blockade on top of the Iranian blockade. If they don't do that, then there's no good faith negotiations that can take place. It's understandable that Iran is skeptical, considering that America, under Trump's leadership, has engaged in perfidy twice and started bombing Iran twice during negotiations. Negotiations where the Iranian side was willing to concede to American maximalist demands. So why should they? Doesn't make any sense.
But the Iranian delegation was not ready to go at that point. Now today we were waiting for this second round of peace talks to maybe develop, because it was yesterday that White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt on your show, as you were anchoring, told Fox that Iran had asked to meet in person and that the White House was sending a delegation to Pakistan today, but it looks like that is not happening. Now, one thing the Pakistani Prime Minister's office is confirming, it says that the Foreign Minister ARAGCHI did meet with the Iranian delegation today. They did talk about the, quote, current regional situation. So you have to imagine that would likely include the ongoing war. So it's possible there's a scenario where Iran relayed information to Pakistan that Pakistan will now give to the United States. Our understanding was earlier this week the U.S. delegation was ready and willing to go to Pakistan. They were again today. Now, one of the sticking points here seems to be, of course, enrichment, whether Iran is willing to give up its nuclear program, as the United States is demanding. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth and the president insist that Iran will not have a nuclear weapon. Another layer there is whether Iran will allow the United States to remove uranium, enriched uranium, from their country. Now, the Iran ambassador to India posted earlier today on the matter, negotiations can only lead to a proper outcome when our adversaries recognize our nation's right to the peaceful use of nuclear energy, kind of signaling there that Iran is going to fight for its nuclear program. Obviously, this is a developing situation. Aisha, you had an excellent chat with the president, confirming that the trip to the Middle East has been canceled, and we'll be tracking it throughout tonight. We'll keep you updated, Aisha.
We will. Okay, Matt Finn, live for us from Dubai. Matt, thank you very much for that live report. Well, let's now get to retired.
There's a global conspiracy the ruling class to destroy oil production. These are productive forces built by the blood, sweat of the proletariat, and they should not be allowed to do so at any cause. Buddy, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? That is the most, that is incredible. That is the best conspiracy theory. Yes, dude. Yeah, the fucking petro-capitalist pedophiles are trying to destroy their most valuable commodity that has given them unlimited amounts of money and power.
Navy Captain Brent Sadler, he is joining me now.
Do you pet Kaya more now for good PR? Yeah, I pet my dog that I love so that random incels who are one step away from killing themselves on the internet look to that and go, see, he must be petting his dog for me. To you, chatter, I say, place. Take a day off. Can you explain why he said he needs to wrap this up before Beijing? Because right now, he's in an unbelievably weak position. When he goes to Beijing, he's going to go with no fucking with no leverage whatsoever. What do you mean? Going to your foreign adversary, your main foreign adversary's capital, with while you're stuck waging war against a much poorer country and failing to actually finish the war, failing to accomplish your goals in this region is unbelievably bad. You might as well be begging Xi Jinping to actually create stability in the world at that point. How do you think that's going to look? What do you think that's going to look like for all of America's allies, especially in that region? Murtaza Hussein says, Trump has a high-profile summit scheduled in Beijing with Xi Jinping set for May 14th. That was the new date chosen after the previous one was postponed. Why was it postponed? Because the war was going on. That is just over 2 weeks, which offers a highly compressed window to reinitiate open-ended military confrontation with Iran that may wind up escalating out of control and derailing the intended agenda for that meeting. Every day that passes, in fact, further compresses his time frame to do anything concrete. There's an open front. There's an open front in a region that is unbelievably important for energy for the Asia-Pacific theater. All of the countries that are aligned with the United States of America that is supposed to encircle China in this war in this Cold War that we're waging against China, our number one foreign adversary, are looking to Trump to be like, dude, fix the situation, please. You're destroying our country. You're destroying our countries. We will use Iran as a negotiating tactic with China. They need Iran's oil. That is an unbelievably stupid argument to make, in my opinion. Okay? Like, I'll tell you this much. If America did not go to war with Iran and came into the summit in Beijing having freshly taken over Venezuela, this would be a different conversation. Obviously, China still has tremendous power over America, China has tremendous power over the United States of America, being the manufacturing hub of the entire planet. But now they're going to China with no force projection capabilities whatsoever. Many U.S. military bases, there are nearly 800 around the world that we know of, are sitting ducks. That's one lesson to draw from this current war, a lesson that won't be lost on other USA adversaries, right? So this analysis is something that we knew about already. NBC is now confirming for the first time what many of us already suspected or knew. The Iranian Air Force bombed U.S. bases in the opening phase of the war. Okay? Washington, American military bases and other equipment in the Persian Gulf region suffered extensive damage from Iranian strikes that is far worse than publicly acknowledged and is expected to cost billions of dollars to repair, according to 3 U.S. officials, 2 congressional aides, and another person familiar with the damage. It was so extensive, okay? It was so extensive, the damage, that we went to Planet Labs, the American government went to American commercial satellite companies and made them stop publishing imagery from the region. And at first it was supposed to be for like 7 days, and now it's permanent. We knew that was confirmation even back then. We already had confirmation. If you were following open source intelligence on Twitter, you already saw many of those strikes. Mizar Vision did, extensive work on this too. The Chinese commercial satellite company. We knew about this already. Now it's confirmed in mainstream news, right? That's why I say Piker Broadcasting Service for tomorrow's news today, right? Subscribe to the People's Broadcasting Service, the Piker Broadcasting Service, for $6 a month or for free with a Twitch Prime to know about tomorrow's news today. We've known about this for like the past fucking 50 days at this point. I told you Iran was cratering American bases to the tune of billions of dollars of damage over and over again. Many people were completely oblivious to this reality, and many people still are completely oblivious to this reality. And on top of that, They have no understanding of what this represents for America's force projection capabilities. They are also completely oblivious to what that even means. What is America's force projection capabilities? That's why you come here to the Piker Broadcasting Service to understand all of these concepts. And hopefully I do a decent job of explaining all this stuff and it's no longer seen as so complex. The Iranian regime swiftly retaliated after the Trump administration attacked on February 28th, hitting dozens of targets across U.S. military bases in 7 Middle East countries. Those attacks struck warehouses, command headquarters, aircraft hangars, satellite communications infrastructure, runways, high-end radar systems, and dozens of aircraft, according to the U.S. officials and an assessment by the American Enterprise Institute, a conservative think tank in Washington, D.C. In the initial days of the war, an Iranian F-5 fighter jet bombed the U.S. base in Camp Beering in Kuwait. An F-5. Not only were, I don't know what's more disrespectful, $7,000 lawnmowers with propellers flying over the Strait of Hormuz and hitting these fucking Gulf bases and taking out billions of dollars worth of equipment, or a fucking F-5 fighter jet. An F-5 fighter jet that hasn't been modernized at all because of the sanctions, okay? The F-5 made its first flight in 1959. That's fine. We still use a lot of ancient tech. The difference, of course, is when Iran is using that ancient tech, they haven't been able to modernize it because they have no components. They're not allowed to get the parts. They're not allowed to get the fucking proprietary technology. So they're using the 1950s version of the F-5. Despite the base having air defenses, a rare breach that marked the first time an enemy fixed-wing aircraft has struck an American military base in years, according to 2 of the U.S. officials. The 3 U.S. officials familiar with the damage to the U.S. bases in the Middle East described it as extensive. The headquarters building for the U.S. Navy in Bahrain, the nerve center of the Navy's operations in the region, sustained serious damage, the official said. I mean, remember, the quadrant in the Iranian mosaic, the IRGC mosaic that was pummeling Bahrain was, holy fuck, they were going crazy in the first couple of weeks. If you remember, they just never stopped hitting Bahrain. It was the Dubai quadrant and the Bahrain quadrant that were just pummeling. And if you recall, I was like, I don't know what the fuck is going on here. Maybe the dude got cucked by some dude in Bahrain or something, but they were hitting that shit like they had revenge fantasies in mind, okay? Multiple hangars. Oh, yeah. They said other parts of the base in Bahrain also suffered significant damage that is likely repairable. Multiple hangars and warehouses in the Ali Al Salem air base in Kuwait also were struck, according to the American Enterprise Institute's unofficial assessment that was reviewed by NBC News. The assessment also shows a munitions storage facility at a military base in Adbil in northern Iraq that was damaged, and a runway at the sprawling Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar was destroyed. Al Udeid Air Base is the air base for CENTCOM, Central Command. Okay? That is the heart of the American military operations in the fucking region. And Iran destroyed one of its fucking runways. That is unbelievable. Okay? U.S. bases have been cleared of U.S. troops and other personnel. So many of the bases were left essentially empty and vulnerable to attack by Iranian missiles and drones. Many of the troops who were temporarily relocated are expected to return to the bases once the tensions in the region subside. According to American Enterprise Institute's assessment, Iran hit more than 100 targets across 11 bases in 7 Gulf countries. Those attacks fell on U.S. and host nation bases in Qatar, the United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, Jordan, Kuwait, Iraq, and Saudi Arabia. The reason why this is, I guess, unique for some, maybe not interesting or unique for you, is because there was no information. There was an informational blackout in the GCC. People were literally being thrown in prison. There are still people in prison, including a friend of mine that I talked about as well, who just got released. As a matter of fact, he's an Al Jazeera reporter. But it was insane. Like, there was tremendous information blackout. The Planet Lab satellite imagery was frozen from the region, so we couldn't see the extensive damage, and yet we still knew. But most Americans were completely fucking oblivious, right? As a part of Epic Fury, the potential future costs to rebuild American military infrastructure overseas may include repair, reconstruction, outright replacement, or even abandonment and decommissioning of locales. Mackenzie Eaglin, a senior fellow at American Enterprise Institute, said in a statement about the group's assessment, war damage also includes estimated costs for infrastructure that is unsalvageable. Eaglin's cost estimate for repairing the infrastructure is more than $5 billion. Oh, my Lord. But that amount does not account for some of the radar systems, weapon systems, and aircraft and other equipment destroyed in the Iranian strikes, she said. Eaglin has worked on defense and budgetary and military readiness issues for years and is a former Pentagon official. The Iranians damaged at least 2 air defenses in the region, according to the U.S. officials. It's worse than that, by the way. In Bahrain, the base of the 5th Fleet headquarters, 7 reports of damage to satellite communications, radar protection structures, and large warehouses. Just know that those are gone, okay? If they're reporting that there was extensive damage, that means it's over. It's done. Remember the AWACS plane that they were claiming was dinged, right? There were 2 Strato tankers, and they were like, well, one was, there were 2 AWACS planes, and one was reported as being like somewhat damaged. It was obliterated, right? It was just fucking obliterated. So whenever these guys talk about like lightly damaged, dinged, it just means it's over, okay? It's been boomed out of existence. There's a video of the 5th Fleet headquarters getting bombed in the first few days. Yeah. That's gonna leave a mark, you know. That's nothing. That's nothing you can't. It's not something you can put like a little bit of flight tape on and buff out. In Iraq, in the Adabid military base, 1 report of damage to General Administrative Building. In Jordan, the Mufawag Salti Air Base, damage to General Administrative Building. 10 reports of damage to warehouse and a runway in Kuwait in the Ali Al Salem Air Base. It's just, it's a fuck ton of damage. Okay? Americana subscribed to NBC News for a month to bring these screenshots. For people with poor reading comprehension, what's new here is that the Iranian jets flew straight through U.S. air defenses into Kuwait and possibly Bahrain and the United Arab Emirates to drop gravity bombs on American assets. The last time something like this happened was during the Korean War. The closest official confirmation we've had of this was a CENTCOM press release on March 2nd acknowledging Iranian Air Force activity. This also makes a little bit, this also clears something up, specifically in Kuwait, where the Kuwaiti Air Force, the Kuwaiti Air Force pilot shooting down American fighter jets makes a little bit more sense now, because it was just like, what the fuck? Did this guy just go rogue or something? Well, it turns out he might have accidentally thought that it was Iranian fighter jets or something, and then the Ghost of Kuwait took out 3 American fighter jets thinking it was an Iranian fighter jet, potentially. Yeah, anyone who gets their news about the Iran war from sources outside of the Fox neocon sewer of Sean Hannity and Ben Shapiro already knows that Iran absolutely pummeled U.S. bases in multiple countries. This new reporting shows billions of dollars worth of damage and even cites a study from the neocon American Enterprise Institute for support. If you talk to any trustworthy U.S. officials, they'll give you the real story about the war. Not just that Iran inflicted far more damage than known and that the U.S. government hid it, including the number and severity of U.S. casualties, but also that as happened in the last war with Iran in 2025, both the U.S. and Israel, and now the Persian Gulf dictatorships, are very low on munitions and especially anti-missile defense systems. Guy on Reddit in the know says they were jumpy because of the F-5 leading to 3 jets getting shot down. They shot down the F-15s the day after the F-5 because they were jumping from the F-5 getting through from the mouth of someone in the know. Okay, that's just speculation. That's no different than me fucking speculating. You went to Reddit for that. Come on. What is this? Breaking the rules with Hasan Piker, very important.
Got me, dude. It starts with the implicit biases. It's
Bro, you good? Brian goes hard with the fit. All right. Let's continue. We'll look at memes later. Okay. Where is it? The erroneous. Oh, Ryan Grimm also has some words on the reporting from mainstream news, mainstream outlets about Trump potentially going into talks with Iran when no such talks were taking place. The erroneous news reports indicating that the U.S. and Iran would be restarting talks were produced because Pakistan's ISPR sent the following incorrect update to many journalists. They didn't send it directly to me, but I was forwarded it. This was the message. Breaking. Attributable to government sources. Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi is expected to arrive in Islamabad tonight with a small delegation, according to government sources. Okay, I'm not going to lie. I'm not saying I'm not this because I'm Turkish, but it does kind of feel like Pakistan is not, as well equipped to be the table here. Okay, they have their own ambitions here. It seems. Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi is expected to arrive in Islamabad tonight with a small delegation, according to government sources. Following important discussions with the Pakistani mediation team, a second round of Islamabad peace talks between the United States and Iran is expected, government sources say. A U.S. logistics and security team is already present in Islamabad to facilitate the negotiations process. It was never true that Araghchi had any plans to re-enter negotiations last week. Why would the Pakistanis say otherwise? Anyway, odd stuff. Are you being paid by India? No, but this is like, I guess this is growing pains for Pakistan a little bit. But you're not supposed to do stuff like this. You know what I mean? It could be because they want to be in good favor with the United States. So they're trying to play ball. But it seems to me like bad diplomacy. And this is something that a lot of analysts have been saying about Pakistan's involvement. Given this report from Ryan Grimm, it's very hard to imagine Iran trusting Pakistan to mediate talks again. This is exactly the type of continuous media hype, leaks, and rumors from the Pakistani side that should make Iran refuse to conduct any further diplomacy in Islamabad, says Eric Sperling. Yeah. Ali Hasham says, my understanding is that the continuous media hype and leaks and rumors from the Pakistani side is complicating the situation and could lead to changing the venue of the talks. Could it be China? Pakistan is in a unique situation because it is at the epicenter of the Cold War between China and the United States of America. It is China's very own Israel, in many respects, but it also is still very much controlled by the CIA. So, and it has good relations with Iran, like really, really positive relations with Iran. So it is, I understand why they would hold these talks in a country like Pakistan. But yeah, Pakistan is moving a little bit like Klay Thompson. You know what I mean? Perhaps a little too greedy with its newfound importance in international diplomacy. These are not mistakes that Oman would make. These are not mistakes that Turkey would make. These are not mistakes that countries that have had to deal with stuff like this would make. The reason why is because if you bust your nut too hard in order to boost your importance, you might actually lose you might lose the opportunity, a generational fumble. It looks really good when you are when you got the Islamabad Accords, right? Like that will end this war between Iran and America. That's a really good thing, right? But you're maybe a little too excited. If your goals end up getting in the way of the ultimate goal of conducting this ceasefire negotiation, then you might be cooked.
Live in studio, Brent, we just spoke right before the show with this breaking news. The president saying over the phone to me that he's making this decision because he feels like an 18-hour flight, you know, sending his people there when he doesn't feel like they're going to accomplish much with the Iranians, when the Iranians can just call.
The Turkey table is too wobbly, untrustworthy. It's misleading. No, it's because Turkey's a NATO country. That probably plays a big role in why Iran wouldn't want to do it in Turkey. Pakistan is a nuclear-armed sovereign nation. A nuclear-armed sovereign nation that it has very close relationships with China, extensive, and very close relations with China, but is also, from the American perspective, has like an established American presence in it as well.
Call us here. What do you make of that?
Well, I think it's the right move. It's again, this is a negotiation that we're still kind of going back and forth on. The Iranians, I think, are trying to recover some form of leverage. I mean, this note that they brought with them to Pakistan was more like a list of complaints than a serious, like, opening our next phase in a serious ceasefire negotiation, some solution. So clearly, the diplomacy, I think, has run its course again, and it's going to probably require, and I think the time is ripe for another round of more strong or forceful diplomacy using the military hammer, the military tools. And I think on the Straits, that's their strongest leverage still, unfortunately. There's going to be a need for demonstration of American might and to demonstrate who really controls access through the Straits, and that's the U.S.
Well, let's talk about who really we're negotiating with. I mean, it's hard to tell who's in charge of Iran right now in the IRGC. There was some reporting that the IRGC sort of pushed out the parliament.
I'm not saying this because I'm Turkish, Cap. No, I think Oman would probably be a better place to hold these negotiations than Turkey.
Speaker from negotiations, and the president has said over and over again that Iran's leadership is divided, that there's a lot of infighting, and we really don't know who's in charge. But Ghalibaf, the parliament speaker, pushed back on that on Twitter. He wrote, "In Iran, there are no radicals or moderates. We are all Iranian and revolutionary, and with the iron unity of the nation and government, with complete obedience to the supreme leader of the revolution, we will make the aggressor criminal regret his actions." Who do you think, like, what do you think is going on inside Iran? Who is in charge?
Well, that's a good question. I don't think it really should change or temper the approach the U.S. military is being put to use in the region. This is part of the design. When you want to try to provide an opportunity for the Iranian people to take back their country, there is going to be this fracture of the regime. And that regime, by the way, is probably less than 20% of the population. So when they talk about everyone's united, it's a fraction of the overall population.
This is all pure cope. Fox is actually coping. If the Strait were open tomorrow, it would take 3 months for everything to get online, 6 months to clear completely, a year at least to get back to normal. We've been shot. The bullet just hasn't hit us yet. By the time we notice we've been hit, we're already bleeding out. I mean, I don't know. If you ask Professor Jeffrey Sachs, he doesn't seem to think so. He seems to think that it's baked in.
Is fed up with this theocratic dictatorship and terror network that they've been living under for far too long.
So we're moving these naval assets we have now into the Persian Gulf in the area. And now the Navy can go after these fast boats that have become a real big problem. Of course, the Iranian Navy is pretty much at the bottom of the sea, but we've got these fast boats that, you know, perhaps we could see them laying down more mines. There is the threat of that. This is the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, announcing it.
Why do you watch the Fox News reporting on these negotiations? Is it just to get to know the Republican spin they want people to believe, or do you think they get certain information other news channels don't? No, just spin. Because we know what's going on the ground. In order to find out the truth, you look to the Strait, okay? You look to the battle lines. You look to who has the leverage by looking at each country that is involved, the belligerents that are involved, and their military goals and whether they've achieved it or not. If tankers are not crossing through the Strait of Hormuz, America has not been able to establish any leverage whatsoever. America's ultimate goal is to open the Strait of Hormuz. Okay? If you want to understand the spin from the State Department aligned media, you go to like CBS, CNN, NBC News, ABC. If you want to understand the pro-Trump spin on top of it, the maximalist spin, then you go to Fox News. It's important to understand what Fox News is saying so you understand how to talk to your grandparents, how to talk to your parents. There's still plenty of Trump hogs out there in hogland. You got to know what information they're receiving so you can be better at addressing the misinformation.
This week.
Part of what the president is threatening is ensuring if there's attempts to recklessly and irresponsibly lay more mines, we're going to deal with that. It's a violation of the ceasefire. So transit is occurring, much more limited than anybody would like to see, and with more risk than people would like to see. But that's because Iran is doing irresponsible things with small, fast boats.
So you're the expert at this, Brent. I mean, how is this going to work? Are we going to be able to patrol this very large Iranian coast?
The short answer is yes, and we've had the capacities from day one to actually identify and go after those small boats. And for the viewers, look at the video that we've been putting out going after the narco-terrorist boats in the Caribbean.
Venezuela.
Think of those are the type of threats. They're not going to sink a tanker. They're not going to sink a container ship. They are a harassment. They can be identified and seen fairly early. Now we have more forces there, notably the Marines, because now that you can put Marines on U.S. flagships, like there are 4 right now that could get underway with U.S. merchant mariners, you could put the Marines on board so that if, for example, these small boats or drones get close enough, well, the Marines have crew-served weapons to deal with that. We need to show a demonstration of American strength and that the shipping is not at risk. And you'll see the insurance rates drop. You saw that when you had 2 destroyers early on when the blockade was first put in and the first round of negotiations, very clearly evaporating the Iranians' leverage there. It's time for that being done again.
So we've got the military might, and we've shown them what we can do and what we're capable of doing. But we're also showing them we can squeeze them economically. And some experts believe that this is actually perhaps the way that we're going to get them to cave. And State just put out that they are now targeting some Iran's oil network in China. Are we going to get them to cave by taking some of these measures, hitting them with more sanctions, going after their oil?
I think so. I mean, this is the genius of the blockade. And that is, if it works, it applies economic pressure on the Iranian regime, and it forces more trade to the United States. It's long overdue that our allies and partners come and buy American energy instead of from very risky or hostile countries like Russia. So it works either way. Now, the Chinese are the ones that are the biggest and the disadvantage, and the Iranians are being pressured, I suspect, by Beijing, because Beijing is getting a large amount of its oil on sanctioned vessels, the Dark Fleet. And those ships going to fuel China's economy, is a real, very large motivator for them to get the Iranians to capitulate. And so the blockade fuels that on top of the economic pressure directly to the Iranian regime.
Okay, we'll keep watching it. It doesn't sound like we're going to see talks anytime soon. The president telling me over the phone, he told his people, you're not going to make that 18-hour flight to go there. We have all the cards. They can call us anytime they want, but you're not going to be making any more 18-hour flights to sit around talking about nothing. That's how he feels about it at this hour of the day. Brent Sadler, great to have you.
Thank you.
Have a great
Thank
weekend.
you,
Great to see you.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube and catch full shows streaming now on Fox 1.
This week, President Trump said the ceasefire between Lebanon and Israel would be extended. But here on their border, the question is ceasefire? What ceasefire? Today, Israeli strikes hit Lebanon, with 4 declared dead so far. The death toll of this conflict is estimated to be 2,500, as the IDF and Hezbollah exchange fire at escalating cost, both sides accusing the other of breaking the ceasefire.
We have to be honest.
Yeah, Donnie Danon. Dude, what the fuck is this Dave Smith guy on, dude? Is he all right? I just saw another tweet by this guy. He's still chirping at me. He's like, I don't know why he's doing this. Look. Comic Dave Smith says, it is true that I challenged Hasan to a debate years ago. I did it publicly on my podcast. This is verifiable. It's also true that Hasan much more recently sent me a message giving me props and I didn't respond. There's zero contradiction here, and now stop stealing. I said, you know you can respond to me via DM, right? I don't know what this one-sided shadowboxing thing you're doing is. We can talk about whatever you want to talk about, man. To which Core retweeted and said, did you think I was trying to message you and accidentally just did a podcast instead? What does this mean? You've done several segments on me in the past. Was that one-sided shadowboxing? Do you want to debate? If advocating stealing is good, I'm down. I said, I can set up a debate whenever you want. I'm saying you covered that you want to debate me on your podcast. I don't recall. However, I'm asking why you haven't communicated this directly to me and we're claiming I'm ducking you when I'm clearly not. Why not have a conversation where you agree on some things and discuss other issues you disagree with? That would probably be more interesting than a debate on one topic. Okay, sure. Yeah, even his own fans are like, you're handling this so weirdly. You do a segment on him like you're Dana Bash, essentially saying he's too scared to debate you, and are just tweeting about him instead of messaging him privately. DM him and invite him on the show. Don't do this performative debate me shit. I'm realizing how much of a bad faith clout chaser Dave Smith is based on that quote retweet. It feels weird. I think he's trying to get media pickup so we can weasel a debate with you on Fox News specifically as Weasley. I don't understand why he's doing it like this. He will permanently pretend to not understand because he's view farming. Yeah, but I don't think he gets this. This makes him look bad to his own audience as well, because his own audience would love for us to have a conversation. So this kind of makes him, I mean, this is strange, you know what I mean? You're going to debate a guy with zero emotion, by the way. He's so irrelevant. I don't care. And I don't even think it will be as much as a debate as you think it is. I think that's the problem, though. These guys understand that their audience is like nonpartisan on the issue of Israel, right? So he's already cultivated an anti-Israel audience, and he's too scared to lose his like right-wing credibility by coming across as though he's in total agreement with someone like myself. I think that's what the problem is. So he's just trying to max out on the clout farming by presenting himself as like, oh, I'm not like this guy at all. I don't agree with this guy. I want to make sure that I don't agree with this guy at all. It's very strange. I have no issues having a conversation with people that I disagree with on issues that I agree with them on. It would be akin to me being like, oh, I would never talk to Tucker Carlson because we agree on Israel. No, I don't mind that conversation, but it does remind me of how Tucker Carlson is the one who's avoiding that conversation. You responding to him publicly fucked up his strategy? Yeah. in a way, like they're trying to continue positioning themselves as like anti-me to make sure that their audience knows like they're the good kind of commentary people, right? Like there is this real fear. There is this real fear amongst right-wing content creators that they're going to come across as agreeing with someone like myself. I'm the boogeyman of the right for many, many years at this point, and I think that's the real problem. That's what it is. It's the same reason why Tucker Carlson won't have a conversation with me either. I don't think Dave Smith is interested in a good faith debate. It doesn't fucking matter, dude. Most people who want to debate Hasan aren't interested in a good faith debate. They want the attention and clout. Hasan crushes them in general, and then they start screaming about all the fake outrage shit because they're losing. Yeah, I hope it doesn't happen, but it is what it is. It might happen. There's a high likelihood that it does happen. Is all explained here by Vanguard? What the fuck? This is 24 minutes of...
This person says, I'd love to see you go on Breaking Points again and maybe bury the hatchet with Kyle Kulinski and go on Crystal Kyle and Friends. You know, that's an interesting suggestion, given the fact that Dave Smith and Kyle have beefed and Kyle's called him out a number of times. Dave Smith responds and says, I'll go on Breaking Points anytime they want me on. I love all of those guys. I don't really have any beef with Kyle. He started talking shit about me for some reason, and I responded in kind. I think the way he's going at people for voting for...
I just don't get it. I'm like legitimately confused. I can assume, I can speculate as to what is the reason why he's maneuvering like this. As I mentioned already, like he can't come across like he is in agreement with the things that I'm saying, but he has to find like areas of disagreement, right? St. Peter will condemn you to hell for your cowardice. Stop ducking Dave Smith. Admit you steal cars. Yeah, that's how I made my money. Piker Broadcasting Service. All of your donations go to me in my car theft endeavors. Anyway. Hasan joining the Kia boys. I am the Kia boy. All right. Trump pulls U.S. negotiating team from Iran peace talks. Here is Danny Denon.
You know, the Lebanese government, they have no control of Hezbollah, and Hezbollah is sending rockets trying to sabotage the ceasefire, and Israel, we have to retaliate. Every time we see a threat, we take action. And I think the main question is whether the Lebanese government is capable of enforcing a ceasefire.
But Israel too has a record of breaching agreements, as another attempt by Pakistan to broker a meeting between the US and Iran
Israel has a record in breaching agreements.
Lapsed. Today delegations were set for Islamabad. But as the US claimed a deal was possible, Iran said there would be no direct talks. The conduit would be Pakistan's Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif. Here the Prime Minister greeted Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi like an old friend. But as the Iranians left, the Americans cancelled their flights.
And breaking right now, President Trump just moments ago exclusively telling me over the phone that he has unilaterally canceled Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner's trip to Pakistan to meet with the Iranians. The president says it's not worth his people making the 18-hour
breaking news, me.
flight when he says we have all the
It's not that special, lady. He picks up the phone for everybody, it seems.
cards.
Just weeks ago, Iran and the US appeared closer to a deal with Pakistan again, the middleman. But today they cannot even sit in the same room. Iranian officials have been Israeli assassination targets, and trust is a commodity in short supply. Military bravado is in abundance. On the Strait of Hormuz, Iran released videos claiming control, as America said the same. Conflict over this crucial route is just one of the barriers to a deal, in a process defined by talks that were not talks and ceasefires that have not stopped strikes, in a pattern across the region. This is Gaza today. Among those to be buried is a baby, a young mother and her unborn twins. Their lives were ended by Israeli strikes, despite the October ceasefire. For every delay and diplomatic failure, this is a reminder of what's at stake.
Well, I'm joined by Elliot Abrams, who was the US Special Representative for Iran and Venezuela during President Trump's first term. He served in senior foreign policy roles for President George W. Bush and President Reagan, too. Thanks so much for joining us. And hopefully we'll get to President Trump's relationships with his NATO allies in a bit. But first to the Middle East. We've just heard that Donald Trump has pulled his team literally as they were about to get on the plane, by the sounds of it. What do you make of that?
Well, I think on that, you cannot blame.
When did I claim you were ducking me? I responded to segments you did about me years ago and challenged you to a debate. If you were unaware, then I take you at your word. I'm down. What do you want to debate? No, this is new. He's doing it now. He's doing it new style. You could have a dope Gen X debate the morality of his past Trump support. Debate Israel. What are we going to debate on? We agree on Israel. Brother, he prompted you for this. What the fuck's he doing? Asking for a debate topic? Yeah, I don't even understand what the hell's going on here. I am a little bit confused, but I'm sure it'll be fine. He can't even hide his debate lord behavior. Now it's just down to topics and logistics. Have you noticed they haven't been interviewing ARAGCHI lately? Yes, I have noticed that. The thing is, I don't know this guy's positions at all. You're making his day. A debate is to a libertarian what a democratic revolution is to a Marxist. What is this? You're literally a Candace Owens fan. You should sit this one out. A Candace Owens fan? Wait, what? What the fuck? Where did she think I was being serious when I said I'm a clandestine operator? Dude, I don't know how to have a conversation with half of these guys anymore because I genuinely, I mean this sincerely, I think they're too stupid. Like it sometimes feels like I have to just like slam my head into a wall multiple times before I can like have a normal conversation on the same frequency that these guys are operating on. What are you fucking saying? What do you mean I'm a Candace Owens fan? I've been dunking on Candace Owens for the past decade, man. What the fuck? What the fuck is...
Legalized comedy.
Trump. It seems as if the real change is in Tehran with the IRGC refusing to allow an actual negotiation. And if that's the case, why would you send your people over there to talk to the Pakistanis? doesn't make sense. We can do that by Zoom. I think the problem really is we don't know who is fully in charge in Tehran. There does seem to be a bit of jockeying there as to whether they want a face-to-face negotiation.
And yet we hear Donald Trump also say today, we hold all the cards. I mean, how true do you think that is?
Well, it isn't true, obviously. The Iranians have some control of the Strait of Hormuz. That's the kind of talk that Trump often engages in.
But exactly on that point about who does and doesn't hold the cards, I mean, quite critical here if they ever get to talks again.
It's funny. It's funny because it's like Channel 4. Channel 4 is not putting up with this shit. Like, even other Western news that normally would be up America's asshole and taking everything they say verbatim and repeating it are like, well, it kind of feels like the situation isn't in your favor, right? Like, isn't in America's favor.
Is, for example, the nuclear question. And yet it's being reported that the Iranians are saying the nuclear question for them isn't even on the table.
Well, what has motivated the president for about 20 years is something that his predecessors also said. They cannot get a nuclear weapon. If that's their position, that is, they will continue to seek one, continue to enrich uranium, try to rebuild the program. It's a formula for more fighting, I'm afraid.
But I mean, there is a very strong argument being made by Donald Trump's critics that actually Iran has much more uranium now at various enrichment levels accumulated after, in fact, because President Trump pulled out of the deal struck by Obama. Is his best hope getting back to that position with the Iranians?
No, that's getting back to the Obama nuclear deal of 2015, which gave them the right to enrich and simply delayed their nuclear weapons program by about 10 or 15 years, which is where we are today. Iran was in
bullshit, dude. Oh my God, shut the fuck up. Anyone who says this is straight up a propagandist for the state of Israel, okay? It is a denial of observable reality. If the goal was to ensure that Iran was not enriching uranium beyond the civilian usage, then JCPOA accomplished it. There was only one party that did not like that. It was Israel. These people straight up are doing propaganda, not even for America at this point. This isn't even Trump. This isn't even pro-Trump propaganda, okay? They are denying observable reality at the behest of Israel's goals.
Enriching to 60%. No country has ever done that without going on to build a nuclear weapon, and it shouldn't be permitted. So I do hope some kind of agreement is reached. But if it isn't, then whatever is left of their nuclear program will continue to be destroyed. I think most of it is pretty well destroyed.
So briefly, if you would, where do you think this goes next?
Well, I'm hopeful that through the Pakistanis or someone else, there can at least be some messages going back and forth. If that doesn't work, if there really is no agreement at all, and we've got some time now, then I am hopeful that the American closure of the Strait of Hormuz to Iranian ships will squeeze their economy so much that even if they're not willing to talk today, they will in 2 weeks or 4 weeks.
Because one of the arguments that is consistently made about Iran.
Motherfuckers acting like the U.S. military is intact. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's going great. It's we didn't even want the Bahrain base. We like that it's a crater now. We're gonna make it a pool. We're gonna put some water in the crater that is now the Bahrain base, and we're gonna turn it into a pool. It's gonna be sick.
Is that victory for them is just about survival, and they can hang on much longer than clearly President Trump had imagined initially.
Yes, but the strain right now when there's no fighting is not all that great. It is a question of who's going to blink first. And what Trump is arguing is that their economy, if they cannot import or export by sea, is going to collapse.
I mean, just moving on to President Trump's current relationships with his NATO allies. Yesterday's leak from the Pentagon saying the US might review its neutral position on Britain's claim to the Falklands has caused some alarm. I mean, is it a clever tactic by the president?
I don't know if that ever got to the president. That, you know, was on a list of things, nasty things that could be done to NATO allies who he felt were not sufficiently supportive. But I do think the King's visit is an opportunity to discuss this. My advice to the King would be, remember the Chagos Islands and the Diego Garcia base. What he should be saying to the president is, if you want us to get out of that particular location, the Falklands, because you think it's an imperial possession, well, there are other imperial possessions too, like Diego Garcia, that you don't want us to get out of. So I think he can make a pretty strong argument that these so-called imperial possessions are actually very important and useful for the West, not just for the UK.
Okay, it'd be interesting to see what argument the King does make. Elliot Abrams, thanks very much for talking to us.
We are coming to you tonight from my own hometown, the borough of the Bronx, New York, just down the street from Yankee.
HasanAbi hit Chris Hayes doing a Afghanistan piece.
Stadium. And for the next hour, some other folks who live here are going to talk to the man who just a little over 100 days ago stepped into what some have called the second toughest job in America, the mayor of New York City.
Okay, just leave the straight clothes, the suicidal position. I think we're in our suicidal arc. I think the United States of America is on its suicidal arc. So is Israel. And we're basically fucking attached to the hip to the suicidal country, so it makes sense.
New York City is so much bigger than you think. 8.5 million people, 100 different ethnicities, speaking 200 different languages, the largest Jewish population outside of Israel, the largest Muslim population in the hemisphere, the largest Chinese population of any city outside of Asia, more black residents than any city in the U.S., the most billionaires on planet Earth, with millions of others living below the poverty line. And believe it or not, more Trump voters than in any one of a dozen red states that elected him. This past November, this city, for its 112th mayor, chose this guy.
How's it going, guys? Do you have 60 seconds to talk to us about the election?
Zohran Mamdani came from near obscurity to change the way winning campaigns are run.
New York, will you accept this rose?
With a populist message to do something about the cost of living.
How about the cost of living?
Sucks.
We're going to make buses fast and...
His rise made him a rock star on the left and a boogeyman on the right.
We put in a communist. No one is safe.
I have friends of mine in New York. They are officially depressed and scared.
And even if he's managed to tame the man in the White House,
we agree on a lot more than I would have thought.
In the end, he's still got to run this city.
I've been watching you.
Tonight, All In comes to the Bronx for a special town hall with the mayor and the people. This is All In America with Mayor Zohran Mamdani.
Good evening from the amazing Bronx Children's Museum. I'm Chris Hayes. This was the front page of the New York Post the day Zohran Mamdani was elected mayor of New York City. The red apple. Very good at that. It's the culmination of one of the most improbable political stories of the Trump age. A grassroots progressive campaign like no one had ever seen before, with more opposition from Republicans, from a Democratic political dynasty, from the president, from the media than we'd ever seen. And he won with a laser focus on a core message of making it more affordable for the people who live here. It's been a little over 100 days. The city has not fallen into communism just yet. But he does have a job to do.
Boo.
We've invited an audience of New Yorkers to join us here, some of whom voted for this mayor, some who didn't. Some are supportive of his policies and others are not. But this is New York, so no one is ever going to be shy about sharing an opinion. And the mayor isn't shy about hearing them. So let's welcome now Mayor Zohran Mamdani. Good to see you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you for having me.
No, it's not live.
I wore a suit so I can match your energy.
Thank you.
You know, you were an assembly member just like the last time I saw you, actually, and just a few months ago. It's a very different job than this.
Can you get captions, please? No.
What's the biggest thing you've learned? The biggest realization?
Oh, never mind. You
you've
can
had
get
actually
captions.
being in that position.
You know, I think the biggest thing, first and foremost, is that New Yorkers trust for all of the big ideas that we have about delivering universal childcare, about making the most expensive city in America.
By the way, in half an hour, I will be talking to Trita Parsi. Trita Parsi will be on the broadcast again. We'll be talking about where the ceasefire is going, who's winning, who's losing, all that stuff. And yes, I turned the volume up a little bit.
Affordable for working class people who help it keep it running. That trust starts when you fill in those potholes. Because you can't tell someone to trust city government in its ability to deliver free childcare for 2-year-olds for the first time in its...
I thought you were going to say Dave Smith. What time is the debate? What time is the debate? Greek communists. I thought you were going to say Dave Smith. No, buddy. That's not how this works. We can't just I would debate him right now if he wanted to, but no, I have actual serious analysts that are coming on the broadcast to deliver commentary on where we're at on, the news of the day.
History, if they can look out the window and see the same pothole unfilled as it was the day before, the week before, the month before, the year before. And so at the same time that we've been pursuing this agenda that would transform the lives of New Yorkers, delivering a pathway to universal childcare on day 8, we've also filled in 102,000 potholes in that same 100-day period. We started to repave more than 1,000 miles of roadway. And all of this comes back from a belief that there's no problem too big, no task too small, and we call this pothole politics.
Well, there's this phrase called sewer socialism.
Yes,
it comes
sir.
out of the Milwaukee particularly, right? There's a number of socialist mayors in Milwaukee, and the idea that the only way you deliver on your ideology, whatever it is, no matter, and particularly if it's a radical one, is that you have to give people clean water and things like that. Are you informed by that tradition? Is that something you're thinking about?
Very much so. I think oftentimes people think of politics as an intellectual debate. Working people want to know if you can actually deliver for them. And one of those mayors in Milwaukee, their phrase was, "Go after it and get it." We've talked about this for long enough. New Yorkers want to see, can you actually deliver on these things? And they want to measure it in the way that they experience government on a day-to-day basis. That's why we're focusing on the little things while also pursuing the big ones.
Do you think that you have, you are, Mayor of New York is always somewhat of a national figure, kind of. They also never have a national career in politics. Those two things I think are related. It's a tough job to come out of everyone being like, that guy's awesome. Do you feel like you're carrying an ideological burden for the flag of democratic socialism, which you proudly are, right? And you're the most...
I don't give a shit how he answers this question. The answer is yes, okay? I don't care if he says the truth or if he lies. I will not be... I'm telling you right now, the answer is 100% yes. He knows it. That's his job. That's why he was elected. And he fucking absolutely knows that is the position that he currently occupies.
Most powerful democratic socialists in the country. And people are going to point to whether things go well here or poorly here as evidence of whether that's an ideology that is worth anything.
Well, I think it goes back to what you were saying earlier, which is that the worth of an ideology is judged in its delivery. And to me, this is an incredible opportunity. We've been told for so long, even over the course of the campaign, that things like universal childcare could never be done. On day 8, I stood next to Governor Hochul.
Oh my God, people got tears in their fucking eyes, bro. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Announced $1.2 billion in funding that will now, for the first time in New York City history,
I feel like people are watching. They're tearful.
Deliver free childcare for 2-year-olds. And that is something that you don't have to explain to a parent.
But you got 2,000, just to be clear, you got 2,000.
Chris Hayes is, he's not a bad dude, for the record. Once again, HasanAbi head. He's asking that question, and it's a very good question to ask, because it is the goal here.
Seats. Mm-hmm. It's a big city, 8 million people.
2,000 seats this year,
right?
12,000 seats next year. and then every single 2-year-old by the end of year 4. And the importance of that.
By year 4, if it happens, right?
It will happen. This is not an inshallah promise.
Right, okay.
This is definitely happening. And I say that to you because, Senator Warren talks about childcare as infrastructure. The way that you deliver this, it's not just a question of securing the funding. It's also working with the childcare providers who have been at the heart of what's made it possible for so many families to be here and building out their capacity to deliver for more children than we've ever seen engaging in this kind of service in New York City.
Affordability, which we're going to talk throughout the hour, was the sort of central. I
was thinking about it.
No, yes. Well, you're very on message, which, to your credit. In the mayoral election before you were elected, and particularly coming out of 2020, 2021, there's a huge amount of attention on policing and crime, right? And we saw a big uptick in crime in New York City and nationally. We're seeing something pretty remarkable happening, which is basically the inverse.
Breaking: Muslim mayor speak Arabic. Terrorist language. Terrorist language. How dare he? I don't like it. Scary.
And, you came out and celebrated the lowest homicide rate I think the city's recorded in many, many decades. But it's not just New York City. Mayor Lurie in San Francisco is going to take credit for it there. And Brandon Scott in Baltimore, Kash Patel at the FBI, and Donald Trump in the White House are going around saying, hey, we've got the lowest crime rate ever because of what I did. What is your understanding or thinking?
Someone said Asian. Chatter, inshallah is Arabic. I mean, it's Turkish too. We say inshallah as well, but you say inshallah, its origination is Arabic.
For what is happening with crime in your city?
Well, I think there's a few things. We're seeing that our approach to public safety is working, and not just in a sense of a general decline, but to actually correct you a little, it's not just the lowest number of murders in the last few decades. It's the lowest number of murders ever in recorded history. Yes. The joint lowest number of shootings. It's a decline of crime across major categories by more than 9%. It's also not enough. New Yorkers do not measure their lives by statistics. They want to know that you are doing everything in your power to deliver public safety. And the importance of public safety, it's not actually divorced from the conversation around affordability. It's the cornerstone. It's the platform that allows you to do that work of affordability. Because if someone is not safe in their city, then
yeah, inshallah is an Anne Hathaway reference.
That is the first concern they have, even before the other ones that we speak about.
I mean, let me give an interpretation of what I've seen, and you could respond to it, which is that progressive governance is impossible if people are scared. And progressive politics essentially become choked off. And what I've seen is you're someone who has had these commitments to fast and free buses and universal childcare. When you look at policing, there's things you've said you want to do. You want to get rid of this gang database, which is you've been very critical of. There's a special unit that sort of polices protests you said you want to disband. The gang database is still there. The special unit that polices protests just...
Cook him. Cook his ass. Cook this fraud, bro. Cook this handsome, smiling fraud. Hell yeah, Chris.
Arrested a bunch of people at a protest. From the outside.
By the way, that's how you do a non-contentious reporting that is still productive. Yeah, I saw this. I was just texting Tim Dillon.
It looks like you basically said, look, I'm not going to touch the policing stuff. It's too dangerous, either substantively or politically. I'm going to focus on this other stuff.
Look at his face. He don't like it. No, but that's a good question. It's a good question that must be raised. There's a way to do it, and this is the way to do it, as opposed to the way that like Meet the Press was doing it, right?
And I'm going to let the commissioner and sort of status quo policing continue. Is that a fair characterization?
Both HasanAbi heads, by the way. I remember Zoran liking your Instagram post in 2021 when you wore the pink dress. Wait, really? Really? I mean, it's not surprising. He was a DSA New York guy. That's Hassanistan. Let's be real. But do you believe everything? That's not surprising. Zoran is, again, like I said, DSA New York. I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case. Chris Hayes is a HasanAbi head, though. I do talk to him a lot.
I wouldn't say so. I'll push you on it a little bit for a few reasons. One of the reasons that...
But he was not familiar with the stream when you talked to him last year. Maybe he was keeping it cool. I didn't think so either.
That I made the decision to retain our police commissioner was not just because of what she was delivering in terms of public safety, but also how she'd been able to uproot corruption from the upper echelons of the NYPD. We need a government that is not just efficient, but also excellent, one that can be trusted in the work that it does. Now, my belief in the importance of disbanding the Strategic Response Group, it continues just as strongly as it was during the campaign. The reason for that is I don't think...
How come you haven't gone on All In? I don't think MSNBC producers fuck with me. Let's just keep it at that.
We need to couple our response to protests with our response to counterterrorism threats. This is a modern conflation that has happened, and it's one that I'm committed to disbanding. The disbanding of it is one that we're going to do thoughtfully to ensure that we are also respecting the right to protest and keeping New Yorkers safe. But again, it's not an if for me, it's a when.
You've gotten a lot of attention for the relationship that you have cultivated with the president. You've been asked about this a lot. It is, I mean, I got to say, again, from the outside, it's an amusing thing to watch, particularly when you said to the reporter in front of him, like, no, he is a fascist. And he said, no, it's okay, go ahead and answer, you know. What's going on there? Like, what is it? Explain it. Why? How did this happen?
You know, when you were introducing this and we were stepping out, you were saying, these are New Yorkers.
It's a USB thumb drive I just mailed you. Send it to the mods.
And in many ways, one of the few things the president and I have in common is that we are both New Yorkers. For all of our political disagreements, we have one agreement of chief importance, which is that we love this city. And with the president,
he always
I'm honest,
says this shit.
I'm direct, and I try and always bring it back to what would actually benefit this city. So when I'm sitting there
We
with the
get it,
president,
bro. You
I'm
love the
talking
city.
about
We get
the
it.
opportunity to work together to
Trump
deliver
loves the city
more
too. We
housing
got
than
it.
we've seen in a single housing development since the early 1970s. I'm also speaking about the fact that I think that ICE raids are cruel and inhumane, and that the fact that that morning they had detained a Columbia student is part and parcel of why this is not something that is actually serving the interests of public safety. And so I gave the president a list of 5 names of people who were detained in or around Columbia. He called me 30 minutes after the meeting and said, I've made the decision to release the student that you brought up.
He's not happy with the new tax plan on the basically second homes for very, very wealthy people. He said, you're destroying New York. It has no chance. The United States of America should not contribute to its failure. It'll only get worse. The tax policies are so wrong. People are fleeing. This must change our ways and fast. History has proven this stuff just doesn't work. Thank you for attention to this matter. It did seem a little more in sorrow than in anger. He felt a little betrayed.
Well, I think the president knows exactly where I stand on these issues, and I know where the president stands on these issues. I ran a campaign speaking very plainly about the fact that in the wealthiest city in the wealthiest country in the world, it's unacceptable that 1 in 4 New Yorkers are living in poverty. And as we're facing a generational fiscal deficit, I believe it's only right to ask those who don't live in New York City, but who own a second home in New York City, and that second home is worth more than $5 million in New York City, to pay a little bit more so that everyone can afford to live here.
It did occur to me he might actually have to pay the tax.
We don't have exceptions in our taxes that we propose.
You mentioned ICE and you mentioned immigration. I mean, it has been notable that we've had this, trail of
you're just jealous that he shares something with Trump he will never share with you, precious? What is that? I'm jealous that he has a relationship with Trump and I'll never have that? Is that what you're trying to say? It's true. I am a little jealous that Trump doesn't call me. Or do you mean a love for New York?
elevated ICE enforcement and CBC enforcement.
You'll never be a New Yorker. You'll never be chopped cheese. I'm chopped unk.
CBP enforcement that we saw in Los Angeles, we saw it in Chicago, we of course very famously saw it in Minneapolis and the Twin Cities. There have been elevated ICE enforcement here in New York City. They've been at the courts and things like that, but we have not seen something like the operation in Minneapolis. Does that hang over you as a kind of sort of Damocles? Does it feel like it's something the president could threaten every moment? Do you feel like part of your relationship with him is staving that off, to be honest?
I mean, my relationship with the president is important to deliver for New Yorkers. And I've made it very clear to the president that increased ICE presence, it would just be an increase on what we've seen with ICE raids, which is just cruel and inhumane. I've also been honest about the fact that I think ICE is an agency that should be abolished. It's a modern creation. Our country has had answers to immigration long before we had ICE. And we also see that these kinds of raids, just a few nights ago, ICE detained a delivery worker. This is a man who came to this city with the dreams of building up a life for himself and his family. No active investigation. No warrant. He finished a Grubhub delivery and then was taken by armed masked federal agents. That's what we're talking about here in New York City. It's the public school student, Dylan Contreras, whose family we worked with to ensure that he would come home. That's the kind of person that's getting detained in this city. And that's why New Yorkers are sick of this approach, one, frankly, of a complete absence of humanity.
Dave Smith responded to you. I know, brother. I know. Zoran and Trump have a relationship based around love. Yours is transactional.
Tomorrow night's White House.
True. Yeah, we got the White House Correspondents' dinner that's taking place. Let's see what Tim Dillon had to say.
You're attacking Hasan Piker. You're fighting. It doesn't make any sense. Do you want to win? You will never win unless you let go of the anger. You have to let go of the anger. Stop being mad that Meghan Trainor lost weight. Stop being mad that Tucker Carlson criticized Trump. Stop being mad that Hasan Piker said things you don't like about Hamas. Whatever, who cares? I don't agree with Hasan Piker on a lot of stuff, but it doesn't matter. You have to lead by not being insufferable cunts. I'll say it again. You have to lead by not being insufferable cunts. Can you do it for 5 minutes? You'll never have a better opportunity. This motherfucker in a year and a half has lit the goddamn world on fire. If you lose the next election, pack the fuck up. If the Democrats don't sweep the midterms, pack.
Real Patriot facts. Zoran Mamdani liked the Hasan Piker I'm a whore. I don't think he did. That would be crazy. I don't think that's the case. I don't know how to open the likes. Oh, there it is. Hold on. Let me turn this off. The Hasan body pillow. Dog was vaporized. Yeah. You can't see it on browser. Phone is easier. Where did you guys get this from? Where did you guys get this information from? This is new information. I'm saying it wouldn't shock me. Well, that's not true. It would shock me. Yeah, it's not showing up. There's 125,000 likes. Chat, stop stun locking his dumbass. This was a necessary stun lock. It is a necessary stun lock. This will be new information. I saw it on r/Hasan Piker in the past. Don't be defensive when we joke back. Most of us are real ones. Here's the screenshot. This could be fake. This could be fake news. Stop policing likes. Rama Dawaji, fuck you, Hasan. I feel like if he actually liked this, our future mayor might be a HasanAbi head. I feel like if he actually liked this, he would have liked other shit too. Bro, I just checked that. Fuck you mean not true? Hoscord providing double proof. This is from my phone law. Control F, dumbass. Wait, what the fuck? Where is that post? I don't even know where how am I going to fucking find this post to check on my own? That is crazy. He did Lamau. I just checked. feel like you guys are gaslighting me because it's not showing up on my end. I didn't believe you. HasanAbi is real. Okay, this is definitely fake. That's not, you're faking it. Follow him back and first check again. This is funny because this means this motherfucker was a HasanAbi head and he's been keep playing it hella cool this entire time. You understand? Do you understand what you're telling me right now? What you're telling me currently is that I've now known this dude for more than a year. And he not once has brought this fact up until this very moment. If that's the case, if this is true, he's possibly the best chatter because he actually listened to you and acted like he's fucking normal. Hasi, that post seemed like a breach containment. I think lots of people saw it. Just checked and he didn't like it. Yeah, I think you guys are, I think everyone is lying. Check again. I don't think I can see it. Like, I don't think I can see it on here. It's also too old of a pose. Also, what are we fucking doing? Who gives a shit? That's messed up. You said chatters aren't friends. Yeah. See, it doesn't show up. Oh, shit. Okay, never mind. You were not wrong. It did show up. Okay, I guess you weren't lying. Bro, that's a post from 2021. Apologize to me and the other chatter right now. I apologize. This dude was an actual HasanAbi head. I thought that was... That chatter played the long game. He played you. Don't get cocky, kid. Doesn't IG feed show you random shit like any other social media feed? I don't know when Zoran started following me. I have no idea. I remember you waited a whole day to confirm Hunter Schafer was a Palestine protest. You get your facts right? Yes. We don't. Giving a whole new meaning to 1,000 Mamdanis? Yeah. I hope you guys understand, not to get all, brown parent with all of you, but you do understand that you just put this on all of yourselves. My expectation is that all of you will now join your local DSAs and become the next Zoran Kwame Mamdani, no matter where you live, right? You understand that, right? This means that you have a lot more work to do in order to be chatter of the year. I'm just saying. Motherfuckers be like, oh, I live in Canada. Who gives a shit? Okay, then join the... Okay. What? They don't have political parties in Canada? They don't have... You can't join your party, your local... You can't run for local office in Canada? They don't got that? I'm chatter of the year in my own universe. I don't need your validation. Okay, respect. Chatter of the year does not mean shit. 2025 winner is Mega Penis. Self-imposed title by himself. Megaphonics does not call himself Mega Penis. I smoke too much crack to be mayor. I don't know. It kind of feels like in Canada especially, that's a benefit, not a burden. He does on Discord. Bro saw Zoran liked your post in 2021 and immediately became a brown parent saying, why aren't we like Zoran yet? No, this actually kind of fucked me up. I'm not going to lie. Maybe it's just like, because I did not think this. I did not think that he was in this community at all from our interactions, from the stream that we did together all the way to the last, year. So I still think it's probably like, it's like me watching him on the Gravel Institute, it's probably like that. I will be asking him though, for sure, to be like, you were fucking watching the streams? You didn't fucking tell me? I wonder if there's any other... I wonder what else he has liked, potentially. Anyway. Not all the people who like your post are necessarily chatters. This man left the house. True.
Up. You have to win by not being insufferable cunts. I know it is hard. I know it is difficult for you to, for 5 minutes, rein it in, but it's necessary. Rein it in and maybe look at some of the people that are agreeing with you or helping you. I'm not saying you have to praise them. I'm not saying you have to praise Joe Rogan or Tucker Carlson or me or Theo Von or whatever, whoever you're angry at today, who's ever ruined your life this afternoon. I'm just saying you keep making enemies all the time. You're addicted to making enemies. And if you don't want a Christian nationalist, the Handmaid's Tale country, which I certainly don't want, and most people I know don't want, some people I know do. If you don't want that, then you need to take power, and you need to take power by not being insufferable and angry. Nobody wants to follow that.
All right, let's look at White House Correspondents' dinner. Oh, just kidding. I have a call with Trita Parsi now, where we'll be talking about what is shaping up in the region. Start virtual camera. Okay. Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
What's going on, Trita? Great to have you back on the broadcast. All
My
right.
pleasure. My pleasure.
All right. Let's get right into it. There's a lot to talk about. Since the last time we had a conversation, things have not really changed necessarily, but there's been more of the same. And what I mean by that, of course, is the fact that Trump is still claiming victory after victory every single day, and claiming that Iran is humiliated, destroyed. He holds all the leverage. He holds all the cards, and yet seemingly there was supposed to be a ceasefire negotiation that was supposed to take place in Islamabad this week potentially, but the Iranian side said that was not the case, and Abbas ARAGCHI, the foreign minister, went to Islamabad for bilateral talks between Iran and Pakistan, which the Trump administration seemingly wanted to take advantage of to make it seem like there was a real ceasefire that was going to be implemented. And now we know Abbas ARAGCHI has left Islamabad, and Trump this morning said that he is not sending Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner. We have. I wanted to hear from your side of things. You're much more knowledgeable on this issue than myself. So where do you think we're at now? Is there going to be a ceasefire?
I mean, look, the ceasefire is still in place. It's just that within that ceasefire, the Trump administration is continuing to commit an act of war, which is the blockade of the Persian Gulf. And the question is, will the Iranians essentially calculate that they can withstand that pressure longer than Trump can, because oil prices are still not coming down in the manner that Trump needs them to? Or will this be painful enough for the Iranians that they will start escalating on other fronts, mindful of the fact that Trump essentially is still conducting something that, according to international law, is still an act of war while there's supposed to be a ceasefire? I think what we've seen in the last couple of days is quite embarrassing at times. I mean, as soon as Trump seems to think that the Iranians are going to go somewhere, he announces that talks are going to take place, that Witkoff and them are ready to go, and then kind of in a very embarrassing way have to issue a tweet saying that he decided not to send them. Its reality is that it's very clear the Iranians have made it utterly clear they're not going to come back to the table unless Trump lifts the blockade. And I think it's important to go over what happened prior to this, because it's a perfect example of how Trump is undermining, self-sabotaging his own diplomacy because of this inability to resist the urge to declare victory, to humiliate the other side on Twitter. So there had been some engagement through the Pakistanis. Face-saving exit for both sides had been essentially agreed upon, in which the Iranians said that they're lifting their siege or their blocking of the Strait of Hormuz, allowing the ships to go through according to their own rules. Still, nevertheless, it was a bit unclear. But this was supposed to last as long as the ceasefire lasted, and the U.S. was supposed to reciprocate by declaring that they are at the same time lifting the blockade. Instead, Trump issues a tweet saying that he's won, that he's not going to lift the blockade, and essentially insults and tries to humiliate the Iranians. And the Iranians immediately declared then that, okay, well, then the blockade is back in place. So they're closing the Strait of Hormuz once again. And then since then, it's been really difficult to get to the table. And part of the reason why this is self-sabotage is because Trump actually had a bit of an edge, because he still managed to get what he wants, which is to get out of this war through this ceasefire, whereas the Iranians have not gotten the key thing they want, which is to get sanctions lifted. They can only get that if diplomacy takes place. But then he is eliminating that edge that he has by proving himself to be so untrustworthy. If you're in a scenario in which the other side is actually in a slightly greater need than you are to come to the table, then you should do everything you can to make sure that that happens, because you do have a bit of an edge. But if you at the same time act in such a way that makes you utterly untrustworthy, then it doesn't matter if the other side needs to come to the table more than you do, because the table is not there, because you're not trustworthy. You cannot deliver on any of your promises. You don't hold your words. So what's the point of diplomacy, even if you are in greater need, to go to the diplomatic table if the other side is incapable or unwilling to follow simple exit ramp mechanisms? I mean, we're talking about two countries that have very little trust. How do you build trust in these type of scenarios? You say, well, if you do this, I'll do this. And if both sides comply, they take another further step. That's how you bring things together in a scenario in which is almost entirely void of trust. And he failed at step one. He was supposed to do something very simple, refused to do it, and incidentally, don't take it from me, he said it himself. He said it in an interview 2 or 3 days ago that everyone was happy. His advisors advised him to do it, to just follow suit. But he said, no, they're going to get $500 million in tolls, so I'm not going to do it. And I essentially called for it to collapse. And here we are. Now he's pretending as if the other side is begging for talks, where it's very clear that the other side is actually avoiding the talks. So this blockade of the blockade did not become leverage for Trump. It became something that blocked diplomacy.
Yeah. So speaking of the table is now Islamabad. And what I was wondering is what your assessment is on some of the reporting that has taken shape now about the way that the Pakistani mediators have been dealing with both sides here. It's in a unique predicament. It's new for Pakistan as well to center itself in these negotiations, and they clearly want to get the prestige of having the Islamabad Accords be the place where this situation comes to a close. However, there's now reporting that the Pakistani side has often played a role in overemphasizing the Iranian interest in having ceasefire negotiations take place at direct odds with what the Iranian side has communicated over and over again. Do you feel like this is Pakistan trying to engineer a situation in the way that they're used to, in the way that they've dealt with respect to the United States, or is there something else going on here?
Well, if we take a step back and then we see that there are three key actors in this dance: the US, Pakistan, and Iran. And we just ask ourselves a very simple question. Whose conduct right now seems to be the most erratic, the most unpredictable, the most untrustworthy, the most undisciplined, the most unhinged, the most incapable of treating social media in a responsible way?
It's definitely not Pakistan.
It's not Pakistan. That doesn't mean that the Pakistanis may not have overstepped their mandate. They may not have oversold something at times. That's quite possible. Even the most experienced mediators at times may commit that mistake, and the Pakistanis, at least in the US-Iran context, are not experienced. I think there's a bit of frustration on the Iranian side in which they believe that the Pakistanis actually oversold to them the American agreement to that step-by-step de-escalation that had been designed. And I'm not so sure that even that is the case. To me, it sounds much more likely that the American negotiators, once again, agreed to something, and then last minute, Trump pulls the rug under his own negotiators. This is not, in that reading, it would not be the fault of the Pakistanis, because, the American negotiators are there as well. They are negotiating what they think is what Trump wants. And then last minute, Trump changes his mind. He's done this numerous times now, just in the US-Iran context, in which Kushner and Witkoff said that they thought that the Geneva proposal would really please Trump, and they left with that message to the Iranians. And 2 days later or 3 days later, Trump is at war with Iran. So I think the most likely scenario is that you have Trump changing his mind, changing the goalpost, not caring about how he cuts the credibility of his own negotiators at the kneecap. It's part of the reason I was wondering whether this was, from a political standpoint, the smartest thing for JD to do, to actually take on this issue, given how difficult it is to negotiate on behalf of Trump when he keeps on changing his mind, when he also keeps on listening to Mark Levine and the Israelis and Netanyahu, who then come in and influence him last minute in the negotiations, and everything that has been agreed upon before ends up collapsing. So could there be some error by the Pakistanis? Certainly. Is that the most likely scenario, just given what we can openly see with our own eyes? This is not where I would be looking first, nor would I be looking at this other narrative that the White House is pushing out, that the whole problem is because the Iranian leadership can't get their act together and that they're in disarray, etc. Again, not implausible that there's a lot of disagreements within their leadership. There always are. Those disagreements tend to come to the fore in the midst of negotiations when tough decisions need to be made. But is that really what we think is happening, given what we are seeing happening on social media? It's funny to me how the Western media is always looking for the least likely explanation.
Well, the reason why I wanted to start off there is because by process of elimination, I want to go through the different parties that we aren't currently discussing, because obviously Pakistan is where these talks are being held, and it's between the United States and Iran. However, there are other parties not involved in the direct conversations that are very clearly involved as far as the influence that they hold over the American side and even influence they hold over the Iranian side. I'm, of course, referencing Israel. How much of these negotiations, by your estimation, it's hard to speculate, it's hard to know, but how much of these negotiations do you think are being sullied by Israel's influence? Because it's very obvious that they have said over and over again that they were not party to the fact that even negotiations or a ceasefire was supposed to take place. They were very frustrated when they found out about it as well, both the Israeli public and certainly the Israeli government, and even struck Lebanon in a way that they had not done so in quite a while. The 300 civilians that they slaughtered in a matter of 10 minutes. In the immediate aftermath of the ceasefire conversations taking place. So how much do you think Israel is involved in managing the relationship with Trump directly?
Well, we do know a couple of things. We know that the Israelis have direct access to Trump and have sidelined and sidestepped the American policy process, which already has been quite chaotic in Trump 2, not as chaotic as it was in Trump 1, but nevertheless. So they have that access and they have that ability to play Trump psychology. Trump tends to be influenced by the last person he speaks. And if that ends up becoming Netanyahu, that definitely has a significant amount of influence, given how Trump is operating. It would not necessarily be the case with other presidents who would follow a completely different process and structure for their decision-making. So far, I have to say, I've not seen clear evidence that the Israelis themselves are the reason why this has not gone forward. Now, indirectly, I do believe that the Israelis share a tremendous amount of responsibility for this outcome, because we're seeing how Trump keeps on pushing for maximalist positions, whether it is zero enrichment or 20-year enrichment, things of that nature that ultimately were put forward, at least zero enrichment was put forward by the Israelis as a way of sabotaging the talks. But even if we don't see that evidence right now, I would say, though, that I think it is very clear that if the talks end up taking place, and if they end up becoming serious, if Trump manages to keep a degree of discipline to get across the finishing line or getting very close to the finishing line, at that moment, history teaches us that the Israelis will do absolutely everything to scuttle any deal between the United States and Iran that entails sanctions lifting. Keeping the sanctions in place is essential to the Israelis. The broader game of the Israelis is to establish a balance of power in the region that essentially eliminates Iran as a geopolitical player that can challenge Israel. This means degrading their industrial base, destroying their universities, destroying their steel plants, pharmaceutical plants, just set them back decades. When they're saying bombing them back to the Stone Age, they're not kidding. It's not an exaggeration.
Yeah.
It is not just a kind of a saying. This is their strategy. This is what they've done in Syria. This is what they have done or doing right now in Lebanon. It's about keeping everyone else weak so that they can have security through dominance. But there's two ways to do this. One is to go to war, which they've fought very hard for the last 25 years to get, but it's difficult to get there. And even when you do it, it may not result the way you want. But if you succeed, it will actually set the country back very fast in a relatively short time because you're blowing things up. The alternative way is to have long-standing sanctions that for decades grinds down the industrial base of the country, slowly but surely destroys its fabric of society, its ability to be able to have a proper functioning economy. This is what was done to Iraq under Saddam Hussein. It's not entirely Israel's fault in that context, but nevertheless, this is a different methodology of just defeating your enemies. With Iran, they've had those sanctions on for more than 3 decades now. And the Israelis are upset enough that Trump has ended the war. It would be much, much worse, unacceptable from their standpoint, if sanctions are lifted. And at that point, I think we will see significant pressure on Trump, and it will probably lead to Trump's biggest fallout and confrontation, not just with Netanyahu, but with Miriam Adelson, with his other big pro-Israeli donors, etc. And given how Trump has kind of lost the Tucker Carlson wing of MAGA, it's not clear to me whether he feels ready and comfortable to take on the remaining supporters that he has, at least on the financial side, which are the donors that are in line with Miriam Adelson on this issue.
So I also want to ask the last party involved here, which is, of course, China. It's not a secret that China gets an overwhelming amount, if not the overwhelming majority of its energy needs from the Strait of Hormuz, and not just from Iran. As a matter of fact, Iran, I believe, made up pre-Operation Epic Fury approximately 10% of, or even smaller than that, of China's oil and energy needs in particular. Most of it still comes from the other Gulf states. And now, with the Strait of Hormuz being effectively shut off, it's getting a lot of the additional Iranian oil tankers. Having said that, however, China wants stability. It's good for trade. All they care about is trade for the most part, and continuing to develop these other countries in the One Belt, One Road initiative. How much do you believe is China pursuing stability and maybe even urging Iran to engage in a ceasefire conversation, and how much is Iran even invested in listening to China, and how much aid do you think China is offering to Iran beyond or urging them to engage in a ceasefire, and if their interest is actually leading Iran towards a ceasefire rather than continuing to pursue some kind of military campaign to secure its maximalist goals?
So you're, first of all, absolutely right, Hasan, that the Chinese are primarily focused on stability and their economic development. They're very strongly disciplined in avoiding getting entangled in other countries' conflicts. They're not going at this ideologically, immediately taking sides in conflicts, believing that those conflicts have anything to do with their credibility and things of that nature. They're the total opposite of the United States. There's not a conflict around the world that the United States doesn't feel it needs to get itself entangled with and interfere with, fully not understanding at all what the conflict necessarily is, but nevertheless, this sense that because it is a superpower, because apparently global stability depends on the United States, in this mindset, everything touches U.S. interest. And it's been disastrous for the United States to pursue this path, in my view, and it's part of the reason why multipolarity is arriving earlier than it otherwise would have. The Chinese are the opposite. They don't have any particular attachment to Iran. They have strategic arrangements economically with almost every country in the region. And Iran is certainly not more important to them than the GCC are. But they have managed to make sure that they don't get entangled in Iran's conflicts with the GCC or vice versa. Now, would they intervene in such a scenario in order to get the Iranians to agree to a ceasefire? I believe that in the earlier case, the Chinese may have, at the last moment, convey their desire for the Iranians to go along with this. But I don't see the Chinese pressuring Iran unless they believe that the proposal on the table is a relatively reasonable one. Because otherwise, if there's an unreasonable proposal on the table and they end up pressuring Iran, they have made themselves an instrument in America's or in Trump's losing negotiation. And that's not their interest. They don't want to own this at all. Even if they intervene, they will do so quietly behind the scenes without saying anything to anyone. No press release, no press conference, because they don't want to have responsibility for the outcome. But if they intervene too early, if they do it publicly, and if they do it in a manner that actually is pushing Iran towards something that clearly is not going to work because it's unreasonable, it's imbalanced, then they have made themselves an instrument in Trump's game. And that would be the worst outcome for them. So I don't think they're right now putting much pressure on the Iranians. Are they unhappy with the situation? Absolutely. Who do they blame for that situation? I don't think they're blaming the Iranians. Now, if there was a very reasonable proposal on the table, and Trump had proven himself also to be willing and capable and disciplined enough to deliver on it, then I can definitely see that the foreign minister of China would place a phone call to the Iranians, gently urging them to move in that direction, etc. But the idea that they would end up becoming some sort of a tool in America's pressure tactic on Iran, I think the Chinese are too smart to get entangled in that manner.
I have talked to some China skeptics who are analysts and political figures in the region that believe that there is a potential trade-off. They're speculating. There's a potential trade-off with China possibly urging Iran to take a maybe even worse deal in exchange for easing the military allegiance that America has with Taiwan, using Taiwan as a permanent base, as a thorn on the side of China in its own regional interests. Do you find that to be a likely scenario, knowing what you know about China's unbelievably pragmatic approach and its ultimate interest in making sure that there is some sort of reunification, most likely a peaceful reunification with Taiwan? Given that being the highest priority for China, could they potentially use Iran as a trade-off, given the relationship that they have and their lack of interest, the lack of ideological commitment to waging some sort of anti-imperialist war, for example?
So I personally, and I want to make it clear, I'm not a China expert, so I'm not going to try to pretend to know exactly what the Chinese calculations are. But from where I stand, I find it somewhat unlikely, at least at this moment, for the Chinese to make calculations of this kind, because it would be entanglement at the end of the day into this issue in which is contrary to China's first principles. Don't get involved. And if you suddenly have made that type of a deal, that triangular deal in which there's reduced support for Iran in return for this from the American side, you're already starting to entangle yourself a little bit in a way that I don't think the Chinese would do unless the situation is much graver and they're much more likely to succeed. They want to have a much higher likelihood of success for anything. Secondly, this presumes a degree of trust and confidence on the Chinese side that Trump will deliver on his promises to China. I don't see them having that. So that would make it very risky for them to damage potentially their relationship with Iran, which at the end of the day is not unimportant to them, for a very flimsy likelihood that Trump will deliver on his end of the bargain. So under normal circumstances, could it perhaps have been more likely? Perhaps, but you add the Trump factor into it, and you add the very clear track record that we see, that the Chinese see of how Trump is conducting himself. And I just don't find it likely that the Chinese, who are so cautious, and many would legitimately, in my view, justifiably at times, criticize them of being too cautious. I mean, there's been much easier
That's me. I'm
scenarios.
that guy.
Yeah. I mean, there's been plenty of situations in the region in which much more much higher likelihood of success for the Chinese to step in and do something diplomatically, and they just decided to stay out.
Yeah.
They decided to stay out because, again, they're very risk averse. They stepped in when it came to Iran and Saudi Arabia because of a specific request from MBS himself. And it was also a scenario in which the Iraqis and others had already mediated extensively between the Iranians and the Saudis. The deal was 90% ready. And the MBS himself directly pleaded with Xi. And they did this. And immediately afterwards, you could see how the Chinese started to become uncomfortable. On the one hand, they were glad to get the credibility and the credit for all of this. On the other hand, they were very unhappy to see that demands and expectations that the Chinese would step in more often were rising as a result of this. And they really clearly wanted to push down those expectations.
Even Western analysts at the time said, oh, it's your problem now. Some, at least on Foreign Policy magazine, said, okay, well, good luck to China for doing this. And I read it as jealousy at the time, but I guess they weren't so wrong. Now, there's one factor here at play that, once again, we have to go back to, which is Israel. China does have a lot of power to apply pressure to every country, really. But from what I have seen, what I've read, it kind of feels as though China is just treating Israel as America's problem and a reliable trade partner at times as well. But they're not using any leverage that they have to try to talk to Israel at all. I don't know if that's because they see that as overstepping, because they talk to America directly, or if there's any way to bring about some sort of regional stability. All of that still goes through Israel, realistically. Is there any reason as to why they have, in your opinion, refused to try and deal with Israel at all, even if it's anything beyond simply offering condemnations at the UN?
I think it's an excellent question. I want to again emphasize
you're not a China expert.
I'm not a China expert. Yeah, but I have been able to observe closely and have had extensive conversations with Chinese officials about their approach to the Middle East. And I think there is a fundamental error here amongst many people who are looking forward to the days of multipolarity. They're hoping that some of America's problematic, to say the least, approaches in certain regions will be balanced out because another superpower or a constellation of other powers will be able to push it back. Middle East is obviously the obvious one. But I think the error here is to believe that China would more or less behave like previous superpowers we have seen, either from the Western Bloc or from the Eastern Russian Bloc. That is not how they are considering themselves as a major power. They've made it very clear they're not following the blueprint of previous superpowers or Western superpowers when it comes to this. They're not going to automatically take the side against the United States in a lot of conflicts. More than anything else, they want to manage the world together with the United States, not in an antagonistic manner, but in a manner that maximizes stability and further enhances China's ability to grow economically. This is their main objective. You know, they can look at a lot of these different injustices. They may feel bad about it, but they don't have that same type of a messianic urge that you see in a lot of Western states in which they think God wants them to get involved in this, or that God has decided that they are the ones to solve this issue. That's just not how they're approaching these things.
Yeah.
And so even in some cases in which they could easily have come in to really embarrass the United States by solving some issues or pushing for some sort of a movement towards a solution and show how much more of a responsible actor they may be, they've refrained from doing so because their game is not about embarrassing the United States. Their game is about making sure that the world moves towards some sort of a new constellation. It will probably be some sort of a bipolar plus multipolar context. And in that, they want the United States and China not to have the relationship that the US and the Soviet Union did, but have a very collaborative approach in which they together take responsibility for security and manage the world's problem and maximizes security. And that partly means that they will not pick fights with the United States on issues that the United States seems to have an irrational degree of attachment and commitment to. And that brings us back to Israel and the Middle East. So I think we should have, I mean, they will make their statements at the UN. They will take nominally the position that is way more in accordance with international law. But to expect them to really put political capital to push something that would be seen as antagonistic by the United States, at least for now, and probably for the next 10 years, I don't see the Chinese going in that direction. You know what the first thing they did after they negotiated the Saudi-Iran deal and it was a success? After they clinched it, the first thing they did, the next day, they went in and they fully briefed the White House on all of the details of it, etc., with full transparency. The United States never does that with the Chinese whenever the US does something, even if it happens in China's own neighborhood. But this was part of their way of saying, we're not doing this to screw you over. We're not doing this to embarrass you. This is just something that we could do. We hope that you will find use for it, and here's how we did it.
Given that the United States' approach is almost single-handedly in the hands of Donald Trump at this point, regardless of what more calmer minds or whatever kind of sober analysis and assessment they're offering to Donald Trump, he ends up making these erratic decisions. And given that Trump's tendency, as he has demonstrated over and over again, is to perceive concessions or reasonable moves that his opposition are making to be a sign of weakness, as he's done so with Iran over and over again. Do you feel like Trump is going to miscalculate even China's restraint in this process as potential weakness, and then do something erratic there as well? The reason why I keep asking about this, the reason why I keep asking about China, even though you're not a China expert, is because there is now going to be a talk that takes place in Beijing. It was supposed to have taken place already last month or this month, and now it's been pushed to May 14th. And I wanted to ask you, this deal that is in place right now in Iran, that's supposed to be implemented, that is currently in a legal limbo, if it's not completed by the time Donald Trump travels to Beijing, do you feel like America will have a significant weakness in these talks with Xi Jinping? And do you feel as though that is going to force Donald Trump to try to manage this negotiation the closer he gets to the Beijing summit, and he might even cancel it altogether? What do you think the likelihood of that is?
I think, first of all, you're quite right. It will be problematic from Trump's position if he travels to Beijing, has this very crucial summit with Xi, and he is still suffering from the repercussions of the problem that he caused himself by starting this idiotic war. He has once again proven himself incapable of establishing stability. No one remembers the success he had in Venezuela. Everyone talks about the lack of success and the idiocy of going into Iran, the foolishness of thinking this could be done in 4 days, all of these different things. So this will put him in a much, much worse position. He's suffering from higher oil prices. He is at his lowest level with Republicans, his lowest level with independents. He looks as if he's going to be a lame duck president in just a couple of months because the Republicans are likely to lose the House, the Senate. This is not the position he wanted to be in when he went to Xi. And the thing you mentioned about miscalculation with the Chinese, I think he is more careful with the Chinese because I think he has a better assessment of what China's actual power and role is. And he understands it and manages to discipline himself. With the Iranians, he's still suffering from the false belief that Iran would collapse within 4 days. And he really hasn't managed to grapple that he really is going to have to give a real concession and compromise in order to get a deal. He's still coming at this thinking that there's some sort of a silver bullet he can use to win this negotiation through humiliating the other side and getting a total victory and a total surrender from the other side. It was never in the cards. It is not going to be in the cards. There is no silver bullet. The only silver bullet he can really put together is a smart diplomatic strategy, which would entail absolutely zero Truth Social posts for at least a week or so until this is done. But everything that he's doing, whether it is the blockade of the blockade, etc., it's all the same game plan as in the past. This belief that if you just do this one small thing, the whole house of cards of Iran is going to collapse. And the Israelis are very active in kind of pushing these type of things.
Yeah.
So I don't think that he treats the Chinese in the same way. He has a better assessment and fortunately listens to more people than he does on Iran. Will he cancel again? I don't know. There's a lot of different factors coming in, but I do believe that he canceled the first one precisely because of this. He thought he was going to go in there with Venezuela and Iran in his pocket in a very strong position. It is simply not the case. It will not be the case most likely by May 14th either. So it remains to be seen whether it takes place or not. I had conversations with the Chinese who were very frustrated, very angry that he had canceled it the first time. So I don't know what the repercussions from the Chinese will be if he postpones it once more. And remember, the Chinese agenda has very little to do with what's going on in the Persian Gulf and Iran. They have their own issues that they want to talk to the United States about.
Yeah. I think what you said about assuming tremendous leverage leading up to these talks in Beijing with Venezuela and potentially with Iran is exactly what America thought was going to happen. But it's very clear by now to everyone with 3 working brain cells that the false information that was fed to Donald Trump about how easy and how similar to Venezuela this operation in Iran would look like was fed to him by Israel. Is there any point, do you think, where Trump will say, okay, enough is enough. You guys have lied to me over and over again about your capabilities, the capabilities of Iran. It's very clear that Iran is not destroyed, and you're feeding me this false information in an effort to push me further and further up the escalation ladder because it suits your purpose, and there is now no longer a convergence but a divergence in interests. We can see that, but do you feel like Donald Trump will actually see that at any point?
I think to a certain extent it has already happened because he did agree, or he pushed for that ceasefire and he got it. The Israelis didn't want it. So I think to a certain extent it has happened. Will he do that type of a complete break with them and said, everything you guys have told me to do has been complete nonsense. I'm not going to listen to you guys at all any longer? No, he will not do that. Because that means that he will lose his biggest financial supporter right now, which is Miriam Adelson.
Yeah.
And to do that before crucial midterm elections, in which a lot of other people already have lost faith in him because he was supposed to push out the neocons, not put them at the center of his foreign policy. But yet there he is, retweeting Mark Levine and repeating a lot of the stuff that FDD and others are saying. So I'm not saying that he's completely lost that other wing, but confidence have really been shaken. And that confidence is not going to come back easily, even if he does that break, particularly mindful of the fact that that break is not going to be complete. Now, will a lot of people from what I would call the Tucker Carlson wing of the party be extremely happy if he strikes a deal, gets out of this mess, and even pushes back hard against the Israelis? Absolutely. But Trump will be in a situation in which he will have ticked off both of the main wings of his party. And without knowing for certain exactly where the end balance is going to be for him just months, weeks before the midterm elections. And I think that's going to weigh heavily on his mind. And again, this is not the same as some of the YouTube influencers or very critical people within the MAGA movement, from Megyn Kelly to Tucker to others, Steve Bannon, criticizing the policies, etc., online. This is about the Israelis pulling out all of the stops and trying to undermine and sabotage Trump not just his diplomacy, but everything else they can do, just like they tried to do and did with Obama in 2015, between 2013 and 2015, including, as we all saw, that Netanyahu even went to Congress to give that speech against Obama, which of course could only have happened because the Republicans invited him. This would not happen now. But nevertheless, it's just a sign of
there
how
were also
far...
Democrats too. There were plenty of Democrats that also were in support, Chuck Schumer being one of the key allies there.
Absolutely. Absolutely. But the point being, it's just a sign of how far they were willing to go to undermine him. Again, mindful of the fact that this would be not only an end to the war, it would be sanctions relief. And what I think will happen if there is a deal, there will be a deal that is far bigger and deeper than the JCPOA, in the sense that the sanctions relief will be far more massive. Sanctions relief in the JCPOA was only UN sanctions and then secondary American sanctions, meaning the sanctions the US imposes on Chinese, Indian, and European companies if they trade or invest in Iran. What's at the center of this negotiation is primary sanctions, meaning the sanctions that the US imposes on American companies. That would be devastating for the Israelis. They will do everything they can to prevent that. And again, if you're sitting in Trump's shoes right now trying to figure out which political path to take, it has to be intimidating knowing what hell will break loose if he actually agrees to a deal. Doesn't mean, by the way, that I'm not arguing that he shouldn't do it. He absolutely should strike that deal. We should just be very clear about the intense fight that will follow if he goes down that path.
So let's talk about the actual deal in place. There's a 10-point plan that Iran has basically had publicly revealed since, I believe, the second week of the war. There's been some changes on it. I have a degree of emphasis on, from my own estimation, what I think Iran cares about a lot and what I think is likely and what I think Iran doesn't care about as much. And I wanted to run that by you and see if you have any disagreements there. I think one of the most consequential elements of this deal is the Lebanese ceasefire. And the reason why I say that, consequential as in I think it's the hardest one to accomplish. Why is it the hardest one to accomplish? Because it goes directly against the interests of Israel. And it's a demand not made specifically to protect Hezbollah in the way that it's being presented, but I think it's a demand being made to the United States of America to enforce maximum leverage that Iran has to force America to restrain Israel, something that has not happened in the last 2.5 years, almost 3 years at this point. I think that's probably the most significant ask that Iran is making, even beyond the sanctions relief. Although obviously the sanctions relief would be the most consequential one and the most beneficial one. I think from the perspective of the Iranian side, driving any sort of wedge between the relationship between the United States of America and Israel, or at least forcing America's hand into taking action against Israel, is the maximum leverage position. So that's my first statement, and I want to hear if you agree with that or not, or where you're at on that side of the bargain. And I think the least consequential one is one that they've already conceded to, which is, of course, the enriched uranium. The American demands for it, from what I understand, are something that Trump wants to present as an aesthetic victory. It's 20 years as opposed to Iran agreeing to 5 years of control over their enriched uranium stockpile. Even though the Iranian side is still maintaining this posture that they don't want anything to happen to their enriched uranium stockpile whatsoever, and that actually violates their sovereignty. Do you feel like Iran is simply saying that in order to posture? Do you disagree that this is probably the easiest condition that America has demanded from Iran that Iran would be on board with, that Iran would concede to? Outside of that, you obviously, I think you and I agree on the sanctions relief side. So what do you think about those two major points?
So a couple of things. Let me also say one thing on sanctions relief before that, because I don't want to leave the impression that the sanctions relief is the hardest because Trump is opposed to it. I think actually Trump is the president that would be most in favor of offering sanctions relief. He's not a fan of sanctions. He's a fan of tariffs. But sanctions actually punish American companies. So the idea of lifting primary sanctions and getting American companies into Iran would be a huge sell to his own base. I mean, you have $300 billion of damages minimum in Iran right now. There's going to be massive reconstruction efforts. I'm not saying that the Iranians would welcome all American companies right away or in a large manner, but nevertheless, this would be the largest economy that would open up since the fall of the Soviet Union. And he said numerous times on the campaign trail back in 2015 that his opposition to the JCPOA, Obama's deal, was because it was unfair to American companies, because it only lifted sanctions on European companies and Chinese and Indians, but not on American companies. No Trump Towers in Tehran. So I think actually he's ideologically inclined to agree to that and be, quite open to lifting a lot of it. It's just that the political fight he will have with the Israelis afterwards or during that process is going to be absolutely beyond anything he's had so far. Lebanon, I think you're right. I think Lebanon is going to be a very, very tricky thing. And as you mentioned, part of it is because the Iranians want to see that Trump is serious about really reining in the Israelis. Part of it is, of course, also that the United States wants to talk about what the US calls Iran's proxies. Well, the Iranians view them as allies, and the United States views Israel as an ally. Is this going to be a ceasefire between Iran and the US, or is it a ceasefire that entails Israel? If it entails Israel, and Iran cannot attack Israel, Israel cannot attack Iran, so an American ally has been included in the ceasefire, then the Iranians are going to say, well, then Iranian allies should be included as well. Because otherwise you have a scenario in which Iran cannot strike at Israel, Israel cannot strike at Iran, but Israel can strike at these different groups that are associated with Iran without Iran being able to do anything about that. So I think the Iranians in that case are going to say, in that case, let's just have a ceasefire between the US and Iran. And then it's everything is permitted between Israel and Iran and between Iran and Israel and many of these different groups. And that also then means there is no agreement that other groups in Iraq and elsewhere in the region will cease fire on the US. Either you include them or you don't include them.
So it's beyond Lebanon and Hezbollah is what you're saying, because that was my initial assessment as well. I was, I mean, obviously Marandi is not in any way, shape, or form affiliated with the administration, but he is one of the only people that I've heard maintain the position that this also includes even Hamas, like the entirety of the axis of resistance, whereas official communiques make it seem as though this is just, well, on the Iranian side, some of their reporting says it is the axis of resistance. Not sure if that includes Hamas or not, but certainly Iraq and other regional actors as well. Is that your understanding of the deal as well?
I can certainly see that from the Iranian side. They would view that as the most attractive solution or agreement, because it would mean that Israel cannot attack any of their allies and vice versa. And the United States is very adamant that they want to put pressure on Iran for Iran to put pressure on some of these different groups, Houthis, Iraqi militias, etc., not to attack US. So the question, what kind of balance you can find there? I can see from a US standpoint also say, you know what, let's actually end all of it, right? No attacks from the Houthis, no attacks from the Iraqi militias, none of these things. And then the question is, yes, but you have one ally that wants to bomb everyone all the time. What are you going to do about that? So I think it's going to be a tough negotiation on that issue, the maximalist position from the Iranian side, which could be accepted by the US. I don't think necessarily is going to end up. But if it is very, very weak, it also means that ultimately the ceasefire between Iran and the US will also be weak. Not because the US and Iran would want to go back into the war, but if fighting in Lebanon can continue, in West Bank and Gaza can continue, and Israel can strike the Houthis, it means that we will have the same scenario that we did after October 7th. And remember, back then, a lot of the concerns were this conflict, if it's not stopped, will spill over into the rest of the region. More than twice now, it has done exactly that. And the second time, it led to this disastrous regional war. So if you really want to avoid a recurring scenario of this kind, you do need to pacify all of these other theaters, not just the ones between the US and Iran directly. So I think there's a strong argument, regardless whether you're coming at it from the US side or from the Iranian side, that it would actually be better to get a complete ceasefire throughout the entire region. Now, what was the third factor? And I forgot right now.
The third
Your
factor
dog
was
distracted me. It's a beauty.
Yeah, she's a big guard dog. The third factor was the enriched uranium, and how much of that is actually, I guess, not negligible necessarily, but like, what are the red lines there? And because my estimation is, considering that they had already conceded to, according to the Omani negotiators, in the beginning phase before America engaged in perfidy again alongside Israel, was the idea that Iran was totally willing to lean into American demands on that front. Obviously, the red lines are, the ridiculous asks were on, restricting the missile strike capabilities. Like, that's, totally ridiculous. But the nuclear side has always been Iranian leverage. They have, in a way that I might even say is naive, have refused to engage in enriching uranium beyond, or the only time they've engaged in enriching uranium beyond civilian grade is specifically to gain leverage to bring America back to the negotiation table in exchange for sanctions relief. Trying to force America to abide by something similar to the JCPOA. Do you feel like that's still the case, or do you think that now they have more leverage over the United States of America and therefore they really want to force it?
Yeah. So I think your original premise is correct. This is probably not easy, but one of the easier challenges within the negotiations, because they already traveled a significant distance through the mediation of the Omanis. A mechanism was invented, put together, that was designed to make Trump feel that he has achieved his red line. His red line adopted later on in the game, which was essentially the Israeli red line, zero enrichment. So that, and part of the reason why the Iranians say 5 years and the US is 20 now, first of all, just saying any number from the US is a deviation from the Israeli line, right? Suddenly you're talking numbers instead of indefinitely. So that in itself is interesting, even though 20 years is a very, very significant amount of time. Now, the justification for 5 in the previous negotiations was essentially that the Iranians said, okay, we would only enrich uranium for 2 identified needs, 2 reactors they have. One is a reactor that is not even online for another 7 years, and one is a reactor that was given to the Iranians in the late 1960s by the US and that is currently used for research and medical isotopes for cancer patients. That reactor already has fuel pads that will last it another 5 to 7 years. So the number 5, I don't think, is just thrown out as any bargaining thing. It is designed to function within this this larger mechanism, saying, well, they're only needing to enrich uranium for these 2 reactors, and currently they don't need it because they have it for another 5 years. Could there be a scenario in which a third country, France, provides fuel pads for the Tehran research reactor for an additional 5 years, and for that other new reactor, so that the Iranians actually don't have a need for 10 years? I can see the Iranians being flexible on this. 20 may be too far, but this would require that the fuel pads are delivered right away, I would suspect, not that they're hoping that it will be delivered down the road. I can see something like that potentially working out, and they could extend that number. And I think part of the reason why the Iranians are not walking back the Geneva proposal, but seem to still be negotiating from it, should be really seen as very positive from the American side, because you could easily have a scenario in which they're like, you know what? No, you didn't win this war. In fact, you lost it strategically. Our position has strengthened, and our position on on these different nuclear issues have been hardened, and you're going to get less. I suspect, and particularly mindful of the fact that the debate inside of Iran has also shifted in the sense that there is far more support for weaponization now than there ever was before. one can see that scenario. But I suspect the reason why they have stuck to the Geneva proposal is because they have instead just increased the sanctions lifting demand, saying, yes, we can still do this, but the price is now higher. And the price is that, all of the UN sanctions, all of this of the primary sanctions need to be lifted. Because if the Iranians give up this leverage, this is the last time they can actually ask for sanctions relief. Having gotten it, what leverage do they have to even get the US to the table down the road?
Yeah.
So this is essentially the last moment. And so I think they're going to offer almost everything and demand almost everything in return.
But unfortunately, Donald Trump sees any kind of concession or even a willingness to cooperate with coming to the table as a sign of weakness, unfortunately. And you have malignant actors that are doing their very best, that have profound amounts of influence, if not the last remaining line of defense amongst Trump's domestic allies and foreign allies that are going to do their very best to sell you the deal. Trita Parsi, thank you so much for coming on.
Thank you so much for having me.
This was wonderful. I have to go pee.
Appreciate it.
But thank you. Thank you. It's always a pleasure to have you on.
Likewise.
And hopefully we'll talk to you again soon under better conditions. All right.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Hasan. Really
Have a good
appreciate
one.
it. Talk to you soon.
Bye.
Thank you.
That was Trita Parsi, Executive Vice President of the Quincy Institute, a fantastic analyst on issues, everything related to Iran. I did a fantastic job of asking questions. By the way, I know some of you can't keep up with like more than 2 or 3 questions. Shut the fuck up, chatters. Okay. Yes, I always appreciate his insight. And I'm going to go pee real quick as we go back to the White House Correspondents' Dinner. First time since 2011, Rose. Trump is returning.
House Correspondents' Dinner is already attracting some of the biggest names in politics, media, and entertainment. And no one will have more eyes on them, though, or cameras, than President Trump himself, who is actually going to be making his very first appearance ever as president.
And yes, as for tomorrow night, I hope that we will see all of you there. I know the president is very much looking forward to it. I think it's quite fitting that in our nation's 250th year, the most transparent and accessible president will be attending the White House Correspondents' Dinner for the first time. And his speech will be very entertaining. That is what I will tell you.
Now, we don't know what will happen when the president takes the stage tomorrow night. We do know, though, what it was like the last time he appeared at the White House Correspondents' Dinner.
And then, of course, there's Donald Trump. Donald Trump has been saying that he will run for president as a Republican, which is surprising since I just assumed he was running as a joke.
But the jokes directed at Donald Trump during the 2011 White House Correspondents' Dinner didn't stop there.
Donald Trump is here tonight. Now, I know that he's taken some flack lately. But no one is happier, no one is prouder to put this birth certificate matter to rest than the Donald. And that's because he can finally get back to focusing on the issues that matter. Like, did we fake the moon landing? What really happened in Roswell? And where are Biggie and Tupac? Say what you will about Mr. Trump, he certainly would bring some change to the White House. Let's see what we've got up there.
Now, he hasn't gone quite that far, but the president, who spent decades as a developer before taking office, has certainly been putting his own touch on the White House this time around, inside and out. There's construction here at the White House as the president's ballroom is being built right now, which has prompted multiple lawsuits. And also, the colonnade leading to the West Wing and the Oval Office itself have been transformed, basically in the president's style, which means gold and more gold. Now, after that speech that President Obama gave, President Trump responded to the scathing jabs from the president at the time and downplayed.
If we think that that was the inception, like that was the reason why Donald Trump chose to run for president, do we hold the Podjons accountable as they were responsible for Obama's speech at the time? Hasan, you're cooked, bro? Wait, why am I cooked? Do you guys think what do you guys think? You think there'll be a clavicular mention on one of the speeches? Do you think they'll mention me in one of the speeches? I feel like clavicular is probably a higher likelihood, right? Like mogging or maxing or something like that. I think there's no comedian. Oh.
I've been there before, so I knew what I was getting into. It's sort of the lion's den. I looked at my wife, I said, is this a good thing or a bad thing? Am I supposed to be honored or am I supposed to hide under the table? I wasn't exact. So I sort of just sat there and listened and took it in. But it was actually a little bit amazing. I will faithfully execute.
But when he won the White House 5 years later, the president did not return to the White House Correspondents' Dinner.
We all fucking lost. Let's be real.
President Trump is snubbing next Saturday's White House Correspondents' Dinner, but we found out yesterday he will be counter-programming it. He's got a primetime rally planned in Pennsylvania. Caitlin, what are you going to do?
I'll be at the dinner.
Throughout his entire first term, President Trump never attended.
So why do you think the president is not here tonight? If that's what this dinner is, it embodies essentially a toast to a free press. Why was the president not attend tonight?
Look, the president has enormous demands on his schedule.
The Correspondents' Dinner is too negative. I like positive things, okay?
But after returning to office for his second term, the president announced he would indeed attend the dinner that's a toast to the First Amendment, explaining it this way.
Every joke was about me, and I sort of liked it. I can handle that stuff.
And my political...
Famously. I think there was a point in time where he could possibly handle it. This is perhaps the weakest and the most insecure he's ever felt in his administration. This is the lowest approval ratings he's ever had in both terms. I wouldn't be shocked if he just ends up arresting everyone that made jokes, or just all the journalists in the room after he's done.
Sources are back with me, Scott and Paul. I mean, it really did become this urban legend that Trump ran for president because Obama made fun of him at that dinner in 2011.
Is it an urban legend?
I don't know. He talked about it before that.
I rather enjoyed watching Barack Obama choose to seal the fate of the Democratic Party there with those ill-advised jokes at the expense of Donald Trump. Because
look. Everything these guys say and do should be read as like a fucking dude who got bullied his whole life, exercising a power fantasy through another bully. Oh, they better not think about cracking jokes ever again. It's like, dude, shut up, okay? How about you better not think about, what you did in the bathrooms of gay bars in Tennessee or wherever the fuck he was doing trade.
Just a few years later, Trump broke every Democrat's heart in the country when he defeated Hillary Clinton. I'm glad he's going, by the way. Donald Trump is the funniest working comedian in the United States today. He has a chance to do something amazing tomorrow night. We'll see what he does.
Well, I will say he has been as transparent, more transparent than any president I've ever seen in terms of talking to you all, talking to reporters, taking their calls, right? And that's a good thing. It's the thin reed I can grab, because other than that, he's been the biggest enemy of the First Amendment since President John Adams locked up Congressman Matthew Lyon of Vermont for criticizing him, violating the Sedition Act in 1798. You got to wait to 1798. This man has been a full-on assault on the free press since day one. Literally on day one, began cutting funding for press freedom overseas. His Pentagon has gone after journalists. He's sued innumerable media organizations. His FCC chairman went after Jimmy Kimmel. Now he says he wants to investigate The View. It's been a full-on war on the free press. And I hope that in a room full of journalists, maybe one or two of them can get his ear and say, hey, this is our country, not yours.
Yeah, I do think.
Yeah, right, dude. They're going to be too busy polishing his fucking shoes with their tongues.
I mean, there has been criticism, Scott, of the fact that he's attending the dinner at all from people who say that he's not an advocate of the First Amendment. I mean, people are reporting reports just this week from the FBI trying to investigate a reporter who was reporting on Kash Patel's travel and his girlfriend. What would you say to those people?
I mean, I think the first 5 seconds of what Paul said was true. He has absolutely been the most transparent president we've ever had. I mean, you're there every day. He meets with the press on a regular basis, answers questions for hours at a time. I mean, he takes calls from individual reporters on a daily basis. He's calling into shows all the time. The President of the United States is not shy.
And he sues them and uses the power of the government to censor them.
You think the media is being censored in this country?
I think the FCC tried to get Jimmy Kimmel fired, and he was fired for a brief moment. Then the American people brought him back.
I mean, I should note the Wall Street Journal is getting an award tomorrow night for its reporting on Jeffrey Epstein and the birthday card that Trump had signed, allegedly in that birthday book. Yeah, but my point of that is.
What do you mean groundbreaking? Trump literally tried to sue the fucking newspaper for that reporting. Clearly, he thought it was fucking groundbreaking enough. You can't just say, groundbreaking. Yeah, if it was irrelevant, Trump would not have tried to unsuccessfully sue Wall Street fucking Journal for that exact news report.
Well, I don't think that's a nice comment. But my point of that was that Trump is suing the Wall Street Journal over that and trying to get in this huge legal fight with them, which, was thrown out, but he did take legal action against them because they wrote a story he didn't like.
He has stood up for himself, what he thinks he's been treated unfairly, and sometimes it works out and sometimes it doesn't. But I'll tell you one thing, he doesn't take things lying down. That's one of the things Republicans love about him. But regarding the press and their access.
What a way to reframe that. Remember, the entire conversation right now is supposed to revolve around whether Donald Trump is respectful enough to the First Amendment or not. Now, we obviously know the answer to that question, but it is really funny that Scott Jennings is like, on the one hand, being like, who cares? He's just defending himself. It's like, really? Is he just defending himself? How about defend the fucking Constitution? You're the goddamn president. That's the whole point.
To the president and the Oval Office and what's going on with decision making, compare him to Biden, compare him to Obama, compare him to Bush, Clinton, any president. It's not even close. The amount of questions he takes and answers, the transparency is off the charts and is undeniable.
I don't deny that. But it's not his job to stand up for himself. It's his job to stand up for the Constitution. He swore an oath before God that he would preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution. He attacks that First Amendment every day.
One thing you mentioned in terms of Democrats, there are some 2028 hopefuls who are in town. California Governor Gavin Newsom.
The idea that... No, he's right. The fucking random guy, the Paul Begala is right. I mean, do we care about these things? Do we not? Obviously, I don't think anybody gives a shit if we're being real. But, like, it's still technically the truth. The fact that he says, Trump is the most transparent, I don't like, because that's not true. Leave it to a media guy to equate transparency with accessibility. Trump is never transparent. He's just accessible. There's a difference. And a media apparatus that can't comprehend that difference exists is not going to be able to do adequate reporting. That's the problem. Transparency requires Donald Trump to also be a decent person. Transparency requires Donald Trump to say the truth. He's accessible, but I wouldn't say he's transparent. He's accessible, but he's also belligerent. He's accessible, but he also lies all the time. He is honestly dishonest.
Is apparently here. He was spotted tonight on the party circuit. I mean, he might be there tomorrow night. It is interesting to think of who will be in that room and what this could potentially look like when the president is there tomorrow night.
Every dinner needs a clown. We'll welcome Gavin to town. I mean, I think the president is going to be the center of attention. What he says tomorrow night to and about the media will be obviously well covered. I expect him to be funny, and he should be funny, and has a chance to do.
Do you think he should attack the media like he does normally?
Do I think he should, or do I think he will?
Do you think
he will? Do I think he should?
I said, do you think?
I have no doubt at all the jousting that we're used to between the press and the media.
Oh my God. Scott Jennings, just say what you actually think, dumbass. Scott Jennings doesn't want Trump to attack the media. He's already deeply fucking unpopular. But he can't say that because his primary purpose here is to suck Trump's cock. And he knows Trump is definitely going to do it, so he can't be at odds with what he perceives Trump is going to do eventually. So he has to sit there and be like, well, I think he will. I think he will. Okay, do you think he should? Oh, well, you know, it's just jousting. It happens.
Media will occur tomorrow night.
It's censorship. Every president is frustrated with the press.
Who is
Go all the
censored?
way back to
There's
Thomas
literally
Jefferson.
nobody that is censored.
He shut down the Voice of America. He defunded NPR. He is.
See, this goes back to the point that if both sides are liberals, both sides are liberal Atlantists. When it comes to their foreign policy, they're on board, right? Scott Jennings turn around and be like, why are we spending so much money on propaganda when Donald Trump is actually destroying the global South with hard military power, hard dick military power? We're done with this libtarded bullshit, right? But he can't say that because he also is in the same system, and he also recognizes the importance of, you know, Voice of America to implement, to conduct espionage, to do soft power, to try to, you know, foment instability in countries that we want to create instability in.
Any number
They have
of
more
journalists
money now than they've ever had.
for expressing the truth or their opinions.
You can't name a single journalist who right now is incapable of speaking negatively about Donald Trump. In fact, it's more than ever.
Are you? Okay, he has gone after the free press. He sued the Des Moines Register and their pollster for accurately reporting a poll that actually the poll itself was flawed, but they didn't know it at the time. So for a flawed poll, you sue a newspaper and their pollster? It's all he does. It's all about him, him.
Does he answer questions?
Will either of you be attending tomorrow night?
I'll be right here.
Watching?
Yes, covering the dinner. Paul will be on the farm hauling manure, which he's obviously good at.
Paul Begala, Scott Jennings.
Air defenses were activated in Iran an hour ago, according to Al Jazeera. So that could be a test. Kash is potentially getting fired, by the way. Kash Patel is next to go. MAGA made the greatest fan art of you. Here is Mr. Turkish communist Islamic jihadist Nepo millionaire Hasan Piker on Rich Daddy's horse. Yeah, I like it. To Kash Patel, I say, see you in Valhalla, sir.
You've seen the trend.
I think they're going to get.
The thing that saves America from a decade of Trumpist institutional rot was Trump's incredible incompetence. Yeah. Dasha Burns over at Politico reports. A top White House official tells me Kash Patel's likely next cabinet level official to go. It's only a matter of time. The official who was granted anonymity to discuss a sensitive matter told me. Speculation ramped up this week over which ranking administration chief will go next after Pentagon head Pete Hegseth ousted his Navy secretary with President Trump's blessing. Now, a top White House official tells Dasha that Patel is likely the next cabinet level official to go. Do we know when the White House Correspondents' Dinner speech is going to happen? Is it going to take place? Like at what time? It's only a matter of time. The official who was granted anonymity to discuss sensitive matter told of the FBI director. There are several other reasons for the official said, but the top among them is a number of negative stories centered around FBI director is not a good look for a cabinet secretary. Oh, in an hour? All right, let's go. I will be watching that shit. Let's be real. But before we get to that, let's look at some other stuff. Let's do some different reacts. Well, first, Dave Smith with his drama with Kyle Kalinske, so I can get a better understanding of what this guy's about.
Trump is dumb, but I'd still do his show. And for one, it's like, we do live in a democracy. It is low-key the fault of the people that voted for Trump that Trump is in power. Like, that is how a democracy works, right? That there is some level of accountability that we can hold the people to when they reelect a fucking treasonous traitor, a fascist, you know what I'm saying? Like a Nazi, yeah, sorry, but if you were part of the group of people that elected that guy with your vote, which is, again, how a democracy works, like, it's not just some mysterious supernatural force outside of your fucking understanding. Like, no, you directly participated in that. And as a commentator, a member of the media, what you say and what you do is far more important than any just random Joe, like, you know, your grandpa or something that voted for Trump, who doesn't have a platform, who doesn't reach millions of people online, and who is incredibly influential. Like, yeah, sorry, bro, you fucked up. You're going to have to be reminded about it. You're going to have to face some level of accountability for that, as you've even admitted. You admitted you fucked up. You admitted that you were wrong about that. So sorry, dude, but other people are also going to point that out. It's not Kyle, like, you know, enforcing something that's unfair, or just like going up to random voters on the street and scolding them. You're not just a random voter. You're a highly influential member of the media.
Yeah, and for being a guy that talks shit for a living, he's so soft. He name searches on Twitter, and that's how he blocked us. We had a totally innocuous tweet where he was tweeting about how, life was simpler when the government was saying boys could be girls and we all had to stay inside a lockdown. And I was like, Donald Trump was president during all of the supposed lockdowns, you fucking idiot. He got triggered about it and blocked us. But he can't take any ounce of what he dishes out constantly, right? And that's why he's all fucking butthurt about the fact that Kyle made content talking about how he was wrong. Admirable that he still wants to try and be able to wiggle his way in front of Kyle's audience, I guess. But yeah, this was pretty interesting. He follows up and expands upon it on the after party. And imagine, Gavin, only one of these people voted for Donald Trump in 2024 on this podcast this right-wing podcast that we're about to react to. Pretty crazy.
Yeah, 100%. We've talked a lot about Dave Smith, so I'm excited to watch this. Before we take a look, though, Zach, do you think there's any chance he would get invited on Crystal, Kyle, and Friends? Like, he's obviously had friendly conversations with Crystal, but do you think Kyle will make any attempts to bury the hatchet or squash the beef?
That's my dark woke commander.
Loser on?
I'd give it a 50-50. I'd say that there's a chance that you catch Kyle on a day where he's like, yeah, I'll fucking talk to this guy. I'd like to get to the bottom of this. I'd like to fucking talk to him, whatever. He's a guy with a lot of media presence. I'm a guy with a lot of media presence. Let's fucking just talk about it, right? He's anti-Trump now. We need all the people anti-Trump that we can get. I also could see Kyle being like, nah, fuck that guy. I don't care about him. I don't want to have him on the show. You know what I mean? I feel like it could really break either way. What do you think?
I totally agree. Yeah, I think it's like a 50-50 shot. I kind of hope it happens, though, just because I really do like when Kyle debates people and disagrees with people. And I do think that Crystal, Kyle, and Friends would be even better if they had more contentious sort of debate style conversations. Like, not that I don't really enjoy that show, but I do think that both Crystal and Kyle really excel, you know, when they're in, you know, those sort of contentious debate settings. And I would like to see more of that. So, like, yeah, might as well hash it out. Might as well have him on. But I could also see why Kyle would say, not worth it. Totally. I don't want to give this guy any more attention.
Yeah.
This is the Vanguard. They're like a left. They're like the Brian Stelter. Is that his name? The media. The media commentary channel of left media. TMZ of the online left? Kind of, yeah. Yeah.
I'm the angry teenager that I always am. I hate him now. I you know, there's this thing where people would say forever that that the MAGA is a cult, or Trump supporters are like a cult-like following. And I also see right now a lot of people, you know, who have been like really calling people out who voted for Donald Trump or something like that. And so I say this again from the position, which I understand is a weak position to argue from, where I'm already admitting that, like, yes, probably it was wrong to vote for Donald Trump, but also,
bro, fuck you mean probably?
I'll just say some names here, but I've gotten into some public arguments with Kyle Kulinski and Mehdi Hasan and others like that, who, by the way, I'm not trying to fight with either of those guys. I don't.
You'd get squashed into an oblivion. You have no argument for them. You were like, hey guys, I know I voted for Donald Trump when it was the most obvious what he was going to do, and there was the least amount of evidence to support any of the claims I'd been making up until the election. Let's forget all of that. And actually, I would like to stack the deck in my favor again. Like, it's totally nuts.
Yeah, it's and also again, just trying to be like, oh, what? Me? I'm just a voter. Why are you vote shaming? It's like, bitch, you're not just a fucking voter. You're not just some like 80-year-old lead poisoned Fox News grandpa who voted for Trump or whatever. Like, you're a member of the media. You're an influencer. It matters more what you say and who you promote than just your average voter that you're trying to lump yourself in with and act like, Kyle's just going after the voters. Can you believe it? He's just going after the voters. It's like, you're more than just a fucking voter. And as I said, we live in a democracy, and that's how fucking Donald Trump got elected, because the voters voted him into office. So therefore, yeah, we do have to, offer up some accountability.
Totally.
Agree with them on everything, but we sure do agree on some really important stuff. And I'm not, but they're going.
It's funny that he doesn't talk about me like this. Like, with me, it's way more interesting that it's like far more contentious when he talks about me. Because, like, what do you think you agree with Mehdi Hasan and also with Kyle Kulinski, but have some disagreements over when I'm pretty close to their worldview.
Going around like constantly going like, hey, you voted for Donald Trump. Well, look at you, Joe Rogan. You're criticizing him now, but what do you think you voted for? And just like everyone who's and this is just infuriating me. And I publicly went back and forth with Mehdi a little bit, and then we messaged privately a little bit, and like, we're cool and everything. But I just there's something about this where, like, I said this publicly, and I'll say this again, that when I remember, I was so anti-war, so hardcore anti-war,
and a face plant with this, and I'll tell you why in a second.
And I never voted for anyone. The only presidential candidate I ever voted for was Ron Paul. Like, I have complete clean hands in terms of voting before 2024.
But then I realized
that's a bigger L, bro. So you didn't vote for Trump the first time and you voted for him the second time? That's unbelievable. That's worse. Yo, you could not get that shit out of me through CIA enhanced interrogation.
Is that there was a shit ton of money to be made on, jumping on the Trump train and getting a bunch of money and ad revenue.
Like that is unbelievable, bro. He said Trump 1, not interested. Trump 2, not interested. Trump 3, on the other hand, I was like, well, third time's the charm, motherfucker. You got me. I didn't even know people like this existed, bro. Like, I thought the only people that did that were like people who had just turned 18 or, were just too young to remember Trump won. The low propensity, low info voters that were just like, I'll try it. This Kamala stuff seems shitty and a continuation of Biden, who I hate, Yeah, this guy was like, you know what I really liked about Trump? January 6th. Like, he literally was like, I only started liking him after he did January 6th. It was very impressive. Okay, Chatter, you keep saying this person is hosting the dinner. He's a mentalist on Basement Yard. I'm sorry. I don't believe that anyone that's affiliated with Basement Yard is actually hosting the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Is that for real?
It's something that doesn't really exist, that's just in your brain. Close your eyes, close your eyes.
Someone who knows the Basement Yard is doing the White House Correspondents' Dinner. That's insane. Be nice to Basement Yard. No, I love Basement Yard. It is precisely because of that love that I have for the Basement Yard that I find this to be unbelievable.
Joe, you look, come over. Can you see this? Don't see. Yeah. I don't know about this. This is crazy. And you go, this would make for a great episode. Open your eyes. Spontaneous, off the cuff, pops in, and you go, I didn't even know I would think about this. It would make an insane episode. What happened in that dream? What were you doing? Say it.
We were like hanging out in a bath.
What was it? Just what's in the bath?
Like clay or mud or something like
what?
that. Yo, get the fuck out of here. Yo, get the fuck out of here. Yo, no. No.
Call the
no,
fucking
yo,
police.
like I'm not, I'm fucking serious. I'm serious. Yo, I'm literally, I can't, I'm not having fun.
Time out. What the fuck is that? That's the idea you came up with? I was doing a podcast.
I don't know. I'm just trying to think of like something out there that'd be crazy. And if we were in just like mud baths, not together. You have your bath. Okay. We have our bath.
It's a little weird, but yeah.
Yo.
Imagine this is something that doesn't really exist, that's just in your brain. Close your eyes, close your eyes.
Oz is allegedly Mossad, by the way. Wait, what? Like the mentalist guy? Yes, Trump is such a thin-skinned baby that he couldn't have a comedian host because he cannot take the roasting. A mentalist is the host. Wait, someone said all mentalists are Mossad. Okay. I can't tell if you guys are fucking memeing or if you're being serious. Well, not on the mentalist thing, on this one in particular. Is this mentalist Mossad or not? Not all mentalists. I know that that's not the case. I'm sorry, is this white culture? I have no clue who Basement Yard Porch is. Basement Yard is a very funny podcast that I really like. They're very funny. But I guess they have an affiliation with a Mossad mentalist. A Mossad mentalist that is doing the White House Correspondents' Dinner hosting. No, they were before the Yard. Ludwig totally ripped their shit.
From all of his idiot, gullible, fucking stupid supporters. Yeah. More money to be made doing that than supporting the actual nominee of the party that I claim to be associated with, the Libertarians, because they nominated a gay guy. And Dave Smith is apparently a fucking homophobic piece of shit and couldn't stand the fact that Chase Oliver supported.
Wait, really? No, there's no way. Is Dave Smith homophobic?
Trans people and took a photo in front of a pride flag. So because of that, he completely threw his own.
Dude, what the fuck is up with libertarians, bro? I thought libertarians were like libertarian. Yeah, he's a HasanAbi head. He liked the same post Zoran did. Who is? Who? Who are you talking about? Check my log. Why are you guys looking at all my fucking posts and who's liking it? The mentalist? The mentalist, bro. Trust. So is he? So he's not Mossad. It's fucking annoying that in America, libertarians are not even libertarian. Like if you are against unrestricted travel, you're not a libertarian. You're just a Republican. If you're pro-police, you're not a libertarian. You're just a Republican. Not even joking, he is Mossad. He was born in Israel. I'll look him up. Wait, what? Bro, him being born in Israel is different than him being Mossad, okay? What are you talking about? He is Mossad, and I imagine Israel will imply a warning at Trump, to Trump at dinner. Libertarian only likes freedoms like having sex with kids, crypto, and freedom of consequences, doing hate speech. Basically, repugnance with another paint. No, man. Like there's a bunch of people that are at Cato that I actually have respect for. What's his name? David Beer. I think he's one of them. Like, he does the congressional hearings all the time. Like, there's a bunch of people at Cato that are anti-cop, that are some of the best advocates for immigrants in the country. I don't agree with them on other stuff. Obviously, they're fucking libertarians. They want to like undermine every federal agency. I obviously disagree with that shit, but Oz Perlman. Can a mentalist trick Trump? Oz Perlman would try in a room full of journalists. Why did you guys say this guy is Mossad? Is it because he's Israeli? Is that what it is? Is he even Israeli? I feel like you guys are doing the thing that people say, like, oh, liberals will be like, oh, these guys are Jew haters. You know? It's cringe. Don't do that. What? Israelis have been through enough. Okay, calm down. Israeli American mind reader Oz Perlman tapped his entertainment. Perlman is an Emmy Award winner and New York Times best-selling author. Yeah, I don't think this guy is Mossad. I don't know where you got that from. You know? Not all Israelis are Jews, bro. Okay, dude, there's very few. Also, that's not the point anyway. Your anti-Semitism is rubbing off on us? Sure. He moved to America at 3 years old. Chat's being fucking weird. Oh, you guys are being annoying, dude. Why are you like this? It's annoying for two reasons. One, it's annoying because it is kind of anti-Semitic. I'll be honest. But also, it's doubly annoying because so many of you fucking immediately lean into it, and it's just not true. Like, I hate when you motherfuckers sell me on some bullshit. But yeah, why do you read the dipshits? I don't know, because it's anonymous. How am I supposed to know who's a dipshit and who's not a dipshit? Oh, he went on Rogan and guessed his banking pin, so people started a rumor he's Mossad then? That's so stupid. Yeah, he's a mentalist, man. What the fuck? I was born in Israel and I lived there until 7. Am I Mossad? Yeah, exactly. It's fucking, it's stupid. Also, the other side of this is like, if someone is Mossad or if someone is like worked in the Israeli intelligence, okay, chat, stop saying yes. You guys are being fucking assholes. They would say it. Because up until recently, that was a positive, okay? Up until recently, ain't nobody was like, oh, you're Mossad? That's crazy. I am going to look at you differently now. Up until like 2 years ago, when someone was like, oh, I'm a former Mossad agent, everyone would be like, oh, that's so based. That's so pogger. That's what they would say. It was straight up on their LinkedIn. Everything you do is heavily moderated by Nazis, establishment, Dems, and Republicans in the government. Your chat playing into this shit is so stupid. Yeah, you guys, come on. You have to calm down. Yeah. People, I think, again, you guys forget, like, motherfuckers would say they're Mossad back in the day. Whoever is responding with yes, congratulations, you're now a target. Anyway, I don't know why. I'm just still shocked that someone that has been on the basement yard is now hosting the White House Correspondents' Dinner. I suspect that the reason why it's happening with this mentalist guy is because Trump could not get a comedian. Like, there was no way he was getting a comedian on there. Because they would have cooked his ass.
Party, the libertarians, the third party under the bus to support the biggest warmonger of all time, a fucking lunatic, Nazi, fascist, authoritarian who stands for everything that libertarians claim to be against.
It's true.
I remember just mourning the death of the anti-war left forever. It was like, as soon as...
Oh, yeah, dude, I'll be honest. This is like Trump 1 was what cooked libertarians completely. Like anyone, I saw so many motherfucking libertarians vote for Donald Trump on Trump 1. I was like, what are you talking about? Like, this guy wants a police state. He's running on building a wall. Isn't that your whole thing that distinguishes you from Republicans, is that you're for freedom of travel, freedom of movement, free trade, fucking anti-cop? Otherwise, you're just a goddamn conservative boomer who likes to smoke pot.
George W. Bush left and Obama came in, and the global war on terrorism just escalated and spread to multiple other theaters. Escalated in the theaters they were already in. He surged like tens of thousands of troops to Afghanistan, took out, Libya, Syria, Somalia, Yemen, like all of this. And they were just gone. And then when the destruction of Gaza started, they kind of all came back. And I was like, great.
Kyle, the guy you're supposedly criticizing right now, went hard as a motherfucker in the paint every single fucking day against the U.S. aggression under Barack Obama. That's what's so crazy about this. As far as I know, Kyle didn't even vote for Joe Biden in 2020. He was making a bunch of content saying, not fucking good enough, fuck you, the way you treated Bernie Sanders, you're not coming around on any of our positions. He never publicly supported Joe Biden. It was only after Joe Biden had gotten into office, he started giving him a lot more credit. Okay, he may have personally voted for Joe Biden, but he didn't. Yeah, I was going to say he was making a lot of content saying, fuck that, I'm not going to. And so this made up argument that you're trying to use to attack.
Okay, all right, I'm bored of the Dave Smith saga. I'll figure it out when I talk to him. Looks like the land invasion is 100% confirmed. Right now, flight radar for weeks was showing us assets heading the Middle East, and now Qatar and Oman made it clear they will not support the USA, plus no negotiations in Pakistan. Buddy, America does not have enough troops amassed in the region to do a full-blown ground invasion of Iran. Okay? It does not. It has enough troop presence for potentially occupying one of the islands or something. So I don't know if it's 100% confirmed or not. Well, now that I said it, it'll probably happen because I've been wrong because I always predict that Trump will behave in a logical manner and he never does. All right, let's get to Mr. Beast is what Mark's warned us about. This guy made this video, got 4 million views 2 months ago or a month ago, and I hadn't seen it until this very moment. We're going to take a look at this video now.
7. A bearded philosopher named Karl Marx sits in the dim light of the British Museum, scribbling the foundational texts of Das Kapital. He is writing about a terrifying future where every human interaction is reduced to a cold transaction, a world where even kindness is a commodity bought and sold for a profit. He had no idea that over 150 years later, he would describe the career of Jimmy Donaldson, Mr. Beast, with...
The libertarian flag is named after Christopher Gadsden, who built the largest slave port in the U.S. Yeah, libertarians don't mind slavery. There are plenty of libertarians who have unironically argued in favor of slavery, argued in favor of the marketplace of babies. I think it was Rothbard, right? That's not a problem for them. Yeah, libertarians believe that it doesn't violate the non-aggression principle if you volunteer yourself to slavery. Now, of course, obviously, chattel slavery, there was no volunteering taking place, but it was Rothbard. Yeah, look up Rothbard, Marketplace of Babies.
Frightening accuracy. We view Mr. Beast as the internet's greatest philanthropist, a modern-day saint who builds wells and pays for surgeries. But through a Marxist lens, Mr. Beast isn't the solution to capitalism's failures. He is its final, most dystopian evolution. He has perfected an economy where human desperation is gamified, and charity is no longer an act of mercy, but a high-yield digital asset. Marx warned us that under late-stage capitalism, everything, even our empathy, would have a price tag. Mr. Beast didn't just find that price tag, he built a billion-dollar empire on it. This is how the world's most popular creator perfected the exact dystopian economy Marx predicted over a century ago: commodity fetishism. In the first volume of Das Kapital, Marx introduces a concept that explains why Mr. Beast's videos feel so mesmerizing yet so hollow. He wrote, "A commodity appears at first sight an extremely obvious trivial thing, but its analysis shows that it is a very queer thing, abounding in metaphysical subtleties and theological niceties. When you watch a Mr. Beast video, what are you actually looking at? You see a suitcase filled with $100,000. You see a brand new Lamborghini. You see a house being given to a homeless family. To the average viewer, these are just good deeds. But to Marx, these are commodities in their most fetishized form. In a Mr. Beast production, money is never just a medium of exchange, it is a prop. It is a visual effect designed to trigger a biological response. Marx argued that commodity fetishism occurs when the social relationships between people are masked by the exchange of objects. Think about it. When Jimmy hands a random person $50,000 for staying in a circle, we aren't seeing a social connection. We are seeing a person's value reduced entirely to the cash in their hand. We don't see the systemic poverty that makes that $50,000 a life-altering miracle. We only see the magic of the money itself. The money becomes a godlike entity that solves all problems, hiding the ugly reality of the labor and desperation that created the need for the money in the first place. Mr. Beast is not giving away money in the traditional sense. He is converting human struggle into a high-yield digital asset. Marx warned that in a capitalist society, all that is holy is profaned. The sacred act of charity has been stripped of its human soul and redesigned to satisfy...
Yeah, bro, people be like, Karl Marx had no answer for this. Karl Marx could have never predicted... You know, let me stop you right there. Okay? Because it was the fundamentals that he wrote about, describing the current existence of capitalist society, the economic organization of society at the time, it's not a prediction necessarily. It's a tool that you can use in your life. So technically, he's not predicting shit. He's just observing reality and writing it down. And therefore, it always comes across as though he predicted everything, including Mr. Beast.
Satisfy a recommendation algorithm. It is the ultimate commodification. Kindness itself has become a product you can subscribe to. Human alienation. Marx's theory of alienation is perhaps his most haunting critique of how capitalism breaks the human spirit. In his economic and philosophic manuscripts of 1844, he wrote,
He would have killed it on Kalshi? No, because he did. I'm pretty sure he played the stock market at the time, and he was obviously broke as fuck. So clearly he wasn't making the best predictions. Let's be real. So he did. He owned stocks. Karl Marx wasn't a real communist. He owned stocks. He a long-term guy, not short-term. Yeah. I'm just saying he wasn't the best at making he wasn't the best at figuring out where stocks were going, at least.
Becomes all the poorer, the more wealth he produces, the more his production increases in power and range. The worker becomes an ever cheaper commodity, the more commodities he creates. Now, look at a Mr. Beast challenge. A participant is
Mark's calling Engels on Discord while he streams slots. I need you, bro. Yo, Engels, come on. Let me get another 10 bands. Engels. Let me get another 10 bands. Please, please, let me touch it. Let me touch it. Angles.
Placed in a white room for 100 days. Another is buried alive for 50 hours. Another survives in a wilderness for a week. On the surface, it's a game, but in Marxist terms, it is pure alienation. The participant is the worker, and their production is their own suffering. They are separated from their family, their environment, and their basic human needs, all to produce a spectacle for a global audience. Marx argued that under capitalism, the worker is alienated from their species essence, their true human nature. By placing people in sensory deprivation or extreme physical conditions just to pay off student debt or buy a house, Mr. Beast literally strips them of their humanity to see how much value can be squeezed out of their endurance. They aren't there because they want to play a game. They are there because they are economically coerced. In one video, a man stays in a circle for months to win money for his family. We watch his mental health decline. We watch him weep. This is exactly what Marx meant when he said the worker's labor becomes an object, an external existence that exists outside him, independently as something alien to him. The contestants' pain is no longer their own. It belongs to the Beast brand. It is a raw material, like coal or iron, mined from the human psyche and sold to us as entertainment. The more the contestants suffer...
Guys, Karl Marx wasn't talking about fucking reality TV. This guy's just making an example about how dehumanizing wage slavery actually is by using one of the most extreme edge cases that even the average fucking wage slave can comprehend. Technically, it's in some ways, if you want to look at it, not to get all like vegan with this, but you know how vegans will be like, wow, why wouldn't you eat a dog or a horse if you eat a chicken, right? Technically, what we're looking at here is not even an excess. It's just like the regular workplace, the dehumanizing nature of having a clear lack of autonomy in the workplace. And this in and of itself might even be more fortunate of a condition, because it's like, sure, you get a little bit of embarrassment in the short term, but your payout is far higher. Like the amount that you're paid for this labor is far, far higher than what you would get if you were to go to work every day.
Because the more wealth the video generates, they are a cog in a machine that requires their total alienation to function. They sell their life activity to obtain the means of subsistence, turning their very existence into a game of survival. Exchange value. To understand the genius and the horror of the Mr. Beast model, we have to look at how he treats human life as a balance sheet. Marx famously distinguished between use value and exchange value. In value, price and profit, he noted, as exchange values, all commodities are merely definite quantities of congealed labor time. Take the video where Mr. Beast pays for 1,000 people to have cataract surgery. The use value of that act is immense. 1,000 people can now see. It is a genuine good, but in the logic of the channel, the exchange value is what matters. The cost of the surgeries is a variable capital investment. The congealed labor time is the months of planning and editing. The goal, to produce a thumbnail and a title that generates a surplus value of 150 million views. If curing 1,000 people only generated 100 views, the Beast empire would collapse. The mercy is only viable if it is marketable. This creates a terrifying feedback loop. Marx warned that capital must always seek to expand because the cost of curing blindness or building 100 houses is so high, the next video must be bigger, louder, and more viral to...
Another moment of HasanAbi vindication was when I said, this is great and all, but it shouldn't be left up to the beast. Remember when everybody yelled at me for that take? And then the beast himself came out and beasted on him and was like, no, that's my take too.
Pay for the last one. This is the commodified charity loop. It is a self-sustaining microeconomy where the viewer's attention directly funds the next spectacle of wealth distribution. You, the viewer, are the consumer of this charity. Your attention labor is what gives the video value, which the brand then harvests to buy more good deeds. It turns the audience into passive participants in a digital coliseum. We aren't being inspired to help. We are being conditioned to watch. Marx believed that the market eventually turns everything into a quantity. In the Mr. Beast universe, there is no quality of mercy. There is only the quantity of people helped versus the cost per click. It is a cold, calculated breakdown of the human heart into a spreadsheet. Capital accumulation. Marx's most famous command for the capitalist was accumulate, accumulate. That is Moses and the prophets. He understood that capital is not a thing, but a process. It has to move. It has to grow. If it stops, it dies. Jimmy Donaldson often says in interviews that he has $0 in his bank account because he reinvests every penny back into his videos.
Mr. Beast ends every single month with $0 in his bank account.
I mean, at the end of the day, I could spend less for videos if I want to. I'm just focused on making the best videos possible, period. I don't care about making money. I don't care about time. I don't care about anything. I just want to make the best videos on the planet. But at any point, if I was like, oh, I need to stop losing money, don't spend $1 million on the next video. Just spend $100,000. You know what I mean?
Many see this as the ultimate proof of his selflessness, but to a Marxist, this is the most aggressive form of capital accumulation imaginable. Jimmy is not a person. He is the personification of capital. By refusing to consume his wealth and instead dumping it back into production, he is accelerating the growth of his beast empire at a rate that traditional charities could never dream of. Marx described the MCM cycle. Money is converted into a commodity, which is then sold for more money. Mr. Beast has perfected the MSM cycle. Money is converted into a spectacle.
Yeah, I mean, he has turned himself into a corporation, a brand, right? Like, it's funny when people look at that and go, oh, wow, how selfless. But like, that's literally, Uber. It's the Uber strategy. No, it's not even a CEO saying they have a $1 salary. It is unironically the same strategy for market consolidation. Companies that want to be first to market with a new design or a new disruptive technology that actively try to grow as fast as possible and do away with any sort of immediate profit with the hopes that they can monopolize an entire sector ahead of everybody else. That is, that is the Uber mentality.
Which is then sold for more money. Because he reinvests 100%, he is able to build a monopoly of attention. He creates a barrier to entry so high that no other creator can compete. This is the microeconomic engine your client asked about. By operating at a break-even point on individual videos, he is actually building a massive, high-yield digital asset, the brand itself. This brand can then launch Feastables, Mr. Beast Burger, and massive merchandising lines. The charity is the marketing department for a global conglomerate. Marx warned that as capital accumulates, it centralizes. We see this today. One man now controls the charity narrative for the entire internet. He has become a private state, providing the services like water, housing, and healthcare that the actual state has failed to provide. He is the benevolent dictator of the digital age, exactly the kind of prince of industry Marx feared would replace traditional society. The Reserve Army. Finally, we have to look at the people who aren't in the videos. Marx spoke of the Industrial Reserve Army, a mass of desperate, unemployed people who exist on the fringes of society. He wrote, "The Industrial Reserve Army, during the periods of stagnation, weighs down the active labor army. During the periods of overproduction and paroxysm, it holds its pretensions in check. In every Mr. Beast challenge, there are 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 people. But for every person in that video, there are millions more in the comments begging for a chance. Jimmy, please help me pay my mom's medical bills. Like, Jimmy, I'm about to lose my house." This is the reserve army of the beast economy. They are the millions of desperate souls who make the contestants replaceable. Marxism teaches us that the system needs this desperation to function. If everyone had a house, if everyone had healthcare, if everyone had their debt paid off, Mr. Beast's content would be boring. There would be no stakes. The spectacle relies on the existence of a massive suffering underclass. The reserve army is what gives the video its tension. Mr. Beast is not a bad person. In fact, by all accounts, he's a very nice one. But that's the point. Marx wasn't interested in whether the capitalist was nice. He was interested in what the system forced them to do. We aren't watching a man fix the world. We are watching a man prove that the world is broken beyond repair. And the scariest part, we can't stop watching. We are the ones providing the living labor of our attention, keeping the vampire alive.
Pretty solid. The title genuinely lured me in like a child seeking candy from a van. The fact that this is an unscrollable title is actually a good thing. We need to hear this. I don't know what that means. That video made me sad, man. Can we do chat advice again? No. Because in 6 minutes, the motherfucking White House Correspondents' dinner is gonna begin. You think Trump is going to pull a Saddam Hussein at the dinner party? No, I don't. I don't actually think that. I was just making a joke. Well, I should have thought twice before making jokes. Bro thought jokes would fly. Half the time shit that I joke about turns into reality. Bravely, I would have never cheated on Megan Thee Stallion. Yeah, I mean, same. Protesters crash the White House Correspondents' dinner.
Genocide for kidnapping Nicolas Maduro, for overseeing targeted strikes that killed over 180 people. Arrest in the Caribbean. Arrest Pete Hegseth. Arrest Pete Hegseth for war crimes. Arrest Pete Hegseth for war crimes. For overseeing the targeted strikes over 180 boats on the in the Caribbean. For actively planning on a war in Cuba based on
Dude, I watched this already. I watched this. I don't know why you keep wanting me to watch it. I watched it when it first came out, chatter. I don't know what it is. Why have you been spamming this nonstop? For my birthday today, will you watch this Francesca short? You've been at it since 4/18. I don't know why you keep spamming it. I watched it. I promise you. And you know what's funny? I know other chatters told you I watched it. They told you I watched it and they said, oh, you can probably find his reaction on YouTube. I even saw that back and forth correspondence in the chat. Happy birthday, by the way. Clay literally just made a video stating that Megan cheated on him with a teammate. Lol, fuck you mean? Wait, what? What? That would never happen. But tell me, give me the tea right now. Where the fuck is it? Or did you just make that up? Are you talking big shit? Are you just being, is this misogynistic? Are you being a misogynist? Tread carefully. We're hot girls here, okay? Tread motherfucking carefully. Tread motherfucking carefully, chatter. Link it right now. The prop bros et al. Don't actually want to find a manly man who likes to shoot arrows at speedboats and also loves Democrats because that would mean a threat to their business model. Endless complaining about how terrible Dems are. What is this? What is happening? This is all about the prop bros. I'll know. Full commitment to the far left entails full commitment to full-time whining about the Democrats not being good enough, which is at its core a commitment to making money over telling the truth. There's no money to be made in liking the Dems. Wait, first of all, oh, God, this lady is so crazy. This is the ex-husband lady.
A little choppy out here, but life is good. Hey, look at it. We gotta go back, Fred. LB, we gotta get back there, bro. Come on. Me and LB tearing Angel Island trails up. It's nice with the bike. Oh man, great day at work today.
Chatter. What the fuck is wrong with you? This is nothing. Nothing in this, buddy, nothing in this video says, Nothing in this video says anything in the description. Oh my God, I want to fucking die, dude. I'm Brian Kill Me. I'm Brian Kill Me.
I'm Brian Kill Me.
I'm Brian fucking Kill Me.
I'm Brian Kill Me.
Oh my fucking God, chatter. Oh my God. 29,000 likes. We're so fucked. We're so fucked. America is so fucked. We're done. We're done. We're done. Hit the reset. Hit the reset. Hit the fucking reset, bro. Pull the plug on America. Let's restart. Let's start over again. It's fucking over. You see Rubet. You see an account that has Rubet in the description, and you send it over here. And here's what you're doing to me. Okay? Here's what you're doing to me. You want me to grab a gun and fucking put it in my mouth and shoot, okay? Because I can't deal with this. I can't deal with the stupidity. It's not even your fault, okay? You got duped, that's fine. But when I see this shit, when I see how fucking unbelievably stupid people are, when I see how unbelievably selfish people are to just like take a video, it has nothing to do with Klay Thompson anymore. It has nothing to do with Megan Thee Stallion. This is something that I have to deal with on a daily fucking basis, okay? Where there are assholes on the motherfucking internet who know that something is going to get a lot of attention. So what do? They take a random fucking video and they post it and they write some nonsense in the fucking description. And then people just read the description. They don't watch the video. They don't watch the video at all. And they go, yep, this corresponds to my priors. I hate how stupid Twitter has made Americans. I hate how stupid Americans have become. $29,000 likes. 29,000 motherfucking likes. Meanwhile, here's another example of American stupidity. Eve Fatlaw. Eve fucking Fatlaw was on Fox News as a fucking expert on Iran.
Yeah, I mean, what's it going to take for Iran to put down its ballistic missiles? What's it going to take? Are they going to negotiate that away, or are we going to have to put more pressure on them with military strikes? And if we do strike them militarily, what are those military strikes going to be now? You know, as mentioned previously, we have these 3 carrier ships there. That's more than we have had since Iraq. So we're prepared to take that action. And it's a guessing game as to how long Iran can survive with this amount of squeeze on them. But America is ready to go if needed.
And just to kind of go back to both of you, Rebecca and Eve, talking about the squeeze, you had Pete Hegseth saying that the United States, quite frankly, controls the Strait of. Getting back to our theme of the squeeze, a lot of people.
Watch Hasan Piker justify the October 7th massacre to a Cambridge student. Hasan, these terrorists, in parentheses, terrorists aren't barbaric monsters, not coming from a place of anti-Semitism or wanting to do mass rapes. The slogan of the Houthis is you so admire is death to the Jews. And I've been very critical of that. Not critical enough, not to platform one of them and call him a sexy pirate. Piker should never, ever be taken seriously by a political thinker. It's Canary Mission. Canary Mission. The student, this is such an old video that the head of the fucking debate club is now in agreement with me. You know what I mean? That's how fucking old it is. The D fans have been yapping about debating again. What? Debate Ron Weasley? Ron Weasley is on my side now, motherfucker. What are you talking about? Some videos so old that some of them are bald now.
Went in.
Anyway. Canary Mission social team got outed and they're lashing out. Yeah, I know. They got fucking... By the way, you one-shot Charles Disciples. Oh, yeah. The head of Turning Point USA's UGA chapter, which just hosted a notably small rally last week, is resigning, saying TPUSA is practicing blatant dishonesty. Yeah. Yeah. I told you. I fucking told you, didn't I? I said they weren't carrying the flame. And guess what? One of Charlie's disciples heard me say that and went, bet, you're right. We aren't carrying the motherfucking flame. Turns out I'm tossing this fucking torch if we're not carrying the goddamn flame. Anyway. Speak on Megan again and I will rally the Amish. Anyway, where's the White House Correspondents dinner? Look, all the stars are here, man. There she is.
We are Charlie Kirk. We carry the flame. We'll fight for the gospel. We'll honor his name.
Bro, it's kind of crazy. She still has that same intense look. You know, she's still got that intense ass look. Even when she's hanging out with homies, look. Why does she look mad? She just looks so mad all the time. So is it why is she not sitting with JD? Have you ever met Erica in person? No. I knew Charlie for longer than Charlie knew Erica. Okay? I knew Charlie Kirk. Think about how fucking insane that is, actually. I knew Charlie Kirk for a longer period of time than Erica Kirk knew Charlie Kirk. Think about that. Yeah, he should have married me. He'd be a... never mind. You missed Fetty? Fetty Wapman is there? Is that the ogre stumbling around? Is that him or is that Matty Iglesias? Just kidding. Matty Iglesias is way shorter. Still just as fat and just as bald. That's a free press guy. A lot of free press guys, I suspect, here in this room. Is that Usher? Pregante? My Usher. Or is that Katie Miller? Wait, Katie Miller is Pregante? I thought Usher was Pregante. Olivia Reingold is there. Oh, look at the ogre. Dude, this is a room full of my ops, unironically. This is the ops ball. Now that I think about it, everyone in here is an op of mine for like the past 2 months now. Olivia Reingold, your girlfriend is there. Yeah, she wishes. she might think that. You're getting mentioned? Nah. Your queen was dragged out?
Targeted and killed more than 260 journalists.
Oh my God, Medea, get your hands off of her. Of course Medea was there. Are you kidding me? It's so awesome that she still wears like pink stuff everywhere she goes too. She's like not even trying to be undercover. Like she dressed up like she was going, right? Oh my God, they carried her.
Khalil, Lebanese journalist, just murdered
Amal Khalil.
by the Israelis. And we were there with a picture of Amal Khalil showing Wolf Blitzer, the picture. He said, I don't know who that is.
Oh.
We said, you should know who it is because she was just assassinated by the Israelis.
God, what a queen. Yeah, Wolf Blitzer, former AIPAC spokesperson. Just, you know, I know I don't bring this up. Will Hasan Piker be mentioned at 2026 Correspondents Dinner? 80% yes, $36 million volume. That's a lie. You just made that shit up.
She was under the rubble for hours while they wouldn't let the rescuers come in. They were targeting her and then targeting the people who were going to rescue her. By the time the rescuers got there, she was dead. And these are the colleagues of the people celebrating the war criminal. Both Donald Trump and Pete Hegseth are going to be in there tonight. And these journalists, in quotes, are celebrating while people are being killed in the West Bank, in Gaza, in Lebanon, in Iran. Every single day, their colleagues, their journalists are being murdered.
We saw Jen Psaki in there, she turned her back. We saw Sheryl Sandberg in there, turned her back.
Turned her back.
Turned her back. These are not journalists.
On another note, is Wolf Blitzer a stud? Like when old Wolfie walks in, does he light up the room like he lights up my life? I've never been in the same room as him, but I mean, he is a fucking sexual dynamo. I'll tell you that much. I mean, he makes me quiver. Okay, my wheeze are neek. My wheeze are neek. My knees are weak. What the fuck is wrong with me? See, he fucked me up just thinking about Wolfie. Just thinking about the Wolf Man. Okay? Just thinking about the Wolf Man fucked me up.
People on the ground in Gaza are risking their lives daily, having to report on their own people, their own families' deaths. We just saw Amal Khalil in Lebanon. And these journalists are sitting here partying with Donald Trump and Pete Hegseth and Stephen Miller. And this is how they treat us when we try to tell them, all we want is for you to report the truth. Talk about the genocide of Gaza, talk about the genocide in Lebanon, talk about the illegal war on Iran, talk about these things instead of just staying silent and then coming and partying with the war criminals that are in charge of these decisions. This moment will go down in history, and these people are on the wrong side of it.
How dare you all just stand here and party with war criminals?
I fucking hate nerd prom. Trust me. I went to one White House Correspondents Dinner weekend. I was supposed to go this weekend as well. I didn't go. But not to the actual dinner itself. I have never been invited, but it was horrible. God, I fucking hate DC so much. No, I got invited to the Vanity Fair party. I didn't even get invited to the Grindr party, which is crazy. Room full of contradictions? I don't think it's contradictory at all. I think this is a room full of sycophants, loyalists, maybe a couple good journalists in there. Maybe. Up.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome.
We are all domestic terrorists.
White House Correspondents Association. Attorney Simon Lakovich. Sarah Cook of CBS News. Andy Harnick from Getty Images. Mark Lima of CBS News. Jackie Heinrich of Fox News.
That's Sean Spicer? No, right? Chat, shut the fuck up about the host being from Israel, okay? He was just born in Israel. Jesus Christ, y'all are fucking unbearable, dude. Oh my God.
The White House press
I
secretary,
feel, dude, if you
Caroline
keep this shit up, I'm gonna do anti-Semitism seminars on a daily fucking basis because you need it, okay? Oh my God. Oh my fucking God.
From ABC News.
Oh my
Aaron
God.
Travers.
Y'all are unbelievably fucking annoying. Jesus Christ,
Trevor
dude.
Honeycutt from Reuters. Courtney Supermanin from Bloomberg News.
Y'all need anti-Semitism sensitivity training.
From Time Magazine, Brian Bennett. And join us in welcoming the president of the White House Correspondents Association from CBS News, Weijia Zhang. The headliner for this evening, mentalist Oz Perlman. And now please welcome the Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, and First Lady Melania Trump.
I hate seeing this piece of shit enjoy himself, dude.
Ladies and gentlemen,
I
please
can't be
rise
alone
for
in
the
this,
nation's
right?
Colors presented by the Joint Armed Forces Color Guard, and please remain standing for our national anthem performed by the U.S. Marine Band.
Do you think there will be comedy? No. No comedy allowed. He looks like shit. He looks so shitty. He looks so bad, bro. He looks like a bag of ass. Melted wax candle looking ass. Bro, y'all are talking about this motherfucker's gonna go to sleep. I'm about to go to sleep, motherfucker. Come on, fast forward, fast forward. Okay, hold on. Here, watch this, watch this, watch this, watch this.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the president of the White House Correspondents Association from CBS News, Chicago.
Okay, there it is. I fast forwarded. I got bored. I was like, come on, pick up the pace. You know what I'm saying?
Welcome. Welcome to the 2026 White House Correspondents' Dinner. Thank you to the President's own Marine Corps Band, led by Drum Major Master Gunnery Sergeant Stephen Williams and vocalist Master
Damn, I got a time
Gunnery
machine. I
Sergeant
do have a
Kevin
time machine,
Begier.
yes.
Good evening to everyone. President Trump, Madam First Lady, on behalf of the White House Correspondents Association, thank you for being here. It is meaningful that you're with us tonight. And White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, thank you for everything you and your team does to work with us every day, whether you like it or not. I'm biased, but covering the White House is the best assignment in all of journalism. We have the privilege of covering the biggest story in the world every single day. The speed is exhilarating, demanding, and it offers a critical public service. Strong journalism benefits the entire country. Tonight, we will celebrate the exceptional work you have done and toast a group of promising students who want to follow your lead. Of course, at the heart of both of those things is the importance of the First Amendment. I want to take a moment to recognize some important people who helped me tackle this job and who helped make this night possible. First, to the members of the White House Correspondents Association.
Can you turn up the fascist audio? Sure.
Thank you for this opportunity to lead. It is an honor and a privilege. Thank you to my advisor in this role, Kelly O'Donnell of NBC News. And to the other past WHCD presidents who have helped me navigate challenges. To my CBS News bosses, Tom Sobrowski, Barry Weiss, Mark Lima, thank you. Thank you for your leadership and support. To the relentless CBS News team, especially the White House unit, I am grateful to call you not just colleagues, but friends. And thanks to the mentors and other friends who have kept me balanced this year and always. And of course, to my family. In a world full of chaos, you are my calm, and I love you. We have a big night ahead, and we're gonna get started now. So enjoy your dinner, and we'll be back. Thank you.
Tony double circ. Double circ Tony. The commencement speech was better than that. It sucked ass. My commencement speech? Why are you watching? Oh, the fucking bald Nazi! Oh! Oh! Gross! That wasn't Fetterman, chat. That was the other bald Nazi. That was Stephen Fettermiller. Stop biting your nails? No, I will never. Are we watching the burning of the free press? Yes. When are they gonna start talking? I don't care about this fucking band, bro. Do you think they have McDonald's for Trump? I hope not. I hope he doesn't enjoy a single moment of this event. Are we just watching these bozos eat? Great question. I thought that there would be more action here. When the fuck does when do they start talking? When do they start yapping? That's what I want. I want more yapping. Okay? The fuck is this shit? Hey yo. How the tables turn? Okay, shut up. Is there a poly market bet on whether he's going to sleep or not? No, because that would be 100% guarantee. Of course he's going to sleep. Why would you bet on a 100% guarantee? Mark Levin running an interview about you at the moment? Wait, Mark Levin is not at the White House Correspondents' dinner and he's instead on Fox News chirping?
We're proud of being Americans. We're not a perfect country, but we're getting better all the time. And in America, you have opportunity. In these other countries, you think you have an opportunity in Iran? I mean, you don't have an opportunity. Nobody has opportunity in Iran or Cuba or any of these.
Two of my baldest ops are arguing with one another over who wants to kill me first.
Florida taxpayers in this country give money to Yale. They have a $44 billion endowment. And they take our tax dollars and they don't pay taxes.
Yeah, no, I'll tell you what, these colleges and universities are doing more damage than good these days, particularly in the soft sciences, behavioral science, political science, social science. It's one thing if they're working in labs to try and find inventions and cures for cancer and so forth. It's quite another when these are hotbeds birthing revolutions and anti-Americanism throughout the country. We'll be right back.
Megan Stan accounts are retweeting your reaction. Hell yeah. This man is anti-black, by the way. Oh my God, what did he do? There's a video of him blatantly saying he does not care what black people have to say. Bro, I swear to God, it's just like, it's over. We're so fucking, we're in a crisis of stupids, okay? There's nothing we can do about it. Oh shit, this one popped off. Okay. Oh my God, need that greatest hits of debunking website immediately? Yeah. Lol, you got so lucky. The night Mark Levin talks about you, Trump can't see it. Oh my God, you're right. Oh my God, remember when I said Mark Levin is definitely going to fucking talk about me on a show? Oh my God, the one time he's talking about me on a show, Trump is not watching the Mark Levin broadcast. Oh, that's unironically. Oh my God, that's incredible. We would have eaten a fucking Truth Social tweet tonight. You think they're going to move on from HDS? No, I don't think so. There's absolutely nothing good going on in America. They can't talk about anything good going on in America because there's nothing good going on. And the Democrats can't talk about how much Trump sucks Israel's dick because they also want to suck the same dick, which is like the greatest avenue for the Democrats to just consistently be like, hey, man, remember when you started waging war on a totally foreign country at the behest of Israel? Fuck is wrong with you? They'd be saying that every day. They could be saying that every day, but most of them are too busy not saying that because they don't want to say that. So they've decided the best possible thing to do right now is just keep the cycle going. Oh, man, this is song guy. Fucking sucks. Really unbelievable. Did JD make his wife put on white face? So is this it? What the fuck's going on here? Also, where's Usher? That's not Usher. That's not my Usher. Where's my Usher? Where is Usher? Brother, you take 2 hours to eat. It's been like 5 minutes. Why? Telling Trump to watch a rerun. See you soon at 8 p.m. Eastern on Life, Liberty, and Levin on Fox. You can't watch live. If you can't watch live, you can DVR the show. Brother, I keep 2.5 Men, 24, and Life, Liberty, and Levin on my DVR because I'm a real patriot. Now, this guy has blocked me. So I can't tell if he's a fucking guy who's making a joke. Oh, never mind. He's being sincere. He's being fucking sincere. Oh my God. Oh my God. I thought that was a joke. I thought people didn't actually say stuff like that. Oh my God. Oh my God. He said that seriously. That's so funny. Like 99.9% of people on the planet, I plan on missing it. Bald Warhawk. All the 90-plus-year-olds and mental patients at wards at hospitals, set your DVR. We still use VCR in this household. Thank you very much. I try to never miss your show. It's no wonder Levin is still in the DVR age. Compliance with Israel's what? I don't know what that word means. I'm not going to read it. It kind of feels like racist. I'm watching, Mark. You're talking with Rick Scott now. Another great opening with a brilliant historical perspective. Who are your guests, Mark? Says Judean General. Nah, because my dad's profile name is Boat Patriot. Boat Patriot? Hell yeah, dude. Monkey Shines is just shenanigans? Oh. Yeah, that's one of those terms where I was like, I thought it's like, it's such an old person saying that I thought, 50-50 chance is racist as fuck that I haven't heard before. You know? My dad's is millions must go, referring to restore Britain, says British bloke. Dude, what the fuck? I'm so happy that my parents are not on social media. That's crazy. What's the point of your PhD? See, my PhD is still solid because it wasn't a slur. If it was a slur, I would have known. It means acting up. Playful trick. Disturbing history. Daddy Rice, a popular white... Oh, no. Go back to the stream now. Wait, what the fuck? What the fuck is happening? Wait. Wait, they started running. Shots fired? Shots fired at the White House Correspondents' Dinner? Oh my God. Oh my God, look, 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 look. What the fuck? What happened? Okay, I'm gonna skip ahead maybe. Is that Kash Patel?
Holy Toledo.
What happened? Do we know? Well, I mean, people are chilling. Bro, they are going to fire the fuck out of Kash Patel, dude. Oh my God. Watch it be a negligent discharge by one of the Secret Service guys? No shot. All right, so this is live. We're now live at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Chaotic scenes taking place at the White House Correspondents' Dinner as the president and everyone in the White House Correspondents' press pool, members of the press, were having dinner. And all of a sudden, we don't know exactly what happened. We have no idea what took place, but there was like people panicked, moving around. President ducked under the table. Secret Service was present on site. Loud sounds heard inside. Trump was taking
Yeah, and very quickly, prepared them and they got them out.
So John, the folks who were in the front did not know what was going on either. Here is now the front. You can see some of the damage, some of the lighting and things knocked over at the front of the room, okay?
No, this is good for us because Trump
Brian,
actually,
just so you know, you are our eyes and
Trump
ears.
actually ended up not watching the Mark Levin show tonight, so that's still good for us.
Images that we
Unless
have.
he DVR'd it, in which case we're fucked.
And through the people you were speaking with, the only information that we're getting from inside there. So please keep looking and keep on talking to people, and we will try to get a sense of what happened. But right now, just to reiterate, and I think we did just lose Brian there, unfortunately. The cell service in there is terrible. All we know is there was a sound. The people we've spoken to, Brian and Major Garrett of CBS, said it sounded like plates, and that every Trump official was then immediately escorted out.
We're seeing David Urban
And Tony Dope of CBS. Brian, go ahead.
Tony Double Cirque. Tony Double Cirque, is his penis okay?
No, I don't have enough. Anybody in this room who knows what happened. Hopefully, this was a sudden reaction to some drop
Hold on,
plates.
we have Brian. We have Caitlin Collins. We have Caitlin Collins on the line for some more insight. Caitlin Collins, we're listening. What's happening?
Hey guys, obviously, I mean, this is a total state of chaos right now in the ballroom, and we're seated maybe 50 feet from the stage where the president was up there, the First Lady Melania Trump.
Here for now.
Security is telling us that everything's okay. There was a shooter? 1 second, guys. I'm literally. What happened?
We're trying to identify it now.
Where was the shooter?
Somewhere out there.
In the lobby? In the lobby? All right, control. All right, guys. I just want you to know this is not verified. We're just listening to what's happening.
Bro, they got you in 4K saying you wish he wasn't having a good time. Okay, bro. Like, oh no.
The Secretary of Education is seated right next to me. And
That's a little bit. That's a little bit of a liberal interpretation of what I was saying there. You know what I mean? Just because the wish was granted doesn't mean that I was calling for it.
They said he is confirmed dead. We don't know anything more than that, but I can tell you we had just sat down to dinner. The president,
Prison
the First
stream
Lady, Caroline
soon.
Leavitt were all on stage, including the Vice President, J.D. Vance. So obviously a lot of security here. And, you know, at the beginning of the dinner, everyone's just kind of seated, having their meal. And within moments, armed Secret Service is running in with massive guns. I mean, maybe dozens, and a silence just went over the room as they ran in. Everyone ducked, got on the floor. People were underneath tables. No one knew what was going on. And for a second, the president actually was not evacuated off stage. I looked. He was sitting still right there.
Did you just ask if they
Secret Service
shot
was
a
coming
waiter
in
for
and
dropping the plates?
And so we didn't know at first, but then we heard from our own security that they heard shots fired. And now we do have Secret Service telling us, obviously I want to know this is only one Secret Service member, but a member of security is here telling us that there is a shooter who is confirmed dead, and now we are kind of basically locked inside the ballroom. But basically they were saying everyone's okay. They have not identified the shooter yet, but obviously it shows you this was not some kind of false threat, that obviously something had happened, and they rushed the entire administration off stage. A few members are still in the audience, because as you guys know, someone from the administration is kind of seated at each table inside. I'm actually sitting next to Secretary McMahon, the Secretary of Education. And so that was what happened. I mean, I've never seen anything like this in my life. And I want you guys to know security is very tight getting in. It's Secret Service who warns you. You come in through magnetometers into this. And so obviously there's a ton of security here, given how many top officials here, the House Speaker, Mike Johnson, top lawmakers who all have their own security details are also in the room. That just speaks to this. But as we were sitting here, and then moments later, obviously the president was rushed off stage, the vice president was rushed off stage. I saw Secretary Kennedy being rushed off as well, Stephen Miller and his wife, as they were moving quickly. But it's difficult for them to identify where everyone is in this very cramped ballroom, as we're all kind of seated right next to each other.
Caitlin, are you hearing anything more in terms of
what does she
the
know?
number of shooters or any shots fired or anything, information about where they were
There will be
firing
shots
into? Was
fired.
it confined to the lobby or inside of the actual ballroom?
So it's not clear, because obviously it looked like the threat was coming near the stage, and that's where people thought that they heard gunshots. But then we also have reports that people who were seated kind of in the back of the room heard it. I mean, the acoustics, obviously, it's hard to judge. I personally did not hear the gunshots. I'm seated maybe 50 feet from the main stage where the president, the first lady, and the vice president were. And you kind of walk downstairs. It's in the basement of the Hilton. The security who just confirmed to me that the shooter that was here inside the Hilton where the president was is confirmed dead seemed to indicate that this person was in the lobby. But I mean, I want you guys to know this is all just coming in as we're literally standing here in the room reporting on this as it's happening. And I just to give you insight into this room, obviously it's always a huge gathering of media, but when the president comes, it generates a lot of interest. So there are some of those powerful figures in media, entertainment, news, Washington that are inside this room right now, just to give you a sense of what this security nightmare is like.
Yeah, again, just let's reiterate what Caitlin has just told us and bring people up to speed as to what we know. This is the White House Correspondents' Dinner, or what was the White House Correspondent Dinner at the Washington Hilton Hotel. About 8 minutes ago, 10 minutes ago, people heard things and the room was cleared out very quickly. The president, the vice president, the entire dais, most of the cabinet is there as well, taken out of the room. Caitlin, who is in there, Caitlin Collins, is reporting she is hearing from a security official that there were shots fired, perhaps in the lobby, by someone who is now dead. Now, we don't have any information this person got in the room or near the president or any official, but there does appear to have been shots fired outside. You can see officials right now sweeping the area, going through, and we have no information about who the individual might be or anything like that. I will say, as Caitlin was saying, this is one of the most secure rooms on earth tonight. You have the president, the vice president, much of the entire cabinet there, prominent media figures as well. It takes a long time to get in, and everyone is thoroughly screened. So questions will be asked about how someone even got to the lobby. Let's go to Brian Stelter and Manu Raju now, who are there for the latest on what you are hearing, gentlemen.
And this information, John, that you've been reporting is news to most of the people in the ballroom. Most folks in the ballroom do not yet know anything about shots being fired. Manu, what have you seen?
Yeah, I only saw, when I was sitting at the table, I saw President Trump getting pushed down by his security detail and then being rushed out. Then later seeing both the vice president, the cabinet, also members of Congress also being rushed out by the security detail.
Yeah. And now,
other than that, nothing else.
Looking around, wondering what happened because people inside do not know. I apologize. I'm literally holding up a cell phone camera in order to show you this, but it's better than nothing in a moment like this. And I do think that I don't want to overstate this, but there are some folks pretty shook up in the room here. You had folks who looked like they got hurt when they were falling to the ground. Yeah. You know, I don't want to overstate that, but this was a pretty sudden, shocking interruption in this room.
Yeah, no question about it, because it's unmistakable. It sounded like gunshots that we heard from not inside the room, but nearby. Okay. And that was enough to cause so many people to immediately, they know what they heard, jump to the ground, try to protect themselves. But we saw how the security reacted very, very seriously, immediately to the situation.
That's right. John?
It is stunning to think about where we are right now. This evening that began as a question of why now? Why is the President of the United States speaking and attending what is his first White House Correspondents' Dinner as the President of the United States? He is attending many of his cabinet members there. His obviously next in line, the Vice President of the United States, the First Lady is there, the Defense Secretary. Also, you have DNI. You have so many people in the administration, also many of whom were on that stage. We watched the video footage as it was coming in live to a bit of chaos after we were told that loud sounds had been heard inside of the actual venue. Caitlin Collins.
Where's Usher?
Shots were fired in the lobby and a shooter confirmed dead. We've got Jake Tapper, who is standing next to Brian Stelter as well, who is our eyes and ears inside of the space right now. Jake, what did you hear? Can you tell us what you saw?
So,
Jake, can you tell us?
I'm looking there. Okay, sorry.
Jake, it's Laura
and
and Berman. Yes, I can hear you. What's going on?
So this is what's happening. We're just all at this dinner, and then all of a sudden,
I didn't hear the bangs, but I guess there was a bang. And then there was Secret Service running.
Jake Tapper's about to be like, I have it on good authority that it's Hasan Piker who's responsible for this. And apparently he said this one's for Israel right before he shot the right before he fired the warning shot.
And
someone should go arrest him right now, actually.
People were very upset and worried. And I have some videos, so somebody needs to.
Oh my God, I'm about to sound like a fucking chatter, but his mic, he sounds so different on this phone camera.
But in any case,
he sounds so nasally on this phone camera mic.
Somebody with a Secret Service pin said,
real voice,
Jake
Tapper, real voice,
the building,
real voice, real voice unlocked.
And that shooter was stopped. So that's all I know, is that shooter was stopped. But again, that's from one person with a Secret Service pin. You know, not a thorough vetting in a journalistic sense, but since I'm being interviewed more as a bystander at an event, that's
security officials
what I can
evacuate
tell.
House Speaker
But,
Mike
like,
Johnson. A
everybody's
shooter
here,
opens fire at the annual
and
White House
everybody
Correspondents
is-
dinner from Reuters.
I will say this. So after that happened, I'm sorry if it's tough to hear you. After that happened, the Secret Service came and started collecting other members of the administration, like Secretary Kennedy of the Health and Human Services Department was right there. He was taken out. Secretary Besson was taken out.
What? Possibly
one by
per
one.
News Nation?
The,
Bro, that's News
Steve
Nation.
Scalise, who
Wait, RFK Jr. and Cheryl Hines. RFK was limping. No word on POTUS. Dog, RFK just limps. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if he was just limping because he just is fucked up in general. And not because he got shot. Like, I mean, maybe, but RFK's got so many different issues, dog. Like even if RFK got shot, I would assume that he died to other causes. You know what I mean? Because that's what's going. His body is a wonderland. Okay, it's just so many different things going on in his body.
She is on the line. First of all, Greta, what we're seeing on the scene right now
they're
is
evacuating.
that all the attendees are filing out. Is that correct?
Yes, and I just left myself, actually, so I was able to talk to you because there's not
Yeah,
cell
see,
service,
this motherfucker's just limping.
down in the ballroom area. So I left the building. I'm standing outside. There is a large police presence outside. The attendees are filing out, and it's unclear what's going to happen next. The lobby of the Hilton is where the action happened before the ballroom. I'm not sure if it was unclear what was happening in the ballroom itself. It sort of
We might hear something funny from these reporters, by the way, because as a chatter pointed out, they're a little buzzed. Okay, like Jake Tappy was sounding a little buzzed there. Oh my God, Olivia Reingold. Terrifying. A few ground shaking knocks by my seat at White House Correspondents Center. Unclear if shooting. I'm okay. We are trying to exit now.
We were just seated over. I'm seated near one of the doors, and
Zay!
Oh my God, they tried to recreate the USA chant after the shooting. Oh my God, people are so fucking cringe. Oh my God. Can we just skip her? No, that's my favorite journalist in America. How dare you?
Public, a sense of the scale and what it takes to navigate this room, right? We are seeing but a sliver of the inside of this room. Someone's talking right now. Let's listen in. We did not hear what they just said just now. It apparently was not well received, but they're getting more information. We are learning things. Brian, what did they say just now, Brian Selter?
Just a very brief announcement saying the program will resume shortly.
What?
Not sure what form that.
What? They're like, lightning can't strike twice. You know what I'm saying? Oh my God. Now Trump has to sit through this shit, pissed off and possibly scared because he's a pussy if he doesn't come back, right? Oh my God. Oh my God. Now he has to fucking sit through the White House course. He's probably not gonna come back. Oh my lordy.
First of all, I'm glad that the president is safe, and I'm glad that the cabinet is safe, and I'm glad that they were able to keep worse things from happening. What I would say is that there is some strength that's trying to be shown here, that you don't stop this country, and you don't.
Oh God, Ben Jones.
And so people will see it differently, but I can understand why people would not want to let the terrorists win today, why they would not want to let terrorism win today. But you're going to have a lot of people who are just upset and shaken because the president of this country could have been killed tonight. And this is the sort of stuff that has to stop. This is the level of violence and crazy stuff on all sides of this country is leading people to think that this is the right thing to do somehow. And I can understand why they don't want to yield to this. But I think people around the world right now.
Why are they talking like it's a foreign enemy? It's America, bro. Of course.
Get into an event.
It's an American news broadcaster. Of course, they're going to make it seem like it was Al Qaeda or some shit. I mean, we don't have any details whatsoever. But judging by past performance, the likelihood of this guy being a Trump supporter is still fairly high. Because considering that wherever Trump goes, there are fallen fans of Donald Trump that just seemingly always want to kill him. I mean, this has happened a bunch of times at this point, like in fucking Mar-a-Lago and shit. You know what I mean? So
by showing up and doing something like this. I was here on the Saturday night in 2024 of Butler, Pennsylvania. Yeah. And I got to tell you, I wake up every day worried to death about the safety of this president and everything that he has been through. I'm glad he's safe.
Let's listen. Wei Zhejiang is up there.
How fast before people say this is fake, by the way?
Security personnel have been rushed out of the building. Wei Zhejiang speaking now.
We have an announcement. I know everyone's going to want as many details as possible, and right now we don't have that, but I can tell you that our program is going to resume momentarily.
Show must go on! Sources say the dinner is stable. Please, God.
We will have more details to share also momentarily, but for now, please just be patient as we figure out just how much time it will be, but it shouldn't be that much longer. Thank you very much. Thank you.
We're going to hear from Wolf Blitzer right now, who is standing by. He's obviously at this dinner as well. Wolf, are you able to hear us? I'd love to hear what your perspective is and what you can tell us.
Yeah, I can hear you fine. It's very,
Knees are weak.
Worrisome what happened. Just coincidentally, after
I already did twice check logs.
I walked out to simply go to the men's room, but you have to walk up these stairs and walk out, and which I was doing. And as I was walking back towards the door to get back into the big area where the event was taking place, all of a sudden, I start hearing gunshots in the hall right near me.
Wolf Blitzer, drunk again, blindsided by breaking news, has to rush into action.
And I was listening and watching what was going on. And apparently they got the gunman who had a major weapon there, but it was so worrisome. The noise was so loud in a small area, and all of a sudden I'm seeing gunshots. And then they grab me, the police officers, and they take me back into the men's room where it was safe, and there were about 15 other men who are stuck in there, and they won't let them out. And that's what happened. And then after a while, they let me out, and I'm out now. I'm not back in the ballroom, but everything is apparently closing down. Very scary incident. All of a sudden, a guy with a weapon, and it was a very, very serious weapon, he starts shooting, and I happened to have been a few feet away from him as he was shooting. And, of course, the first thing that went through my mind is he trying to shoot me. And I don't think he was trying to shoot me, but I was very close to him as the gunshots were fired. and it was very, very scary, but I'm okay now.
Wolf, it's John Berman. Thank God you are okay. And thank you for calling to tell us you are okay and sharing this information. This is the first we're hearing of any of this, so I'm going to ask you to go over it again in great detail because you are the first witness that we have who has seen anything quite like this. So please, on a different floor than the dinner itself? And you did see a person.
When you walk out, out of the dinner, and to go up, you have to climb a few stairs, not an escalator or an elevator. You just climb a few stairs to go out into the lobby area outside of the ballroom, where the dining area was going on. We had just finished appetizers, sitting down, and I walked away to go out to the men's room, but you have to go up one flight of stairs. So I was up one flight of stairs above the area where the dining was going on. And as I was coming out of the men's room to walk back in, all of a sudden I hear these loud, very scary gunshots right near me. And the next thing I knew, a police officer was on top of me, threw me to the ground, and I was waiting. And the next thing, a bunch of other police officers came and told everybody who was near me, you guys are all going into the men's room. And
the mentalist is just that good.
I was afraid there were other potential gunshots that could be fired from other people. And so the next thing I knew, I'm in the men's room with about 15 other men. We're just waiting to leave, and eventually they let us walk out. And I'm out now, but they're not letting me go back into the dining area where the event was taking place. And I just assume
let Wolfie back in.
For now. No. Too scary with a gunshot incident like this. And I had no idea, as I was hearing the gunshots, who this shooter was aiming at, or if he was just trying to scare everybody. I didn't know what he was doing. But it was within a few feet away from where I was, and it was pretty frightening. And when the police officers took me away, one of my shoes fell off, and now I have that shoe back. But it was just a terrible, scary, frightening moment for me. And I'm glad it looks like it's over right now. But I think that out of presumption of caution, they're just telling everybody to leave right now.
Well, Wolf, hang on. First of all, they just said the event will continue. I don't know if they'll stick to that, but the announcement inside the room, and I know you're not there, was the event will continue. But let me just ask you, and if you can wait, just listen. Did you see a gunman? Can you describe the person and the weapon and what that person was doing?
My man is shoeless, bro. Let him live.
I didn't see all the details, but I did see the gunman on the ground after he started shooting. Police officers threw him to the ground, but he was still shooting, and I could hear the shots going off. It was very frightening. I was on the ground, too, because a police officer was on top of me trying to protect me in case one of the bullets could get near me, which it didn't. But I can't describe the gunman. I have no idea what, if any, motive this individual may have had. But the sense I got is that the police who were there, and there were a lot of police there, took care of him relatively quickly. And the incident looks like it's over, but it was a very frightening incident. And out of an abundance of caution, I'm sure they're taking other precautions right now. I see not only a lot of
imagine
police
I call
officers
Trump
near me
right now,
but a lot of military personnel.
be like, yo, what's good? How you feeling?
And they're all armed and ready to go if anything else happens right now. But it looks like that one incident is over, at least for now.
Well, thank goodness. This is Laura. You're safe. We'll make sure that your family also knows that you are safe, given what is taking place tonight. I want to go. Please stand by. We want to hear more from you. We have Brianna Keeler, who also is on the phone. She also has new information. Brianna, we've just heard that the president is safe, a shooter in custody at the Correspondents' dinner. Our own Wolf Blitzer in the lobby when the shots were fired, and he was tackled to the ground by the officers.
Yes,
to
I
protect
have his
Wolf
number.
Blitzer and
I have
others
the
who were
president's
in
phone number. Shut the fuck
What
up.
can you
I do.
tell us?
I just spoke with someone I know who had been heading out of the ballroom to walk upstairs to go to that sort of lobby concourse area where the restrooms are. And on the wall by those stairs is glass. And as he just started to ascend the stairs, all of the glass started to shatter and rain down. sort of from above as he was walking up from the bullet. So he heard multiple gunshots as he was about to ascend into the area where this was all happening. And he couldn't see because he was actually below, but obviously he could see all of the glass coming down, and that person came back inside to the ballroom. But when we were inside of the ballroom, we couldn't necessarily hear that. The reaction of the Secret Service was really what startled everyone, and they just ducked for cover. But he had seen this, a lot of glass shattering, and that's actually an exit of the ballroom that we are not being permitted to go out right now and get some air from. There's other exits where they're permitting people to get a little bit of air from, and that's a door that is no longer open.
Brianna, we had been giving people as much of a play-by-play as we could. We knew that there was an announcement from inside of the dinner that they were intending possibly to continue the programming. We also saw a mass exodus of people leaving that ballroom, and Secret Service also coming.
Is Olivia Reingold going to be able to watch the White House Correspondents' dinner, or is she not allowed back in? This is what I need to know. CNN, get to it.
In terms of where they are now after having left the ballroom?
We don't at this point, but we did just get an announcement from the White House Correspondents Association President WHCD, who said that the program.
Oh, shit. Bro, that was crazy.
The president's plaque off the podium, and there's been some movement on stage. There's been no movement, I'll say, at the dinner tables. There has been some of the wait staff that has come out and removed the salad course. I don't know if that means they're going to continue serving with the course, but if they're doing that, it's maybe a sign that they plan to continue with the dinner. And we're just watching what happens here.
Not the salad.
Karen Bohan, listening to all of this, I mean, what would you be doing as a journalist right now if you were caught in that room, or would you have gone to the bureau, gone out of the room?
So I would have stayed in the room because, you know, in the room is where you're going to get probably more facts and find out what happened.
God, I fucking,
you know,
this
one
is
of
the
things that a lot of journalists are
this
doing.
This is the funniest
sure,
place where something like this could have happened. Okay, because every single person is in the media. So, and every single person is going to constantly talk about this. This is going to be the thing that in normal circumstances, the Mar-a-Lago shooter, right? The guy who wanted to kill Trump at Mar-a-Lago, he got killed immediately. It was barely a fucking day of news. This will be covered up and down extensively. Finally get you off of Fox News? Oh, sure. Hold on. Hold on. I'm sure that Fox News will be able to figure out a way to pin this on radical Antifa terrorism, and therefore your boy somehow.
And that's what happened about 45 minutes ago. Now back to the live ballroom. Let's see what's happening up there. Nope, people are still talking on the phone. Nothing has moved yet. John McCardle, any update for us?
After a horrible, tragic event like this happened, does it make you want to reconsider supporting terrorism?
Obviously don't want to leave.
What is this
It's just
question?
kind of the nature of reporters who want to see what happens. It's a lot of checking phones, checking in with family members, people asking if they're okay.
Dog, you asked that question so weirdly.
But like I said, there's also people popping some of the bottles of wine that hadn't been opened yet.
Connor said, why would they invite Iran to the press dinner? Oh man. All right, we need more. We need more. We need more information. Yeah, I mean, technically nothing happened. From what we understand so far, one guy, I think, judging by the shots, there were 5 shots. There was 1 shot, and then there were 4 shots immediately after. So I think one guy fired the first shot, and then boom, 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 boom. It's over. What I don't understand is how the fuck some random could have gotten anywhere near the event space with a weapon. They already blaming you? No, they're not, bro. Calm down. How the fuck would anybody with a weapon get anywhere near? Tweeted it? Wait, what? Is this a good time to mention that Democrats knew darling Hasan Piker said he wanted the blood of his political opponents to run in the streets and recently justified the murder of an innocent father because he ran it? Bro, that is crazy. That is crazy. No, you weren't wrong. This motherfucker literally heard the president. There's a motherfucker who heard in the news that there was a shooting that took place at an event that the president was at. And he did not wait. Immediately, he was like, time to make this about Hasan. All Dems are Pol Pot. Maybe wait until we confirm this isn't just another cracker. This one's worse. Reminder, Hasan Piker publicly advocated for President Trump's assassination. Perhaps one of his lunatic followers decided to give it a shot. Bro, what the fuck? Bro, brother, are you fucking serious? What the hell, dude? Ain't no way. This is HDS full force. Not a chance, bro. We're all here watching. Update from Janine Perot, who happens to be currently the fucking U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia.
I'm at the Washington Hilton. I've been taken out of the main ballroom after the sound of the shots fired. The Secret Service is now in charge of this building, this hotel. I just spoke to Mayor Muriel Bowser. She is on her way, and Chief Jeffrey Carroll is on his way.
To be fair, you are kind of Muslim. The fuck? Can't believe Hasan was almost there. I was not invited to the White House Correspondents' dinner. I was just invited to another party during the weekend. Who's the babe on screen? That's U.S.
And you.
This has 620 likes already. Oh my god.
And you actually wrote about this.
This is the outside.
Stay back.
Why is Young India arc quote retweeting Jackson Hinkle? What the fuck is happening in this video? Who filmed this video? Was it Jackson Hinkle? Is he there? Kirk live stream had more viewers. President fell off. Yeah, well, he didn't. The only person that died here is the shooter. That's why, obviously. They found the suspect. Stop. Also, most people don't even know this just happened. You have to remember, most people have no fucking clue. You'll see more and more people trickling in. That's why it's like unbelievable. That's why it's unbelievable that there's motherfuckers in here who are already posting their dunks on how I'm responsible for this. You know what I mean? That's crazy. He pinned that tweet already? All right, let's see what CNN's saying.
To get to the Washington Hotel. So I was a few blocks away, and I was walking towards the hotel, and you could see an enormous amount of security around the hotel. So they were clearly very, very worried. I was very, very worried, obviously. And then everything seemed to be going well until I walked out of the ballroom, and I was walking back in. The next thing I know, I'm hearing gunshots, and I'm pushed to the ground by law enforcement and taken away. It was just a very, very frightening moment for me personally, and I'm sure for so many others who happened to be in that corridor outside the ballroom.
We're going to hold behind the stage right now. Staff are going to reset the head table. POTUS never left. It is down the hall from me. He wants the show to go on. We're told by his details someone tried to get through the mags with a gun.
Is in a safe location.
The counter assault team did their job. Unclear what that means.
Want to return. He does want.
Okay, so someone actually just fucking tried to walk through the metal detectors with a gun, I guess. Is that what happened? Or if just did it just beep on someone and the Secret Service just popped off on him? Like, the fuck? Did Trump post? Trump posted? Trump already posted for the backstage? Quite an evening in D.C. Secret Service and law enforcement did a fantastic job. They acted quickly and bravely. The shooter has been apprehended, and I've recommended that we let the show go on, but will entirely be guided by law enforcement. They will make a decision shortly. Regardless of that decision, the evening will be much different than planned, and we'll just plain have to do it again. President Donald J. Trump. More tweets blaming you. Shots fired. Extreme influencers like Hasan Piker and Candace Owens, both of our names, preaching as Piker did the other day in the New York Times social murder, trying to depict the most freedom-loving country on earth. Enough is enough. I guess this is it, right? That's it. It's just like, no matter what happens going forward, they're going to be like, remember Hasan Piker? Remember chatters when you were like, oh, I guess they'll stop talking about you now. And I was like, no, they'll probably keep talking for some strange reason. They'll find a way. They're reporting now that no shots were actually fired at all. Randy Fine, a.k.a. Horny Sexy, was on his third round of appetizers in lieu of the salad, and buttons on his suit shot off and shattered the glass above the stairs. The scene is secure. I hope everyone is safe. Oh man, that's crazy. Yeah, this guy, I guess, is, oh, this is a Clintonite. That's why his responses are like, what the fuck are you talking about? The president is literally the most violent person on the planet. Like, because it's crazy that these guys are like, Hasan Piker exhibits violent rhetoric. he has talked about how violent the systems that we exist under are, which is just as violent as the president, who constantly talks about murdering people. At FBI. Yeah, Caroline Leavitt called it. Bro, I know. Dude, I'm on it already. I'm fucking on it already. I said, what does she know?
Well, is he not?
He is ready to rumble.
Uh-huh.
I will tell you, this speech tonight will be classic Donald J. Trump. It'll be funny. It'll be entertaining. There will be some shots fired tonight in the room. So everyone should tune in. It's going to be really great. I'm looking forward to hearing it.
I love it all. And you wrote most of it, you said.
I can't take credit. In true Donald Trump fashion, the man puts his pen to the paper himself. So it's a lot of his own.
What, Liz? Why? First time she hasn't lied? Oh, damn. True. Yo, arrest her. Oh my gosh, she wrote the script. It's a script. She wrote it. Photo, White House Correspondents, dinner suspect release. Bro, we can't even make jokes like this because I feel like we now live in too schizophrenic of a media environment where people are unironically going to take that and post it, and then it's going to get like 700,000 likes. And then there's going to be like 10 million Americans who legitimately think I was the guy who tried to shoot the president, okay? Like, we have to be a little bit more careful about the jokes that we make nowadays because honestly, you know, we can't, there's people are pretty fucking nuts. They will blame Israel or you. Yeah. Well, ironically enough, the situation currently is basically 90% of the country will blame Israel, and the 10% that are pro-Israel will blame me. There's a photo of suspect on the ground. Was he apprehended or shot and killed? I'm confused. I can't tell. You can't really see. Hold on. Let me get a closer look at this. Let me zoom in. Is that the suspect? I guess it is. You can't really tell though. I mean, they're trying to do that's it's like medical bags, right? So I think they might have been trying to save him. Fox reported detained, CNN reported shot and killed. We know where the CNN report is coming from. It's Caitlin Collins. We saw Caitlin Collins was the one who said they're pinning it on Erica Kirk already. I mean, I'm also in favor of the, blaming anybody but me category. So out of pure, selfish reasons, if they blame anybody but me, I'm there. Okay. Like Erica Kirk, Israel, get after it, everybody. You know what I mean? Erica Kirk looks at something on his phone and her reaction is unmistakable. What did he show her? Like, what do you think? You think he showed her the plans of how there's going to be an assassination later? It is, yeah, Benjamin Netanyahu is going to come out and be like, we did not do it. Someone on the ground with U.S. Secret Service? Bro, they're already cracking jokes. They're having a good time. Like,
we just watched.
Oh, shit.
It's so upsetting.
I'm in studio and I'm shaking watching this, and I can't imagine what Erica Kirk is going through again. And I think it's important to remember that the people in that room, we know so many of them. They're also human.
I'm texting Van.
And I imagine that while they want to show up for press freedom, and we don't know what the motive of this shooter was, I imagine some of them are also really scared and traumatized. And I think viewers who are watching some of this footage will be scared and traumatized by it. It's really upsetting, and I feel so exhausted by how much violence we have to cover. Violence against journalists, violence against politicians. I just can't imagine continuing on
I can't
with
say
this
nothing.
night.
I
understand the importance
right
of standing up there and standing against these threats of violence, but this is very real, and we are human. Journalists are human too. And I would really understand if, for security reasons and also just compassion, human reasons, this night didn't continue as planned.
I don't know, man. Everybody in there looks a little shaken.
Wait, what the fuck? He just texted me
the way I
back.
feel
How is
about
that
this
possible?
Is this, a lot of people that are
Van
watching
just
this have
texted
loved
me
ones
back.
inside of that building. You guys have loved ones inside of that building. When you send your kids to school, when people go to church, when people go to the movies, when they go to grocery stores, so many places they go in America is just not safe from gun violence. And we have conversations about it, but now it's, once again, coming home.
I want to hear, and what you all have said is so important. I want to hear from Andrew McCabe. I really want to understand, based on your experience in law enforcement with the FBI, we have seen many an agent in that room. We know Secret Service is there. We know the sheer volume of security that would be present with the President of the United States.
It's not pre-recorded.
So
He's live right
members
now.
in that room.
He's texting
Andy
me.
McCabe, describe for us not only your reaction to tonight, but the security presence that would have been in this room, and what do you think is happening right now to try to assess whether there's an ongoing danger and what has happened?
Yeah, sure, Laura. So before anything happened out of the ordinary, the law enforcement approach to this thinks of it as almost on the level of a national security special event.
I'm not going to tell you what I told him to say on camera, but he said, tell the chat you're trying to get me cooked.
So no doubt.
I tried to dare him to say something on camera. Yeah, not Van Jones, chatters Van Lathan. He's on the screen.
Had representatives on site tonight. That said, after a gunman shows up, and according to Wolf's comments earlier and other reporting, it sounds like that person might have actually gotten through the security perimeter. We don't know that for a fact yet, but that's what some folks have said. That takes your entire plan, all that coordination, and throws it kind of out the window. Surprise is the enemy to law enforcement planning. The people behind the security of this event, they want to know everything. They want to know who's there, who's in the room, who's outside the room, what time they come in, what time they go out. And they've just been surprised in the absolutely worst possible way. So it is inconceivable to me that any law enforcement person would advise them to continue with the program this evening. I'm sure that's a disappointment to a lot of people who are there, but there is no way you could possibly recommend anything other than say thank you very much and sorry for your trouble and send all these people home.
Andy, stand by for 1 second. We want to go to Zach Cohen, who is inside the room right now with some new information. CNN, Zach Cohen, what are you learning?
Yeah, it's a scary scene out here, honestly. But I will say that we
subscribe to independent media, Piker Broadcasting Service, by the way. Piker Broadcasting Service is ad-free always. There will never be ads on the Piker Broadcasting Service. It's for you, the people, by you, the people. You can contribute to independent media at PBS, People's Broadcasting Service, Piker Broadcasting Service, for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Okay? Tell him to say you were not the shooter live on air. Do it, pussy. No. That's not what I was telling him to say. I was telling him to say something crazier. Anyway, New York Times says one person in custody. I guess the shooter is not dead. I guess that was wrong. Fucking brace. I'm at the White House Correspondents' Dinner first. I'd like to thank law enforcement for their swift response in preventing a tragedy. Second, almost everything you're reading about this incident on X is false. There were multiple shooters and possible casualties. A ton of people are also really sick. Several members of the press corps were taken away in ambulances prior to the disturbance. Yeah. Oh, no. He's doing it. He's going to do it again. He did this last time with... remember when he fucking made up stuff about... it was another like big media moment with Burning Man. A couple years ago when Brace decided to start tweeting about Burning Man as though he was there, and he made it seem like there was a zombie outbreak, and then people literally fucking believed him. Or was it Ebola? Ebola at Burning Man, a classic Brace moment. Okay, United States Secret Service shooting incident. Thank you, Hassan's New Pharmacist, for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you, Andrew Filer, for the 20 gifted subs. Like I said, Piker Broadcasting Service shouts out. You can rewind the broadcast if you subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service. You can also send me links. United States Secret Service says the U.S. Secret Service, in coordination with the Metropolitan Police Department, is investigating a shooting incident near the main magnetometer screening area at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. President and the First Lady are safe. All protectees. One individual is in custody. The condition of those involved is not yet known, and law enforcement is actively assessing the situation. Wait, is it a duo? You think it was a duo? They caught one, they apprehended one, and then shot the other? Why are they talking about it like this? Jennifer Jacobs says the suspect is in custody from the White House Correspondents Association dinner shooting. At least one shot fired. One USSSSSS officer taken to the hospital to be checked out, but is okay. Dinner about to resume. Magnetometer. Fun fact about the location, bro. This is the same hotel outside of which John Hinckley Jr. tried to assassinate President Ronald Reagan in 1981. Hey, yo. What? Brother, this guy isn't even a fucking fan of mine. He's literally just a hater. I thought that was a fan posting that, like, as a meme. Bro, these motherfuckers are not going to rest until I'm arrested, I think, for some shit I did not do. Thank God. Thank God I'm always on camera. Thank God I'm always fucking live. Because honestly, if I wasn't live 24/7, people would just start making shit up. Like, oh, he was there. He did it. You should kill him just to be safe. That type of shit. Bro, I told you to get your name cleared for shooting in the air. Yeah. Yeah, I already covered this. This motherfucker immediately was like, yo, it's you. I am living inside of these people's brains. Using this. Try and blame me. The president uses the most violent rhetoric ever known to man. Perhaps that's why it's usually his own supporters trying to shoot at him. I'm saying we don't even have details of what happened yet. These motherfuckers are already using this opportunity to try and blame me. The president used the most violent rhetoric ever known to man. Perhaps that's why it's usually his own supporters trying to shoot at him. Don't draw attention to them. Dog, this is fucking 22 minutes in and it already has 3,000. It's 22 minutes in and it already has 3,000 likes. It's over. Yeah, this has 13,000 likes. Like it's already set. New Trump post. Pete Hegseth, looking stricken, was cutting a path through the mobbed hallways of the Hilton, just now descending deeper into the bowels of the hotel, even as the White House press pool. Oh my God. People are replying to Hannity blaming you. You needed to immediately refute any accusation before they even make the threat like Netanyahu did 2 minutes after Charlie got kirked. Yeah, that worked really well for Netanyahu. Law enforcement has requested that we leave the premises. Consistent with protocol, which we will do immediately. I will be giving a press conference in 30 minutes from the White House press briefing room. First Lady plus the Vice President and all cabinet members are in perfect condition. We will be speaking to you in half an hour. I have spoken with all the representatives in charge of the event, and we will be rescheduling within 30 days. President Donald J. Trump. You didn't post the tweet, Unc? It's true. I did not post the tweet. The other one is even more viral. I'm posting it. I did. Don't post? Why? Why? Is better to ignore? Bro, it has 13,000 likes already. What are you talking about? Better to ignore. Find me several tables over. I will hide you. Update, New York Times, Sean McCreesh reports Cash's girlfriend was hiding in a bathroom with another man holding her hand. Shut the fuck up. Are you serious? We are relieved that the president and those attending the White House Correspondents' Dinner are safe and deeply grateful to Secret Service. Wait a minute. Why is AIPAC tweeting this? Wait, is Cash getting fired or cucked? Sean McCreesh is my GOAT, by the way. That's the one who asked that banger question to Donald Trump. If you remember, I met him at the Vanity Fair party. I'm one of the small number of journalists traveling with the White House press pool tonight. We were in a hall just outside the ballroom when the commotion first rang out. Several things happened in quick succession. Tuxedoed agents pulled out guns and began running towards the ballroom. White-jacketed caterers screamed and bolted for stairwells. Pandemonium reigned as top cabinet officials were evacuated. Robert Kennedy Jr. and his wife, Cheryl Hines, came out and were ushered into an elevator. Then Janine Perot emerged. The FBI director, Kash Patel, came tearing across the hallway with 2 men in tow. His girlfriend was hiding in a room with another man who was holding her hand. Oh! Kash Patel is both fired and cucked at the same night, bro. Ooh, sure. Ain't no way. Ain't no fucking way. Reporters are about to be taken back into the ballroom. The show will go on, apparently. Where's Usher? Oh, no. That's fucked up, bro. That is fucked up. He's fired and cucked at the same time, dude. Yeah, McCreesh, that is nasty, dude. God damn, that is nastiness. That is some nasty business. Hey, that's good. What's the term? Good gumshoe reporting. God damn. Pic and video of suspect on the ground. So he's not dead. We saw that. Whoa, what the fuck? Oh, yeah, he's not. They just stripped him. Change your title. So no dinner. That means gaming is back on the docket, right? Man, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? The event that the president went to was just shot at potentially. Obviously, I have to cover that. Shooter apprehended. I'm just going to say shooter stopped because that's correct. Trump's wheeze were neek. Okay, dude. Don't let my tweet change who you are. Prezzo. Maybe don't do that. Man. I got enough shit on me right now, dude. I can't believe Kash Patel got cucked. That's crazy. That's the craziest event of the night. Van is talking. Oh, what's he saying?
Everything, but like people are in trouble. And the despair is running over. And who's going to talk about that? Who's going to address that?
One thing I'll be curious, especially you're talking about this happening even at this event. I'll be curious to understand not only the target, but I want to know the state of the suspect. Yeah. Because that is going to be one of the most important sources of information of what has happened tonight. And especially we read from the Secret Service talking about, as you noted, they're investigating a shooting incident near the main magnetometer screening area. Was it effective? Was this person intercepted in this way, which of course would be a very important detail to understand. And let's not forget as well that as you mentioned, Scott, and we've talked about some of the people at the beginning of this dinner who were present in the room.
Yeah.
Erica Kirk, the widow of Charlie Kirk. You have people who are civilians who may or may not have had their own experiences with gun violence in this country. And as we know, gun violence, Steve Scalise also there, a victim of gun violence as well. And there are others who we are not naming in the moment as well. And just to think about the prevalence of gun violence more broadly.
I will note, the president on his way to the White House now for a press conference shortly. The entire press corps is in this room right now. They're not going to make it there. I imagine that the people asking the questions, to the extent that there will be questions, will be the White House pool, which is a limited, very small group of reporters who will be able to travel with the president and ask him questions there. But this is...
Yeah.
It's so surreal. It is so surreal that the president, everyone who covers him, all there for this. They're all leaving now, the members of the press leaving. But what we do know for sure at this point is that there is a suspect in custody.
Our boy Sean is in the press pool, so he will ask some interesting questions, I assume.
And those involved,
potentially
their
for the New York
condition not
Times.
yet known.
Those involved, their condition not yet known. But the president's okay. The cabinet's okay. We have not seen or heard any ambulances taking anyone from inside that event. So we think everyone in the event is okay, and they certainly look okay. And the pictures that we are seeing now, I have to say, I'm sure they're all just relieved, frankly, that it's gone on the way it has. We have Wolf Blitzer with us, and Wolf has been crucial in understanding the course of this event because, Wolf, you were really the first witness to tell us what happened.
Fuck.
That there did appear to be a shooter.
Magnetometers, as if
fucking Wolf Blitzer, man. Another drunk Wolf Blitzer certified classic.
I don't know if he was just in there waiting or whatever, but it was clearly in a secure area where we assumed everybody had gone through metal detectors and was cleared to go into the ballroom. And all of a sudden, I'm walking right near the shooter, and all of a sudden I start hearing gunshots. And the next thing I knew,
I will say one thing. Like, this is another instance where everyone is going to be like polite, and it's going to take like a week of yelling at people to be like, "Oh, the president could have almost been shot and killed. How dare you?" Some people are going to crack jokes. Not me. I would never do that. Okay. And then eventually it's going to turn into another Kirkification moment for like average people won't give a fuck about it. Most people are just watching the game. They don't give a shit. And
for me personally and for everyone who was nearby. And to see this unfold as quickly as it did, and I must say, I give law enforcement a lot of credit because they moved very quickly, risking their own lives in the process. There's a shooter with gunshots, and they took this guy down, and, you know, the process, they took me down too. They took me down to save me, which was good because I didn't know where this guy was aiming. But the gunshots were so loud, so frightening, that it scared all of us, and we had no idea what was going on.
He fell getting rushed off stage?
My gut was that out of an abundance of caution, because the shooter was inside the secure area, they should definitely have canceled the event for tonight and told everyone to go home as quickly as possible. I'm now in the lobby of the Washington Hilton Hotel, and you see hundreds of people coming up the escalator, going to the lobby, getting ready to go home. If there are cars waiting, or if they're walking, or whatever they're doing, taking an Uber, but they're all leaving, and it was just a very, very frightening, scary moment indeed. And thank God, you know, everybody inside was okay, and I don't know if anyone was injured at all. But,
you just said you're not going to make light of the situation? Come on, man. An old man falling like that? That's funny. Like, I'm sorry. It's the president. He fell. Like, do you really think I can't laugh at that? I'm a human being.
And thrown to the ground, and presumably his weapon taken away. But it was just a very.
And Wolf, I'm sorry. Did you see the type of weapon, or
alone? If there were others there, so they just took everybody, and they tried to save us and make sure that we were secure. Which I was grateful for at the time.
We know that the motorcade is leaving as well.
Lobby, you see hundreds of the guests, of the people who were in the ballroom, just coming up the escalator and trying to leave as quickly as they can, which is clear.
Imagine if Germany wasn't such a fucking asshole about it. These guys would be currently ripping P90s instead. That's right. They used the MP7s, which, you know, a lot of people think is the best possible weapon due to Call of Duty, popularizing it. But initially it was supposed to be the P90. That was supposed to be like the NATO weapon. But Germany was like, nope, abso-fucking-lutely not. HK made the MP7 instead. And the P90 was cooked. Yes, MP7 was inferior in every test ever conducted compared to the P90. It's true. That guy's a badge? Yeah, no shit, dude. This is not the shooter. This is the Secret Service.
Hilton, a historic site, I might add, for people who recall in 1981 an assassination attempt of President Ronald Reagan. Sarah, can you tell us what you're seeing out there and what you know, given the number of people in that room?
Yeah, I mean, if you think about the number of people in the room, the number of cabinet members alone in that room, there are going to be some big questions about security and how this happened, because I will tell you that those magnums that you all are talking about are very far into the venue. When you first come in, mostly what they asked was they wanted to see your ticket. They allowed you to sort of get to the door where you did the sort of red carpet, if you will. And every single cabinet member almost went to the red carpet. And when we walked in that door, there were no checks on our bodies. They did not do any checks of what we had with us at that point. And so that may have been where the shooter entered or how the shooter entered, although we don't yet know that. But it takes a while, and you know this well, John, it takes a while before you get to those magnometers, before they start checking your person, before they start checking your purses, for example. So there will be a lot of questions about security here. What we did see is some real deep, disturbed emotions in that room, one of whom was Erica Kirk. As I was walking out of the venue trying to figure out what happened and what we could find out as a reporter, as we're walking out,
Bro, Erica Kirk wasn't there when Charlie Kirk got shot. They're making it seem like she has like post-traumatic stress sort of from being shot in the direction of Charlie Kirk or something.
Imagine her distress as she's sitting there hearing the same thing that we all heard, which was gunshots, and knowing what happened to her husband, and being
Drew's
in that
calling
scenario.
for your arrest. He's Australian.
She looked visibly terrified as she was being escorted out, and then we saw her again once she was outside of the building, kind of being surrounded.
even
and
people
waiting
who are
to be
haters
able
of mine
to,
are like,
to
what the
leave
fuck
the
does
area
this?
completely. We also saw Senator Fetterman and his wife, who were also trying to figure out where to go, how to leave, how to move out of the way. There was chaos. There were moments where people weren't sure what they were supposed to do, stay inside the ballroom or leave. But we are seeing quite an apparatus out here. We did see ambulances, but they were not in the kind of scenario that you have all seen when there is someone who needs to be taken to the hospital. They were sort of sitting and waiting with their lights going. And then we saw quite a few police vehicles coming and going throughout this particular area. And then a while ago, we saw them put up the crime scene tape here, which has moved out further than it was initially. Just down here, I'm on Columbus in California. Just down here where you see all of those lights, that is where the Hilton is. That is where this occurred. But I think someone mentioned this, and I don't know if it was Van Jones or who mentioned that there's this sickness. And you saw the result of the sickness with gun violence. You saw the result of that in this room while people are saying—
left? Here, do you want to give a comment to the stream? We were watching you. They can't hear you, though. If you want, I can put the microphone on the phone if you want. I know. Wait, you want me to wait? I'm gonna put you up to the mic now. You're on mic.
Sure. Yeah, I asked if they could let me leave.
Wait, really?
Because, yeah, I did. Yeah, I asked if I could leave the show.
Damn. You should have stayed on. Now they're going to put Van Jones back in, and he's going to do the state of the conversation instead.
Yeah, but to be honest with you, like there's no Hasan. It's like, what are we going like what is what's the discussion?
I know. This happens so frequently. That's what's so crazy about it. Like there was a guy, I don't know if you remember this. There was a guy who went to Mar-a-Lago with a gun. It was a former Trump fan. He went to Mar-a-Lago with a gun and he got shot and killed because he wanted to do, he wanted to assassinate the president. It happens so frequently at this point, and it's so crazy that this is like every time it happens, we just set the clock back. We reset it. Like
that is not the forum to have this discussion, because the forum to have, not to me at least, all I'm gonna do is look like a raging lunatic up there, because this conversation, yeah, I care about the fact that people felt unsafe in that place tonight. They were trying to celebrate the industry, but people feel unsafe in churches. They feel unsafe in schools. They feel unsafe protesting in Minnesota. Like, it's just, I don't feel like coming off all sanctimonious and all of that.
Also, if you say that, they're going to say, oh, you're undermining this like actually severe situation, as opposed to all those other instances where like real people are also feeling threatened and sometimes getting shot, because those are little people. Those are ordinary people. This is an extraordinary situation.
I mean, maybe. They actually might like it, but honestly, it's probably, and I fuck with everybody up at CNN and they're good to me, but honestly, it's probably, I don't know, man. It's just like, this is the reality of the space that we're in right now.
Yeah.
So overtly grotesque that I kind of don't want to do it on TV, honestly, bro.
I feel you. There's people on the timeline like they got a boss call blaming me for it right now. There's like mad people being like, they're saying that I'm the Democrats' new darling, and I want death and destruction, and I'm like the one who is inciting all this violence. And it's like, bro, I'm a Twitch streamer.
You talking about just in general?
Yeah, they're saying, yeah. They're like, oh, Hasan is the reason for this, which is crazy, because it's like, if I'm capable of inciting violence with my language, what the fuck is the president inciting? The same president that they're defending.
Here's the deal, though. The symptom of a really sophisticated virus is that everyone thinks it's coming from someplace that it's not coming from. Like the symptom of a really sophisticated, a really truly entrenched disease or pathogen is that it tricks you and it makes you desperate to blame other parts of the body. Like, oh, we think it's here, we think it's there, we think it's here, we think it's there. We don't have any intellectual cohesion on what the source of it is. So we go through all of this stuff until we're knocked back on our ass and we hope that we luck up on a solution. The real solution to this is that our political and social fabric has just been decimated under the influence of this fucking guy. And we can keep, it's not like America was ever, I'm a black man from the South. I'm gonna stop like being hyper verbose after this. It's not like America was ever a super safe place for me. But the reality of what this country is now is this, we can't, that's not the right forum for me to get my shit off on it.
I feel you.
Happy in a couple of weeks. Yeah, that's just not the right forum for me to get my shit on it. That's for them.
Are you coming back to LA, or are you going to be in New York? I'm going to be in New York next week.
I'll be in New York next week. I think I'm going to do Abby next week. They don't care that I left the show. Like, I asked, they were cool with it. Everybody up there is cool. Not about them, but like, yeah, I'll be in New York next week to do Abby. Yeah.
All right, I'll see you there.
All right, bro. Peace.
All right, bye. Here, X video, the shooter. Yeah, we this is an image unconfirmed. Yeah, we saw this already. I think they stripped him too. There's a photo of him totally stripped with like the wrap around him. That was Van Lathan. He was just on CNN. Security update. Cash is so fired. Bro, Cash is so cooked and so cooked. Something I noticed even before coming into the White House Correspondents Association dinner was that the security was only outside the ballroom, inside, not outside the building. So the entrance of the building did not have security machine, only guards. You only went through the screening before the ballroom. Oh my God. I mean, I guess that might be normal. I'm kind of shocked. I'm actually kind of shocked at how anyone could get that close. Can you please call Brace Belden? He's not there, chat. Fox correspondent claims to have attempted shooter at the White House Correspondents' Dinner is 31-year-old Cole Thomas Allen from Torrance, California, and he's in custody. Oh, shit. Brace is currently being strip searched. Not normal. I worked at a venue during an event that Trump attended. Why did that New York Times reporter randomly drop the T on Cash's girlfriend? That's so fucking funny. Excuse me. That's real reporting, okay? It happened. He saw it. He had to write it down. Sometimes you see things and you don't even think. Good reporters, they sometimes observe and they write it down immediately. They type it out and they don't even know what that would lead to, okay? It's a butterfly effect. You know, if Cash Patel is getting cucked amidst this attempted shooting, then we have to know about it. That's called accuracy in reporting. That's called good journalism. Yeah, shooter apparently identified as Cole Thomas Allen from Torrance, California, 31 years old. Not looking good. Because as you know, most people will just immediately do profiles. And even though 90% of the time is a Trump supporter, all that matters is the one time where it's not, you know, for them to immediately clamp on anyone and everyone. But then again, we don't know yet. We don't know. We'll wait. What I will say, though, 100% confirmed, Cash Patel's girlfriend was holding the hand of another man while this incident was taking place. We do know that. That's a real thing that happened. That is confirmed. It's in the paper of record, the gray lady. I just want you to know that's, you know, that's out there, okay? We haven't confirmed the actual shooter's identity yet, alleged shooter's identity yet. But
in the way of essentially taking that bullet for the president if that's what's necessary. So yeah, this is it. This is like the Secret Service doing their thing right in front of the entire world.
Andy, stand by. I just want to reread. It's just past the top of the hour at 10 o'clock p.m. Eastern time, just to bring people up to speed at what's happened. This was the night where the White House Correspondents' Dinner was supposed to take place. But let me read you a statement from the Secret Service that describes in the best detail we have of what happened. It said the U.S. Secret Service, in coordination with the Metropolitan Police Department, is investigating a shooting incident near the main magnetometer screening area at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. The president and first lady are safe, along with all protectees. One individual is in custody. The condition of those involved is not yet known, and law enforcement is actively assessing the situation. The president delivering a statement very shortly at the White House. We will, of course, bring that to you live the minute it happens. The vice president evacuated. We learned the Speaker of the House also evacuated. Literally, the constitutional line of succession was all there, and they are all okay. We are here watching this unfold.
I guess going forward, whenever like any violent incident takes place or attempted violent incident takes place, every Republican is going to be like, we should kill Hasan Piker. You know? I guess that's what it is, right? Like every single one of them.
When this happened, it was Steve Scalise, the House Republican Majority Leader, who grabbed him and threw him into a secure location. Of course, Steve Scalise himself was shot years ago in the congressional baseball game. One other thing that I think should be noted, the Secret Service is an agency that it exists in the Department of Homeland Security, which has been shut down and not funded for 70 plus days. So when I think about watching these Secret Service agents and their heroism and what they have to do, they're currently working in an agency that, for many, many, many weeks now has not been taken care of. So I suspect members of Congress are going to have to confront that. And it started this past week, but that's got to get fixed.
Look, I think that they obviously just, did an extraordinary job, and the people I'm hearing from are shaken up. Look, people respond differently. I've been shot at. It's a very weird experience because bullets are when you're playing cops and robbers, you just go bang bang, people fall down. Bullets are physical things, and they move past you faster than you can react. And nobody knows how their body is going to respond in a situation like that. So some people get very stoic, some people get very emotional, some people are fine for 2 days and then afterwards they completely crash. So you're going to have, unfortunately, a huge psychological impact for people with lots of responsibility in this country. People who are running agencies, bureaus, people who are running news organizations. So we have to be aware of that. I do think that the people who wanted the show to go on were people who were trying to figure out some way for this not to be a complete disaster. I have to say,
I adore your dedication to sticking to facts, even at moments of heat, no matter how heated it gets. With Kash Patel's girlfriend and another man, yes. This is the Piker Broadcasting Service, also known as the People's Broadcasting Service, sponsored by you, the people, for you, the people. Only the most trusted, most accurate name in news. I'm going to give you only the truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God. In times of misinformation, especially on the internet, when people are trying to figure out, was Kash Patel's girlfriend actually holding the hand of another man or not, I'm going to tell you what the truth is, right? Like, unless it is a confirmed report from verified, reliable resources, reliable sources on the ground, I'm not going to fucking tell you Kash Patel is getting cucked unless I have the evidence, right? Which is precisely the reason why I haven't yet confirmed the other stuff, except for the fact that Kash Patel's girlfriend was holding the hand of another man during the shooting that took place. So, crazy way to find out. Was hiding in a room with another man who was holding her hand. Crazy way to find out. On the night that he is potentially about to be fired, which makes it even crazier. Damn, Trump got a mentalist for this shit and he couldn't even predict the shooting. That's what you think. The mentalist, I didn't see him. Did you? Maybe he knew. Maybe he could predict it and he tried to warn people and they were like, shut up. Magic is fake.
Home and again, another attempt possibly on Trump or another violent attack on somebody. I think it's overwhelming to people and they want someone to get up and make some sense of something this senseless.
They also, I think, want to learn as much as they possibly can, and the details are scant right now. One piece of new information, this is coming from our reporting team. A U.S. Secret Service agent was shot at the White House Correspondents' Dinner Saturday night. The bullet struck the agent's protective gear, okay? And the agent was taken to a local hospital. The agent's condition not immediately clear, but the fact that the protective gear is part of that statement, let's hope that means this officer is in good condition. We now have with us CNN Chief Law Enforcement Analyst John Miller. John, you have so many great sources. What are you learning now at this stage of the evening?
What the fuck? That was the mentalist when Donald Trump was getting...
Who is this suspect? What was the motive? They are obviously doing background into that. What we know from law enforcement sources who have been briefed on the matter is, according to identification found on the suspect after he was taken down, he is a 30-year-old man from the Los Angeles area of California. They are working on his background, any potential criminal record, social media, and all of the rest of the things you think they would be doing. As you've been reporting, the details are still relatively sketchy, but what we are told is that there was the set of magnetometers, and as he approached the magnetometers, there was this confrontation and shots fired. The Secret Service agent was hit, we are told, in the vest, but as you know, this is all preliminary.
Dog, I was here, okay? Like, shut up. 30-year-old from California, not Los Angeles, I don't think. At least that's what they said. He's a LA area, but I guess Torrance is LA area, right?
Who are at those magnetometers, the people whose job it is to be that front line of making sure that anybody who gets through those
eating as Trump was being escorted
is now part of the sterile crowd, meaning they can't be armed, they can't have anything on them that could be dangerous. Those are the Secret Service uniform division. They wear white shirts and black pants and badges, look like normal police, and they are that front line. Beyond that, of course, is the Secret Service plainclothes agents who guard the president and are spread throughout that building. So we don't know
That's crazy.
Who was involved in the initial confrontation, but there's some likelihood that that encounter would have started with the uniform division at those magnetometers. So we don't know how far, when they get to this press conference at the White House, how far they will go into the details of whether they've identified the gunman or his background, but they're working on those details. And at this point, so are we.
30-year-old male in custody, of course, John Miller from California. That is all new information. A 30-year-old male from California. Any sense of the condition that the suspect is in, John?
Well, that's been a point of confusion. We were told initially, and this was literally within the first minute. So the earlier the information it is, the less reliable it is. We were told that he was taken down, the suspect was down, the suspect was dead. The terms they're using now were apprehended and in custody, which are suggestive that he has not succumbed to those injuries. So we'll have to sort through that as well as we go.
Thank you very much for making that clear, because again, the initial report different than what we think we are hearing now. We are just hearing in custody at this point, a 30-year-old male from California. And another point I just want to reiterate that you said is, as we are getting more information, the fact that this happened near the metal detectors, it's possible that the security here did what it was supposed to do. I mean, there are going to be questions. Obviously, need to review every aspect of this, but it is possible. One possibility is that the precautions they had in place are what kept this from being a true disaster tonight.
And of course, we heard from Wolf Blitzer about the location where he witnessed at least the gunman being brought down. You are seeing right now on your screen the White House press briefing room, because we were told by the President of the United States that he intends to speak within the 30 minutes. We are actually around that time right now as to when to expect him to speak. He would have come back from the Washington, D.C. Hilton, where this shooting took place. We still have a lot of questions. Number one, more information about who this shooter is, the motivation here, who was the intended target, the condition of the Secret Service officer who was struck in the vest, the condition of that suspect as well. And you can believe, as Jonathan Miller talked about,
Connor, the man's about to lose his job. Hey, man, I just read in the New York Times that your girlfriend is cheating on you. Connor! He's about to lose his job and his girlfriend at the same night. Oh, by the way, C-SPAN. Robert Skvarlis is watching C-SPAN right now. The callers think the assassination attempt was stage law. I'm a Midwestern normal mother, and they had a mentalist there for the first time because the president doesn't take jokes well. I don't want to be a conspiracy theorist, but it doesn't feel right. This is also part of the reason why, you know, like these guys will be like, Hasan is doing violent rhetoric. I'm like, bro, you really need to see what the average person thinks. Like, I told you, like, it's gonna be instant. Like, instantly, people are just gonna be like, yeah, no, that's not real. That's fake. It's a good number of people, I think, at this point, sincerely believe that this shooting, this one was staged. Okay, the fight one, like a solid number of people. Also, an even larger number of people fucking hate the president. So, you know, I'm not a fan of violence, as you guys know. Famously, people lie and say I am, but I'm not. I don't like chaos. I don't like instability. I'm a homebody, right? But like a lot of these people don't understand how normal people feel about shit, you know? Like, things are fucked up. Insane AM radio host lady. What did you know? What? Dana Loesch? NBA Twitter is hilarious right now. They're saying to out the Wolves Nuggets game on what? Because no one cares about this bullshit Lamau. Yeah, always the ones with the fucking Bible verse in their bio that say unhinged shit like this. Meghan McCain being normal. I don't want to hear one more fucking criticism of Trump's new ballroom at the White House. What? What the fuck does that even mean? Just say everything? No, chatters. Again, jokes do not fly any longer, okay? They used to, but they do not anymore. What? Unfortunately, the First Lady and I had to be evacuated from the White House Correspondents' dinner alongside the President and the entire cabinet. This event is yet another reason the President Donald Trump's ballroom should be built. What? Braces on the ground, important. Chatter, are you fucking serious? He's fucking joking. He's literally spreading misinformation. Please. We already joked about it. Okay. All of these people talking about the ballroom. Are you ready for this? Watch this. All of these like people all of a sudden talking about the ballroom moments after this shooting, this alleged attempted shooting took place, is going to make every liberal go, oh, he didn't even stage the fake assassination attempt to make himself look good. He staged it so he could justify the ballroom. It will 100% be tomorrow's news today. That's the PBS guarantee. I'm telling you right now, tomorrow's news today. If Donald Trump says, this is why we need a ballroom, every fucking Blue Anon, and not even just Blue Anon, fuck it. It'll be like normie libs, PhD having normie libs are going to turn around and be like, oh, you see this shit? He staged it himself to attempt to get the ballroom going so that no one can criticize Donald Trump's fucking ballroom. Because I don't give a fuck about the ballroom, right? I don't give a fuck about it at all. But for some reason, it's the one thing that got every liberal the most pissed. Okay? Like, I care about the other shit that Trump does. You know, like double tapping a fucking little girls' school in Iran. Like, those are the things I care about. But a lot of liberals, I remember a lot of liberals and independents as well a lot of liberals and independents actually turned away from Trump because the ballroom stuff was happening at the same time that the furlough stuff was happening, because they had they were like weeks into the government shutdown, right? And that was when a lot of independents pulled out. They were like, nah, I'm done. I can't deal with it. They hated it at the time. I'm telling you.
The suspect who is at the Hilton, as CNN reported just a few moments ago, we're waiting to see what it is that the White House has learned. And I just wanted to know, John, that in the room, the cabinet secretaries and top administration officials are kind of seated sporadically at random tables. So you could see there was a difficulty in security going and making sure they could get to every cabinet member. I was seated next to the Secretary of Education, Linda McMahon, in that moment. And I mean, we were both crouched on the floor, sitting next to each other, waiting to see what was going on and learn more from the service and the security that was inside the room. So obviously we're waiting to see what the president himself has learned and what he'll say when he comes out here to the briefing room in just a few moments. But it's a heroic effort even just to get these reporters inside here, many of them running, some physically running from the Hilton to get here as we raced over to make it to this press briefing. Obviously at 10:17 p.m. on a Saturday night, in itself an incredibly rare occurrence, John.
Caitlin, and I don't want to make light of this situation, but we could all use a smile right now. This will be the best dressed press briefing, I think, in the history of the White House, with all the reporters dressed for a black tie event. It just gets to the absolute surreal nature of what Caitlin and all of our friends have been through tonight, and what we've watched play out before our eyes. I mean, we saw it happening in this camera that was focused in the room as the president was being
He didn't mean it misogynistically. It was a weird segue. I thought as much. I thought as much as well, but that's not. He was just trying to make a joke about how like everyone's dressed so well.
There is a suspect in custody right now. Shots were fired at or near the security area of the Washington Hilton Hotel outside the White House Correspondents' Dinner, but that everyone is okay.
A Secret Service member was shot in the protective vest, it appears. We're waiting to see the condition of that Secret Service member. But just so we can help the audience understand, I mean, we're talking about literally minutes into the start of the White House Correspondents' Center. You had the White House Correspondents Association president speaking, thanking the White House press secretary, thanking the President of the United States for having been at this event, and the First Lady. We saw the announcement of people being in the room as well. You heard the anthem and other things starting to play, and within moments of being told to enjoy their dinner, suddenly we were brought back into the room by chaos that was unfolding, and Secret Service members bum rushing the stage and weapons being drawn as people were crouching under their tables. And we had just talked about some of the people who were crouching at those tables. We're talking about the line of succession who was there as well. It is unfathomable to think about that. And of course, members of the press, civilians, human beings, not only in the room, in the lobby. This is not a hotel that shuts down just because the White House Correspondents' Center is being held there. You have a huge tourism boom in Washington, D.C., people who are outside as well. And of course, Andrew McCabe, I want to bring you in here because it is so important to hear about, you talk about soft versus hard targets. We have no idea who the target was here. There are a lot of assumptions being made as the reporting is coming in fast and furiously. But talk to me about the idea that you're talking about a crime scene that is the length of a city block practically in Washington, D.C. Wait, Caitlin, can we hear more from you? Go ahead, Caitlin.
Yeah, I just want to let you guys know we just got a 2-minute warning. That means the president is imminently coming out here to address the press corps. So we will hear from the president himself, who is offering a lot of the updates. I mean, we were hearing that the gunman was dead. We were hearing multiple reports, but obviously, understandably, it was breaking news situation. A lot of reporters in one ballroom asking people for information. And the president himself was the one who said and confirmed that the suspect had been apprehended by law enforcement. So he'll be out here momentarily, and we'll obviously see who joins him, if anyone from the cabinet joins him, and what he has to say about this experience as he was sitting there on stage, obviously, as all of this was going on.
So important. John Miller was just reporting to us as well, Andrew McCabe, about some identifying details of this suspect.
Angelica, I'm gonna
give us some context to what you were hearing.
Andy,
Andrew, go ahead.
Andy, 30-year-old male, we should say, from California. Those are the only details we have right now. Suspect in custody. Sorry to interrupt you, Andy.
Yeah, that's okay, John. So obviously we're going to learn a lot more about this person as the hours and days go on. But really the preliminary question for me is are we talking about someone who simply
So the guy that they're pointing to might not be the guy.
And then engaged
Because the guy that they're pointing to was light skinned. He was black.
The magnetometer and actually engaged the firearm in the
we don't know if he's
cleared
white or
kind
not
of,
yet. I
space.
wouldn't.
That's how that question is answered is going to really, I think, set the tone of the conversation around this attempted attack, if that's in fact what it was, for the next several days. There will be a lot of questions to answer at the Secret Service if that person got through the security perimeter with a firearm.
And that is one of the key questions here, the absolute layout of the room, how far the person got, the disposition of that person as he was going through security. I don't know if we'll hear that from the president. The president does have a tendency to be the first provider of information that sometimes you would normally hear from law enforcement officials. So obviously we are all on the edge of our seats waiting to learn more here. Caitlin was describing the situation as all the reporters who cover all the major events in Washington were in the Washington Hilton, and now many of them have tried to get to that room you're looking at right now where this briefing is about to take place. We were given a 2-minute warning about 2 minutes ago. That can be a little bit squishy.
Some even running from the location of that Hilton down to the White House, which of course you're talking about over what 2 miles down Connecticut Avenue. Essentially it's a long way, but just the ferocity of which they're trying to get to the location, because obviously the President of the United States was not going to speak from that location. And you also down there, you see Kash Patel, the FBI director who was at this dinner as well. You see Secretary Kennedy, who was there as well. Essie, you've been watching very closely by the people who are in this room and the impact of what this could mean.
Well, I was watching tonight to see if Kash Patel was going to come for other reasons because he's suing a journalism outfit right now. But we just saw him, tuxed out as a guest. The nation's top law enforcement officer was in this room tonight, which is remarkable and has so many implications. What did he see? What will he mobilize? I mean, was he a target? We have no idea.
The acting attorney general, the U.S. attorney for Washington.
These are very important people. Forgetting the politics of these people, these are very important people in the country, and they were all in this room.
Yo, he couldn't even monitor the situation with his girlfriend. You know what I'm saying?
Really, really fascinating.
Secretary Hegseth there as well. Right. I mean, just the number of people, which is part of why this was such an important night, that many of these people had.
Is there more information about what Kash Patel's girlfriend was doing? Very important. Okay? The left is evil. By the way, all these cucks have fucking blocked me, so I can't even respond to them. That's like Gunther Eagleman. Like every single one of them chirps at me from behind the block. The left loves violence. It's their brand. Remember in November, blah, blah, blah. All this shit. Barack Ravid reposted this with the shooter's alleged name. By the way, Barack Ravid, his first tweet was crazy. His first tweet literally had the Israeli flag on it. I don't know why. Did you see the Erica Kirk video? I want to go home. I'm having a hard time showing that because I don't want to show that because I feel like if I show that, I'm going to say some shit. And then on behalf of the trans community, we'd like to thank you for taking the heat on this one, big dog. Oh my God. Oh my God. You're right. Low key. Low consensually. Yeah, they went, instead of blaming Antifa and trans, they blamed me instead this time. So there you go. Hey, listen. Listen, there it is. There it is, you know? Your fave Israeli LARPer tweeted about you too. What is happening, bro? It's a network. It's a network. They all got activated at the same time. I feel like we're watching it happen in real time. Isn't that crazy? Like, am I like, how is this the new talking point for the entire right? Bots for sure. It's not. Are they all in like the same group chat or some shit?
And Brian, just so you know, and I don't even know that you know this.
There's a lot I don't know.
We saw what was happening on the screen.
Oh my God, he
which was
posted
hard
him.
To tell.
Yeah.
And then we didn't know anything. And the very first bit of information we got was from you, and your first instinct was to basically FaceTime and start reporting. So thank you for being such a great reporter.
Well, I appreciate that.
Thank you for doing what you did.
The only other time that's ever happened to me at CNN was a little bit like this night. It was the night there was a bomb threat at CNN in New York, and our old colleague Don Lemon was anchoring. We had to evacuate out of that building, and I happened to live nearby, so I walked over. I think I used Skype because it was pre-COVID, and so we ended up going live on the street. And that night reminds me a little bit of this because no matter what, people need to know what happened. People need to know what's going on, and so we kept the show going, kept the broadcast going. But and I went streaming to talk to you, John, live on air, and it didn't seem.
The Cole Allen guy. Who was teacher of the month. That's crazy. That's him. All right, get to work. Light skins on high alert. Okay, guys, no jokes. I mean, Trump posted the surveillance video. What the fuck is this guy doing, bro? I mean, I don't know if I can show this. Or, well, I guess no one died, but let me just watch anyway.
It looked like he checked it twice.
Let me watch it real quick.
Lieutenant Hudson, you monitoring this area?
Oh my God. Oh my God. He was fucking zooming, bro. Okay, here it is. Trump is already, he's talking. All right. Where is he yapping? Where's he yapping? Let's hear what.
Freedom of speech that was supposed to bring together members of both parties with members of the press. And in a certain way it did.
I gotta pee.
Because
I bet you he will talk about the ballroom. I think he's gonna talk about the
I saw a
ballroom.
room that was just totally unified. It was in one way very beautiful, a very beautiful thing to see. A man charged a security checkpoint armed with multiple weapons, and he was taken down by some very brave members of Secret Service, and they acted very quickly and have just released, for purposes of transparency, clarity, I've ordered it to be put out. You probably have it by now, put out on Truth and put out on many other platforms. A tape showing the violence of this thug that attacked our Constitution, and also showing how quickly Secret Service and law enforcement acted on our country's behalf. Really did a great job. One officer was shot, but saved by the fact that he was wearing obviously a very good bulletproof vest. He was shot from very close distance with a very powerful gun, and the vest did the job. I just spoke to the officer, and he's doing great. He's in great shape. He has very high spirits, and we told him we love him and respect him, and he's a very proud guy. He's very proud of what he does, Secret Service agent. And we looked at all of the conditions that took place tonight, and I will say, you know, it's not a particularly secure building, and I didn't want to say this, but this is why we have to have all of the attributes of what we're planning at the White House. It's actually a larger room, and it's much more secure. It's drone-proof, it's bulletproof glass. We need the ballroom. That's why Secret Service, that's why the military are demanding it. They've wanted the ballroom for 150 years for lots of different reasons, but today's a a little bit different because today we need levels of security that probably nobody's ever seen before. But everyone owes a tremendous debt of gratitude to the courage of law enforcement, the law enforcement, and working with the D.C. police. And we just spoke with the mayor. And when we're finished, the police chief is going to take over and discuss it also from
for tomorrow's news today. Piker Broadcasting Service, pre-watch Piker. Tomorrow's news today.
As they were supposed
inside
to.
Job,
You see the
inside job narratives.
Different positions, but you also see the attacker totally subdued and under control. So as you know, this is not the first time in the past couple of years that our republic has been attacked by a would-be assassin who sought to kill. In Butler, Pennsylvania, less than 2 years ago, you all know that story, and in Palm Beach, Florida, a few months after that, we came close. We really had, again, we had some great work done by law enforcement.
Bro, why is Kash Patel right there looking like he did it, bro? Kash Patel's standing right next to the president looking like he was the motherfucker who was trying to do the shooting.
We have to resolve our differences. I will say
he just always looks
you have
guilty.
Republicans, Democrats, independents, conservatives, liberals, and progressives. Those words are interchangeable, perhaps, but maybe they're not. But yet everybody in that room, big crowd.
Oh, here we go.
Crowd. There was a record-setting group of people. And there was a tremendous amount of love and coming together. I watched, and I was very, very impressed by that. But we were, First Lady and I were taken very well care of, very quickly rushed off the stage. Vice President J.D. Vance, who's here, was likewise beautifully done. He was just saying how quickly everybody acted, law enforcement, Secret Service in particular in this case, but law enforcement. Marco had the same thing. Pete was there. Pete didn't want any help. He didn't want anybody to help him. He doesn't want anybody to help him, but he did get some, didn't you? And I think you also said that it was very impressive. So with that, I'd like to ask Todd Blanche to come up, say a few words, and tell you it's already underway. The man has been captured. They're going to his apartment. I guess he lives in California, and he's a sick person, a very sick person, and we don't want things like this to happen. I think it's very important that I say, though, and I told the representatives of the evening, they did such a beautiful job. It was such a beautiful evening. And again, they're talking about free speech in our Constitution. That's what it's all about, not just White House correspondence. It was really based on free speech in our Constitution. But I said very importantly that we'll do it again within the next 30 days, and we'll make it bigger and better and even nicer. So
I mean, is this going to boost his approval ratings? I don't think so. I think people just fucking hate him. It don't matter.
You've been very responsible in your
Maybe he'll be able to get some pickups on independents who are like on the margins, but I just don't think
Todd
like.
Blanche, I'd like to say a few words, and then we're going to have Cash. And then you're going to go on. We can ask. I guess we can take a couple of questions.
Go ahead, Cash. I was going to fire you, but I heard your girlfriend was holding another man's hand earlier, so
experience
I guess
for her.
Not fired yet.
Yeah, there's a lot of action taking place up there very quickly. But again, the response time was really incredible. And we're going to reschedule. We're going to do it again. We're not going to let anybody take over our society. We're not going to cancel things out, because we can't do that. We wanted to stay tonight. I will tell you, I fought like hell to stay. But it was protocol. They said, please, sir.
Yeah, the ballroom thing was a huge reason, weirdly enough, for why they hate him. Like why independents and boomers like checked out. That was a big turning point in his approval ratings. So I think people who hate him now are just going to say like, nah, the ballroom thing, like this assassination attempt was like staged so that he could justify the ballroom. You ain't slick. I think that's what people are going to say.
The very worst and the very best of this country. You saw the very worst by the actions of that coward that the president just talked about. But you
Bro,
also
by the
saw
way, that dude was
best
booking it. I saw the
because you saw
CCTV
law
footage. He
enforcement
was fast as
fuck. And you'll see the videos come out, I expect, very shortly. And you'll see law enforcement do exactly what we want them to do. And so I echo what what President Trump just said, that we are extraordinarily grateful and appreciative of the men and women of law enforcement that did their jobs tonight, including one who was who was injured. This investigation is ongoing. I expect you will see charges filed shortly. The charges should be self-evident given the conduct, but as you'll hear, there will be multiple charges surrounding the shooting, around the possession of firearms, and anything else that we can get on this guy. The investigation is obviously ongoing and just started. There is federal law enforcement already working on search warrants and doing their job, and I don't want to get ahead of them and don't want to get ahead of the work that they're doing even as we speak. Director Patel and I were just on the crime scene a short while ago, and everybody in this room should rest assured that the Metropolitan Police Department, the FBI, Secret Service, everybody's on the scene doing their job. I know that the police chief is going to give an update from the scene as soon as we're finished here, and I obviously will lead the details of what they have learned to him. But in the meantime, I just want to thank everybody in this room for the courage, and I want to thank President Trump for his words, and I promise you, justice will be served. Thank you, Dr. Patel.
Thank you, General. Thank you, Mr. President. The President's absolutely right. You saw the best resolve of American law enforcement because you, Mr. President, inspire them 24/7, 365. You give them the resources that they need, and they know that you have their back. And that is a changing dynamic in this country, and that's why you saw brave Secret Service agents respond immediately, swiftly, subdue and take down the suspect, and safeguard the lives of thousands of individuals at that hotel. Thanks to our interagency partnership with the Department of Homeland Security
fired, bitch.
and the Metropolitan Police Department, the FBI was rapidly deployed onto the scene, took over the evidence response unit, is examining all the ballistics that were found on scene to include the long gun and the shell casings. We are conducting witness interviews as we speak. You will hear from our team on the scene there with the mayor and the head of the FBI field division there. But please know what the Attorney General has just said reigns no truer. You saw the very best of America tonight. The very best unite us at a time of uncertainty, because we have leadership here with the President and the Vice President that backs law enforcement, and the men and women that I shook their hands on the scene today could not have been prouder to show up on scene. And as the Attorney General said, make no mistake, we are conducting witness interviews. If you have any information whatsoever related to this event, 1-800-CALL-FBI, 1-800-CALL-FBI. No piece of information is too small. No piece of information is inadequate. We will evaluate it all. We will also be conducting interviews of those that were there. And if any of those individuals have information, please come forward to law enforcement or the FBI or the Metropolitan Police Department. We will be examining this individual's background thoroughly. That process has already started, and we are going to ensure that he was either a lone wolf actor or anyone else that was responsible. We will analyze all evidence immediately to make sure that we safeguard this country. Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, thank you for your leadership. Attorney General and Homeland Secretary Merlin, thank you for your partnership in law enforcement.
Thank you. Okay, we'll do a
that's
couple
that
and then we
fear
go
talking.
to Madam Chairman. I just want to say you did a fantastic job. What a beautiful evening, and we're going to reschedule. Okay. And after that, it's very tough for her to ask a killer question, right? But you have done a fantastic job. Please.
Mr. President, I appreciate it. As you mentioned, it all happened so quickly.
Yeah.
And I wonder, especially because unfortunately you have experience with these sorts of threats, in that moment when you realized there was a threat.
Oh God, they're already glazing him. Oh, it's so fucking cooked.
Can you describe what was going through your mind, how you were feeling?
Oh my God. Oh my God. The fucking White House press pool is going to be like, oh, we all got through this together. Aren't you such a hero, Mr. President? How heroic were your thoughts?
Fact, we were sitting right next to each other, First Lady on my right, and I heard a noise and sort of thought it was a tray. I thought it was a tray going down. I've heard that many times, and it was a pretty loud noise. And it was from quite far away. He hadn't breached the area at all. They really got him. But, so it was quite far away, but it was a gun. And some people really understood that pretty quickly, other people didn't. I was watching to see what was happening. Probably should have gone down even faster. Melania was very cognizant, I think, of what happened. I think she knew immediately what happened. She was saying, that's a bad noise. And we were whisked away along with other people, but we were really whisked away. And again, the performance of the Secret Service and the police, all of the law enforcement, I thought was really good. So it was very quick. There wasn't a lot of time to be thinking, because it was a matter of seconds before we were out the door and gone into an area. We very much, and you wanted to too, we very much wanted to continue it, because I don't like to let these sick people, these thugs, these horrible, horrible people, change the fabric of our life, change the course of what we do. So we held out. You were there. We held out right till the end, but they didn't want to take a chance, and I understand there was protocol. But we're going to be doing one hopefully within the next 30 days or sooner, and I am ready, willing, and able. And I was all set to really rip it. And I said to my people, this would be the most inappropriate speech ever made if I said what. So I'll have to save it. I don't know if I could ever be as rough as I was going to be tonight. I think I'm going to be probably very nice. I'll be very boring the next time, but we're going to have a great event. And you did a fantastic job. Thank you very much. Peter, go ahead.
How much you want to bet he's a Hasan Piker fan? He's a brown, light-skinned black Democrat from California who's also a teacher.
His weapon somewhere on site at the hotel. What do you think about that? And I ask respectfully, why do you think this keeps happening to you?
Well, you know, I've studied assassinations, and I must tell you, the most impactful people, the people that do the most, you take a look at the people, Abraham Lincoln, I mean, you go through the people that have gone through this, where they got them. But
I've studied assassinations. I'm just like JFK and Abraham Lincoln.
The biggest impact, they're the ones that they go after. They don't go after the ones that don't do much, because they like it that way. And when you look at the people that have either, whether it was an attempt or a successful attempt, they're very impactful people. Just take a look at the names there, the big names. And I hate to say I'm honored by that, but I've done a lot. We've done a lot. We've taken this country, and we were a laughing stock for years, and now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. We've changed this country. And there are a lot of people that are not happy about that. So I think that's the answer, Peter.
And after Butler, your team for a while rethought outdoor events.
Yeah.
Do you think that you now need to rethink
No.
indoor
Well,
events?
but then you just don't do events. No, I can't do that. I have to, it is what it is. We have to do it. The room was very, very secure. You know, he charged from 50 yards away, so he was very far away from the room.
And what did you think when you saw the video of how fast he was running?
He was moving. He was really moving. And the reaction time was great. Boy, those guys, they had their guns drawn literally by the time he was there. They were shooting.
That's right.
I thought they were very impressive. I thought they were very impressive. And if I didn't, I'd let you know. You know, I'm not going to be, I would not stand for that. No, I thought they were very impressive.
Thank you, President Trump, and thank you for updating us on the suspect earlier. Were you aware of any threats? Was your team aware of any threats beforehand? And do you believe you were the target of this tonight?
I guess. I mean, these people they're crazy. They're crazy, and you know, you never know. He was very far away from me.
I'm worried that like some fucking Newsmax reporter or some psycho is going to be like, have you heard about this guy who's been inciting a lot of violence?
In disguise, sitting maybe at your table, who knows? But we had people all
I think
over the room,
Hosgord is trying to get you killed. Guys, please stop joking around, please.
And they got him.
I'm fucking begging you, dude. You're playing with fucking fire.
We've had there was no notification. We had no idea. Go ahead,
Do you know
Kevin.
any political motivations from this?
Well, you never know. Now, we'll be able to tell you that maybe by tomorrow or the next day. You know, he's in custody, and they're asking him a lot of questions. I guess they're going over, Todd, and they're already at his apartment. He lives in California.
Yes, sir.
And they're over there, so they'll be able to tell you. Thank you, Caitlin.
President Trump, did the suspect say anything, or was he wearing anything that would allege some type of motive here?
Nothing, no. I mean, he was a guy who looked pretty evil when he was down. You know, they had him down. He was fighting hard. He was in my opinion, a sick person. Who would do that but a sick person? But I think you're going to find everything about him. No reason to talk about it now. But tomorrow at this time, long before this time, you're going to know a lot of things about him. They seem to think he was a lone wolf, and I feel that too.
Are you concerned about U.S. Secret Service protection ability? We saw several of the detailees take minutes to be escorted out of the room.
No, they acted very quickly. No, I was very impressed by Secret Service. I mean, I'm the one, and Mark Wayne, you would agree with that, I think.
Absolutely.
I'm the one that would complain. You don't have to complain for me. I would be complaining. I'd be up here right now saying they didn't do their job. Oh, believe me, because, you know, it's my life. And I want to live because I want to make this country great. That's why I want to live. But when you're impactful, they go after you. When you're not impactful, they leave you alone. Okay, a couple of more. Go ahead, please.
Is there any indication that this shooting could have been linked to the war in Iran?
I don't think so, but you never know. We're going to know a lot. We have the best people in the world working on it, and we're going to know a lot. Please.
Mr. President, there's a lot. There's you, as well as some of us who have covered Butler experience
2 years ago.
Yeah.
What felt similar? You know, you had the First Lady with you today. What felt different? And you have another 2+ years in office. Are you concerned about something like this happening
Well, I
again?
can't be concerned. I can only get great people. They did the job, in my opinion, a much better job than Butler. Butler had one weak spot that we all know about. Somebody should have been up there. But even Butler, we had our sniper on our side within 4.2 seconds from a distance of about 400 yards, one shot, and he was gone. And if he didn't do it, now, you know, he's David. His name was David. I say, hello, David, every time I see him. David, I like you very much, David. But think of that. Now, if he doesn't hit him, and he hit him right between the eyes from 400 yards without any notice, nobody knew. He heard a sound. He looked over, and there was actually a tree that was somewhat in his way. You know the story very well. And he aimed, he fired, and if he didn't do that, beyond me, you would have had a lot more people killed. We lost one great person and 2 people very badly hurt. They're okay now. But no, that was, so in a sense, you know, that was pretty amazing, the job they did. But they did have that one weak spot, as you know. They should have had that covered. Tonight they had everything covered very quickly. And he was fast. He was running full blast, and they got him before they got any further. I was very far away. You know, he hadn't anywhere close to breach the doors of the ballroom. The ballroom was sealed, and everybody in there. That's why once those doors opened, they didn't want to do tonight. If the doors weren't opened, we could have probably done it tonight, but I think we're much better off rescheduling. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, for you and perhaps law enforcement as well, what is the level of confidence that this was a lone actor, and has the suspect made any statements to police while in custody?
Yeah, I think it's just it's not my profession. We have great professionals up here and outside that have been working with us. My impression is he was a lone wolf, whack job. These are crazy people. And they have to be dealt with. We had that in the second attempt, as you know, and he's spending life in prison. Because if you let him out, they'll probably, you know, if he serves 10 years or 15 years, you let him out, he'll probably try it again with somebody else. They're sick people. We have a lot of sick people. But you're going to know, I think very shortly, you're going to know, Todd, a lot about him. You're going to know a lot about him. Yeah, a couple of more. Yeah, please, go ahead.
Are you concerned about political violence? This could be politically motivated.
All violence. You know, I'm concerned about everything. Look, but I can't be so concerned that you can't function. No, I'm here. It's a dangerous profession. You know, I tell the story, race car drivers, I think it's very dangerous. So if you take 1% and then take about 10% of 1%, just to break it down very easily, they die. So much less than 1%, 10% of 1%. I think bull riding is very dangerous. If you take about the same 10% of 1%, much less than 1%.
What?
But if you take presidents, it's 5.8%. And about 8% are shot at. So nobody told me this was such a dangerous profession. If Marco would have told me, maybe I wouldn't have run. Maybe I would have said, I'll take a pass. No, it's a dangerous profession, but I don't view it that way. Look, I'm here to do a job. It's part of the job. It is a dangerous, I can't imagine that there's any profession that's more dangerous. but I love the country, and I'm very proud. I'm very proud of the job we've done. You see what's happened. We have a great country. We've got, I think, the most successful, the hottest country anywhere in the world. This happened over a period of just a year, and we're going to do great things, but with that come risks. There's no question about it. Yeah.
To that end, I mean, there's been so much political violence, not just aimed at yourself, but at other members of, members of Congress, state house speakers, you name it. Is that just the cost of doing business to do politics in America anymore?
Yeah, well,
what does that say about our country?
Too. We're not the only country. You look at this great violence with all countries.
It happens. It happens everywhere. Fuck it.
Country, today, and they have numerous assassinations of political figures all over the world. You look at South America. In South America, it's like some of the numbers are just horrific. It's dangerous. It's dangerous stuff. Whether it's here or someplace else, no country is immune. No country. Good question.
It's actually kind of remarkable he's not blaming the left, which is good.
If I decided to just not do much.
There's something very strange about us, this country in particular, saying, we just violence everywhere. Yeah, man, we do it. We do the violence everywhere.
We're the greatest military in the world. I rebuilt it in my first term.
Oh, here we go.
And now
He's
we
back.
use it because we have no choice. We can't let, as an example, Iran, we can't let them get a nuclear weapon. Everything will be peanuts compared to that if they ever were given a nuclear weapon. And they'd use it too. Marco and I were talking about it today. They would use it without even hesitation. We can't do that. It was a shame. I said, oh boy, look at the numbers. We just broke 50,000 in the Dow. We just broke 7,000 in the S&P. They said we couldn't do it in 7 years, in 5 years, 4 years.
The
They were
Dow.
saying maybe in 5 or 6 years. And we did it in 1 year. And I called everybody together. I called all of these people and others, and I said, we have to take a little journey. I seek to do this. We just had the great number. We just broke 50,000. Wasn't supposed to happen during my term. Wasn't reachable. We did it in 1 year, and I said, we're going to have to make a journey to Iran. They're going to have a nuclear weapon if we don't do it. We had the B-2 bombers take them out. I terminated in the first term the Obama agreement, the Iran nuclear agreement, which was a disaster. That was a road to a nuclear weapon. They would have used it. They would have used it 100%. So, when you do things like that, you become a target. If I wasn't doing that, I guess I'd be a lot less of a target. But I'm honored to be. Okay, one more question. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, President Trump. Thank you, President Trump. Do you know how the gun was brought into the hotel? And also, how does this event impact you as the leader of our country? Do you think it will change your
I
leadership?
like not to think about it. I lead a pretty normal life, considering it's a dangerous life. I think I handle it as well as it can be handled. I think a lot of other people, you read stories where they become basket cases. To be honest with you, I'm not a basket case. I really take it as it is. I do it for the country. I'm not doing it for any other reason. I have a first lady who's doing a terrific job. She loves the country, and she recognizes it better than anybody. She's told me numerous times. She said, you are in a dangerous job. But that goes along with her, too. I mean, it's dangerous for her, too. We sat there tonight. We heard that noise, and it was either a tray or a bullet. I was hoping it was a tray, but it wasn't. And again, we had some very brave people doing a great job, so we're very proud of them and happy with them. I just want to thank everybody. They will be able to give you all that information as to the names and everything else. I think we released the names already. Most of you would have it, but his name. We appreciate it. I see so many tuxedos and beautiful dresses. It was a little different evening than we thought, but we're going to do it again, and we have a great chairman who we're so proud of, and we have to make it better. We'll make it safer, I guess, right? But we're going to make it even better. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
President Trump, can we hear from the first lady about how impactful this was? Can we hear from her about?
Well, honey, would you want to say something?
Okay.
Huh?
One in the back, sir.
Right.
Millions of people across the globe, in fact, are watching you. You demonstrated courageous leadership, and thank God you're alive. All of us are alive.
Oh my God.
What is the message that you want to give to the world that this should change? What corrective measures can we take from here on? So.
Well, all you can do, look, I don't care how many people you have, how good they are, They can be the greatest people. You have the greatest security in history. If you have a whack job who's got a brain, but it's a little bit distorted or a lot distorted, they can make trouble. I would say, Pete, right? You know, they can make trouble. Some of these people are of genius level IQ, and they're nuts.
What?
So it can be trouble. So you do absolutely the best. You get the best. We have the best people. Well, look, it was proven tonight. He started running from 50 yards, and he was fast. He was like
fast as fuck.
on tape. He was moving.
I watched the tape. He was fast as fuck, dude. It was crazy.
Because a lot of people would be looking and saying, you know, it's like a weird feeling, and they would let him get through, but they didn't let him get through. They drew those guns so fast.
I'll show you guys in a
second. They looked like
second.
Matt Dillon. They looked like somebody that knew what they were doing. We really do, but it comes with the territory. And if you want to do a great job, I really believe that. And you take a look at what's happened to.
Wait, what?
some
Wait,
of our
is he
greatest
talking about the
presidents,
shooter now?
and
Like, he wanted to do a great
It
job.
doesn't happen to people that don't do anything. And it's not going to deter me from winning the war in Iran. I don't know if that had anything to do with it.
I don't know what
think
Matt
so,
Dillon is.
based on what we know. But
I don't know what that reference is.
We're going to continue to do a great job. That's all I can do.
Did he mean Matt Damon?
We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Glad you're okay.
That was it.
And that was President Trump live at the White House. It is 11 p.m. Eastern Time on the East Coast at about 8:20 p.m.
That's it. That was the White House press conference. Here is the motherfucking shooter, fast as fuck. You'll see he pops up right here in a second. Look. Just whizzes by, dude. That was wild. I've never seen nothing like it. Anyway, shooter is a Caltech and CSU alum with several years of experience as a mechanical engineer. He is now a teacher. And his LinkedIn is Caltech Bachelor of Science. This is all verified, by the way. And yeah, now he's a part-time teacher. And they found that he registered as a no-party preference voter in LA County. Public records return a Caltech email address for the Cole, Thomas, Allen in Torrance. FEC records show a single $25 contribution via Act Blue. He made a video game? Wait, really? Wait, y'all are so fucking fast. That's crazy. Y'all found this shit. Actually? Bro said this is a technically skill-based, non-violent, asymmetrical fighting game loosely derived from chemistry model that itself is loosely based on reality. Bro, this dude was a whole ass nerd. What was he doing? Are you sure? Yes, it's listed on his LinkedIn. Bro, I'm gonna be honest with you. This is a unique profile for a shooter. Okay? This is, in many ways, a recession indicator. Okay? You got a guy who's a part-time teacher with degrees, who has a unique set of interests. I mean, this is not a normal, this is not your regular Butler, Pennsylvania freak with no social media footprint, you know? Very strange situation. Very strange situation. Now, before you say false flag, I'm not going there, but I will I will say that it's the instability is brewing in this country. It's a sign of the times when you got a dude who's a mechanical engineer. Here's Jacqueline Sweet, reliable reporter here. Cole Allen, the alleged shooter at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, is seen here in the image for Caltech's mechanical engineering major page. He's right there in the background. Masters from CSU Dominguez in Comp Sci last year. Here's another photo of Allen from Caltech. Apparently, several reporters, including at CNN and other outlets, follow a close relative of the shooter here on X, likely his sister, and likely from her doing an engineering fellowship at a news outlet as well. I'm STEM, and all we talk about is how we're all going to be unemployed after we graduate. Maybe he's a radical centrist NAFO guy. I don't know. There's a Twitter account that posted the name 2+ years ago. Non-sub can't share a link. I mean, it could be anybody's name. I mean, that's fine. That's not... Is that not unique? Seems like it's not that unique. Seems like he graduated Caltech in 2017, has been massively underemployed / unemployed since 2018. No, usually it's like fucking losers. Alleged shooter speaks from 057 from 2017. Aging into the future conference brings new tech to help seniors.
As to what their imagination was doing. College student Cole Allen developed a prototype for a wheelchair emergency brake.
The wheelchair brakes tend to lock the wheels, but don't actually lock the chair to the ground. The idea with this...
Okay, never mind. He might be actually one of the centrist, extreme centrist guys. I'm not gonna lie. Could be the case. He sounds like it a little bit.
Is to prevent it from moving at all.
But yeah, normally guys that do this stuff are demonstrating peak antisocial personality disorder, don't have a lot of friends. Like Luigi Mangione was unique in that sense as well. Like he did not fit the average profile of someone who would go out and like shoot someone in fucking broad daylight. Okay? Once again, it's usually people who have nothing to lose that do stuff like this. Like Ryan Ruth was a fucking kook, right? Ryan Ruth was crazy. What the fuck? We lost a generational athlete to the STEM space? True. Right? Whereas this guy doesn't fit that profile at all. Allegedly, stop saying stupid shit. Okay. First of all, pretty sure Ryan Ruth is about to, he's in jail right now. Luigi allegedly, yes, allegedly. Bro, he got a grad degree in computer science right as AI and layoffs hit. He was about to be perma unemployed. Yeah, but then he did comp sci. The CCTV shows agent getting hit by friendly fire.
Leaving the White House Correspondents' Dinner now, one of the most surreal experiences of my life. Here's what we know in terms of what we think happened. Wolf Blitzer was going to the men's room on a bathroom break and saw all of this. A gunman was trying to get in near the lobby, which is upstairs from the main ballroom, and he apparently shot at one of the agents. There was a bullet hole in the vest, bulletproof vest of one of the agents, and that shooter has now been apprehended, is in police custody. Inside the room, it was like a movie. President Trump, the Secret Service climbed on top of him, the vice president, the members of the cabinet that were in there were all escorted out. Everybody in the room ducked onto the ground, kind of not knowing what happened. We didn't know that there were gunshots at first. didn't know if it was a protester. It was very unclear what happened, but it was certainly bizarre and scary. And seemed like for a while that they were going to continue the dinner. They've now decided not to continue the dinner, saying that they will bring it back at some point. But just a surreal experience. The good news, the president is safe, vice president is safe, everybody in the room.
It looks like the gunman didn't even fire a shot. We don't have all the details. The guy was rushing B. Do we even know if he has a gun at this point?
Room is safe, but there's a lot of questions now about how did this happen, what will happen with security, and where do we go from here. Live coverage now on CNN.
They're doing a press conference on CNN. We just watched the White House press conference. Oh, here.
Along with our criminal division, our crisis response team.
Oh, fuck. That audio is ass cheeks, bro. Come on now. Come on now. Yeah, I'm the new transgender, by the way, just so you understand. You know how, like, back in the day, they used to say everybody transgender whenever a shooting took place? Shooter's transgender is me now. I'm the new trans panic.
Public should also rest assured that there will be no stone unturned during this investigation. The FBI currently has our Joint Terrorism Task Force here on scene, along with our criminal division, our crisis response team, and agents from across.
No, it wasn't a cishet white Republican. We don't know his sexuality.
This investigation.
But he's a light-skinned black man from California who may or may not have been a liberal.
1-800-CALL-FBI. Thank you.
Director Kern.
Thank you. My name is Sean Kern. I'm the Director of the Secret Service. Tonight, we saw exactly what our brave men and women do each and every day to protect these. It's not easy, and I will tell you that they performed admirably. We got to see what they do, and that individual, when he charged a checkpoint, was apprehended. It shows that our multi-layered protection works, and I'm grateful to our partners that help assist us with building these sites and protecting these sites. Very fortunate that this officer is alive, is being observed, and I'm grateful that the president reached out to this officer and spoke with him earlier. I ask everybody to pray for him and all of our officers and agents that were involved. And I will tell you, we will continue with the mission. Thank you.
Thank you. Judge Pirro.
I'm Janine Pirro. I'm the United States Attorney. Right now, the defendant is being charged with 2 counts, 924C, using a firearm during a crime of violence, and a second crime under 111, which is assault on a federal officer using a dangerous weapon. Now, as you all know, there was an individual, a uniformed Secret Service officer, who was shot. Unfortunately, he is doing all right and he will be fine.
Bro, was it friendly fire or did this dude shoot the officer? Does he even have a firearm?
On doing as much harm and as much damage as he could. And thankfully, because of the checkpoint right outside the ballroom, where thousands of people were situated to hear the President of the United States. Because that checkpoint worked, there was no one who was injured when it was clear where this defendant was going.
Bro, he shot the officer? What the fuck are you saying?
As a
Chatter, I don't know if you saw the...
Someone who was in the ballroom.
You didn't see the CCTV footage? He booked it. I mean, he booked it and then they started opening on him. But he didn't actually.
There were shots fired, shots heard, and a whole room went silent.
They keep saying he had a firearm, but there was no firearm in the CCTV. Then again, the footage was so blurry. I don't know. I'm sure we'll find out soon enough. Shooter had a shotgun, handgun, and knife. Shooter was not shot. USS Secret Service was shot in the chest, but it hit his vest.
And they do it with courage and with dignity. Thank God for our partners. The FBI, the Secret Service, the Metropolitan Police, all of them tonight acted so quickly that they prevented what could have been a horrific event where we were all sitting there in one room. The defendant will be arraigned on Monday in federal district court. But make no mistake, there will be many more charges based upon the information that we are learning in this very fluid situation.
I don't understand why they didn't they didn't put a attempted murder, like assault with a deadly weapon charge on it, but I don't know if it's like a DC thing. Like some of these jurisdictions have like different designations for the same kind of crime, so I don't understand it. But
we know he was running in the direction of the ballroom that the president was in, as well as other cabinet members. So what his specific motivation was, we can't say at this point. However, as we continue to investigate that, we'll continue to work towards that.
Chief, when you say
next question here.
There seems to have been a lack of authorization to come to this event. Was this a failure on the Secret Service?
I mean, what we have here is a multi-layered approach. The director spoke about it. We have officers on the outside from the Metropolitan Police Department along with the escort. The inside portion of any presidential site is handled by the Secret Service and law enforcement partners. This is a multi-layered approach. The point of this checkpoint is to intercept individuals that were there, and what we see in this case is when he reached that checkpoint, Secret Service agents and law enforcement engaged immediately.
Charges in order to prevent bond.
Yeah. And prevent anyone from being harmed.
Okay. All right, so we had New York Times also confirming it. CNN is confirming it. A shotgun, handgun, and knives. That's crazy, by the way. Again, CCTV footage, he was booking it. I don't know how the fuck he was able to run with that much gear on him.
Sure, Mark. So as you can imagine, this is very early in the investigation. Things we're digging into is his background, vehicles. Those are all things that the FBI, the Metropolitan Police Department, and the Secret Service are working together jointly to determine, is there anything else that's available? So I would imagine as we continue to go through this investigation, there will be additional search warrants and things of that nature as the investigation progresses.
Is the suspect known to law enforcement?
At this point, he was not known to the Metropolitan Police Department. I can tell you that.
Right here.
There are multiple other parties and events happening associated with this weekend tonight. Is there any reason to believe that there will be security concerns at those events? Are there preparations being made locally to protect those attendees?
Yeah, absolutely not. So we have no indication. This is an isolated incident with one individual is the information that we do have. However, we do have additional officers across the city that are giving special attention. We do know there were some after parties and events that are planned that we will be providing coverage for those events.
Yep,
right here. The president said that this is not a particularly secure building. Do you agree with that assessment?
I'm not exactly 100% familiar with this building. I do know in this incident tonight, I know there was a security plan that was developed by the Secret Service that the Metropolitan Police Department assisted with, and I know that security plan did work this evening.
Right here.
Thank you so much. Do you know specifically if the president's thought was a target of this attack? And can you speak to their reporting about the suspect assembling a long weapon and get into the ballroom?
Yes, so as we said before, we do know the president was inside the ballroom. We know there was cabinet members and many guests in there.
Who gives a fuck what Laura Loomer's saying?
Who was targeting at this point? That's part of the investigation. We do know that he was armed with a shotgun when he ran through that checkpoint, so that would look like a long weapon in video.
All right, right here, right here, right here.
To clarify, earlier you said there was an exchange of gunfire. Did the suspect fire any shots? And did the uniformed officer, do you know yet which weapon he was shot?
Yeah, obviously we're only a couple hours into this incident, so we don't have that level of information. The FBI's evidence response team is here. They're processing the scene. So as the investigation develops, all that information will be figured out with the ballistics. The ATF is also on scene here with us.
So the suspect did or did not fire a shot?
Sure. So again, it's very preliminary information. We do believe he did. However, as the investigation determines, we'll pull the shell casings. We'll be able to get more information as we review more evidence. We're very early in the investigation.
All right, we can take a couple more right here, and one more over here.
Thank you so much. So the president said that he wants there to be another event within 30 days. Given what happened tonight, do you have any sense of what additional security measures might be put in place to ensure that something similar does not happen again?
Sure. I'll toss it to the Secret Service.
Yep, this is what we plan for every day. So we take each and every case and we evaluate it, and we do site assessments. And that's why we go out and build these sites per what the event is, and that's how we go about our business.
So will there be any changes or added measures given that this did happen?
We're going to have to evaluate this evening.
Thank you.
I understand. Is there any indication how the suspect got into the hotel? Was it a guest here? Are you searching
Look, there it is.
So preliminary information, we do believe he was a guest here at the hotel. We have secured a room here in the hotel. And again, we'll go through the appropriate procedures to determine what was inside there. But that is secure. At this point, like I said, we believe he is the only suspect in this case.
Okay. To jump on that question, I understand the multi-approach to security, but to walk in with a weapon of that caliber and get all the way to the ballroom, which is on the lower level, seems to be quite an extraordinary feat. How does that happen?
Sure. So again, I mean, we're very early in the investigation, so we'll have to determine, we'll go through video across the hotel to figure out how the gun got in, how it got down here. Those things will come through the investigation. At this point, we don't have that level of detail.
Okay, last one. Yes, there appears to show, video appears to show the president falling down when he's being escorted out. Is there here at all during his evacuation?
No, we don't have any information that he was injured.
President was falling down.
Could you clarify how he was detained if he was not shot? Could you clarify how he was detained?
Sure. So law enforcement in right here in this very area, they actually tackled him to the ground and handcuffed him.
Oh, it was Dan Scavino who did the fucking USA
we will
chant.
release his name
Of course.
once we have all the information. Again, we're still running a lot of things down.
One note from the ballroom tonight. Dan Scavino tried to start a USA chant after the threat,
So
and
we have
absolutely
the
no one
Uniformed
wanted to hear it,
Secret
even
Service,
Trump folks.
officer who's being
Terrible.
evaluated at the hospital who took a round to the vest, and the suspect is being
Fucking
evaluated,
idiot.
but he was not struck by gunfire.
U.S. Attorney Pierre, are you looking at any terrorism charges?
Well, as the chief just indicated, we're very early in this investigation, but make no mistake, if there is anything like that, we will find it and we will file it.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Really compelling today. We are hearing a lot of information. We heard from the acting chief of police in Washington, D.C., the U.S. attorney in Washington, D.C., the mayor, as well as Secret Service's director. Hearing a lot of information. We know that the suspect was not shot, but is in the hospital being evaluated. We also know the President of the United States contacted the Secret Service agent who was in fact struck and asked for the nation to pray. The person is in good spirits. We also learned a little bit more about whether they believe this person acted alone, saying there was no reason to believe that anyone else was involved. As the president articulated earlier, a lone wolf is what they believe happened here. A number of counts has been already identified by the U.S. attorney. That will change, that will evolve as more information becomes known. She has initially raised 2, both including acts of violence, both felony offenses. And they both have said that the checkpoint seemed to have worked, that this person from the video that we saw and saw it a little bit more, the video of the person sprinting through the area, they believe that that area acted as an effective checkpoint and actually was able to be a deterrent from more happening. But we do want to go to John Miller.
Hang on one second.
Okay.
Let me just, because there are a couple of really important details here. He was armed with a shotgun, a handgun, and multiple knives.
Yes.
And as he ran through the checkpoint, engaged members of law enforcement, intercepted the individual, and exchanged gunfire, which indicates that both law enforcement and the individual did fire. And then one last piece of information that we learned right at the very end, they think the individual was registered as a guest at the Washington Hilton Hotel where this event was taking place. I didn't mean to interrupt. So John
it's
Miller,
so important,
John Miller is with us now.
I mean, everything you articulated, John, is important. John Miller, let's talk more about this, because this part of the investigation, particularly intriguing that this person is a guest of the hotel. Remember, this Hilton is not shut down during the course of this event. It is an annual event. It is important to note this is, one could say, the event attended by the most VIPs in the world tonight. I mean, almost the entire, at least initial numbers of the line of succession would be. I mean, John, for a second.
Literally,
you, John Miller.
it's Vice President, Speaker of the House. We don't know if Chuck Grassley, the President pro tem of the Senate, was there, but the Secretary of State, the Secretary of Treasury, the Secretary of Defense, literally,
Attorney General.
You know, almost 5 of the 5 in the constitutional line of succession was in that room at the same time.
And we know just by the weapons that were being used, and when I hear shotgun, handgun, and multiple knives, John Miller, I anticipate this person was intending to exact maximum damage, but also in close proximity with knives alone. Talk to me about what you heard.
Well, I'm hearing what you're hearing, but what I'm seeing here is indicators of a lot of planning. And when I say a lot of planning, a lot of advanced planning. First of all, the Washington Hilton is a massive hotel. And the reason they have that event there is because it has the biggest ballroom in Washington that can accommodate the most people. That said, getting a room at the Washington Hotel on the night of the White House Correspondents' Dinner is nearly impossible unless you book that far in advance, despite the fact that it's a large hotel. So we could deduce from that it is likely that he thought of this for some time in order to line up a hotel room in a hotel that is always fully booked for this evening. You can also deduce from that the fact that he had a shotgun, a handgun, and multiple knives that beyond...
This is before people figured out the reviews. Let's take a look at what it looks like now.
It means that he has the privileges of a guest. In most of those cases, the names of the guests are run through a
Real
sort
boring.
of
Makes you feel like bringing a rifle to the...
none of them are known threats to the president.
This game is anti-American.
But as far as we know from our own research tonight, he doesn't seem to have a criminal background that would have set off any of those alarms.
Cost
but
twice,
by being a guest in the hotel,
cost as much as newest
he'd be
Trump's
able to
assassin's
enter the
worth.
hotel,
Online and
show
local most
security
severe
people his
achievements.
key, I'm staying here, and so on, which gives him some access. By getting there, and we don't know how far ahead of time he registered, it might give him a chance to get
Hasan
those weapons
Piker
into the
did
building
this.
and up to the room. But that many weapons on one person seems to indicate possibly that he would use the shotgun until it was exhausted of ammunition, toss that aside, transition to the handgun. When that was exhausted, toss that aside.
It's the game
and
that the
then
shoot,
go to
not
the
the shoot,
knives.
yeah. Alleged
The
shooter.
idea of carrying a layered set of weapons, large, smaller, and then smaller, seems to indicate he was in it for some kind of protracted fight as long as he could go. Now, we're adding a lot of thinking to rational thinking to what may be an irrational act, but it answers the questions, or attempts to answer the questions: why all of these weapons? Why be a guest in the hotel? And when you see him do that charge, this is like a football play. He is trying to run as fast as he can by those layers of security, likely to get to those doors of that ballroom. Now, that didn't work for him. Within a split couple of seconds, he was tackled. The chief did say exchanged gunfire, but it's still so early. Whether he got...
All right, let's get to the fucking conspiracy theories, okay? Hold on. There's more. Let me close these off. I can't believe we were looking at fucking monkey shine as a statement right before this happened. Feels like a lifetime ago. Yeah. So Republicans are, doing their very best to try to find, a person to blame. Instead of transgender Antifa, I'm the new transgender Antifa. So, you're welcome, trans people. I'll take this one. I'll take the blame on this one instead. But this part of the story is actually interesting because not only did I also make a reference about Caroline Leavitt using maybe some unfortunate words. Okay. I said, what does she know?
I will tell you, this speech
What did you know, says Will Chamberlain.
tonight will be classic Donald J. Trump. It'll be funny. It'll be entertaining. There will be some shots fired tonight in the room. So everyone...
That's weird. That's weird. Okay. She says there will be some shots fired tonight. By the way, official narrative is set in 69,000 likes. Anyway, but it doesn't end there. Fox's Aisha Hasni has some words about Caroline Leavitt as well. Let's take a look.
Caroline Leavitt, the press secretary's husband. He was one of our guests. He was seated right next to me, and right as the dinner was starting, the national anthem happened, and then he kind of leaned over and said, I watched you on TV, you do a great job. You need to be very safe. And he was just very serious when he said that to me. And he kind of looked around the room and he said, there are some...
What?
Sounds like we lost Aisha's phone there. And this happens by...
What? That's crazy. Fox's Aisha Hasni. Caroline Levy's husband leaned over to me and told me right as the White House Correspondents' dinner was starting, you need to be very safe. He was very serious when he said that to me. And he kind of looked around the room and said, there are some. And then the call dropped. And then it's happened an hour and a half ago. They're saying she still has yet to be back on the broadcast.
By the way, especially when you have so many people attempting to utilize the same cell service at the same time. I did want to add this while we had a moment. I was just reading.
I want to just quickly.
Very interesting. Very interesting. Very, very, very interesting stuff. I'm just saying. Very strange. Like I said, these two things together, kind of a strange situation. Tie that up to ballroom false flag, maybe. I don't know. Trump, this is why we need the ballroom.
We have to have all of the attributes of what we're planning at the White House. It's actually a larger room, and it's much more secure. It's drone-proof, it's bulletproof glass. We need the ballroom. That's why Secret Service, that's why the military are demanding it. They've wanted the ballroom for 150 years.
Also, shooting at the White House Correspondents' dinner, and all these cultists instantly start talking about Trump's ballroom. Here's Governor Jeff Landry. Unfortunately, the First Lady and I had to be evacuated from the White House Correspondents' dinner alongside the President and the entire cabinet. This event is yet another reason that President Donald Trump's ballroom should be built. Libs of TikTok. This is why we need Trump's ballroom. Meghan McCain. I don't want to hear one more fucking criticism of Trump's new ballroom at the White House. What is going on, man? It's very odd how fast these people all just snapped into action. Half of the talking points were talk about the ballroom. The other half of the talking points were try to blame this on Hasan Piker. Very strange behavior, very strange stuff. I'm just saying. Question everything, you know? Question everything. Can we call this the incident, the ballroom blitz? Yeah, the ballroom blitz, baby. Elon's ex already explained it. There's a voice chat out there. I mean, yeah, I know. There's like a group message out there where they do get their talking points. I know that. What's also funny about this, here's another one of these moments. Aaron Rupar has covered Donald Trump every single day, literally every single day, 7 days a week, 24/7. Except for when he was in Butler, Pennsylvania. When he wasn't in Butler, Pennsylvania. When Donald Trump was in Butler, Pennsylvania. I was hoping to catch some of the Trump rally, but he's half an hour late and counting. And I'm going to Earth, Wind, and Fire in Chicago with my mom, so I think I'm going to have a punt on live coverage. Have a lovely Saturday. The second time Aaron Rupar has decided not to cover a Trump incident was when he was at an NBA playoff game tonight and will not be covering Trump's post-government press conference, which I'm sure will be deeply unsettling and weird. Congrats, America. What does he know? What does liberal Aaron Rupar know? I'm just saying. This dude is always there. He's always covering. What is this? Cole Allen? Bro, that doesn't mean anything. You guys are so stupid. This is a common ass name, dude. What the fuck? Come on. At least make this shit stick, you know? Yeah, Trump posted this. I know, I saw. But yeah, this is the game that he made. And of course, very quickly, the community discussion is turned into insane shit. Hassan, the shooter is my old neighbor's son. Police and reporters were just at my house. Wait, what the fuck? Really? Dude. What does that mean? I don't even know what that means anymore. The shooter had a father? Spill the tea, Chatter. Did you meet him? Chatter, what do you know? This is insane to post. Fight, fight, fight. I mean, yeah, they're trying to... Bro, I'm telling you, Blue and On is not fucking with this shit. Look, this is the vibes. I swear to God, this is the vibes. I already called it. I'm already front running with this one, okay? I'm not... The question I have is, where's Usher? Okay, that's what I want to know. That's what I want to know. It's 9 hours and 30 minutes, folks. Okay, I've had a long ass day. My brain is kind of doo-doo at this point. Subscribe to the People's Broadcasting Service, PBS, Piker Broadcasting Service. This is usually when when my brain starts being doo-doo. What is this? This is not me. Lamont. E-Rob. It's crazy. In this video, you can see the Millers, Fettermans, Hexeds, and RFK reacting to it. Wait, what? No, you can't. This is just the CCTV.
18, go for it.
Cash in the chair before everything went down with his girlfriend in the shooting. Oh, you mean like before everything went down with the shooting and also the things that went down with his girlfriend. Those are two separate incidents. That's right. I forgot. How could I forget? That was probably one of the worst instances for Cash. I mean, he's on the verge of getting insane pull cuck command center in the hotel. My sources on the ground are reporting to me that Crash Out Patel is monitoring the situation from Cuck Command Center in the hotel. His girlfriend is still holding the hand of another suspect, a male suspect, the male style individual. Mighty suspicious. Trump has skipped every correspondence dinner across presidencies except this one. And all of a sudden there's a shooter in the lobby. Okay. Yeah. Blue and On is not taking this. I'm telling you. Cash tonight. We getting fired anyway, Ernie. Fuck it. Anyway. All right. I think that might be it for me, folks. I'm fucking tired. I'm tired as hell. Gaming? No gaming? Brother, it has been 10 hours. Almost 10 hours. What's wrong with you? Almost 10 hours, chatter. What the hell is wrong with you? What the hell do you want me to do? All right. I'll see you tomorrow, obviously. Hopefully, we'll have more information. And then I'll be live. I'll be in New York starting Monday. Got a bunch of stuff going on. You already know. Half day Hasi as always. All right, love you guys. See you tomorrow. Peace.
Stunning lo-fi introduction, starting off the day. All the chatter's trickling in, hustle people hate. Sunny in Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. Stun luck to the stun luck to the topics just begun. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing a Chinese train, telling Kaya place. Sun and Asmin chatter loves, giving greetings grace. Zoran winning NYC, woke two back with the force. The Rogan of the left, to me a dumb himbo still of course. The Charlie Kirk assassination, the Fear and Online show. 8 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. Doing fun stuff tomorrow, throw PBS up on the screen. A man-made horror reaction brought to you by this life's dream. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Kicked out of the DNC, IRL with March the Goat. Combating the propaganda that shoved down people's throats. CBS Israeli news, a coup, a regime falls. A full-blown fascist takeover, and still the duty calls. Total radicalization coming out to see. The system will always fail, it's up to you and me. On these daily streets, whether short or whether long, have helped millions of people keep it moving right along. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. But hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll play games real soon. Just you wait. hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. But he'll move on real soon. Just you wait. Ba-da-da, ba-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? Hey, that's BBS for you. But he'll pull your lawns real soon. Just you wait. Sha-da-da, sha-da-da, sha-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? Hey, that's BBS for you. But he'll do jet advice real soon. Just you wait. But hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. Brought on by viewers like you. Just you wait. Just you wait.